You are listening to Unexpected Reunion, Reunion with Consequences. Written by Rebecca Baker, voiced by Maya Black and Michael Vincent, produced by Heartbeat Publishing.
Chapter 1. Kaylee. I glanced impatiently at my phone. 10:53 a.m. For a good hour now, I had been standing in my new New York apartment, waiting for the moving service that was supposed to bring the majority of my possessions from London, where I had lived for the past few years. I could hardly wait to see the boxes and cartons with my familiar furnishings and finally have my furniture here to set up my new home. Just a few hours ago, I had landed directly from London at New York's John F. Kennedy Airport. After the long flight and taxi ride through the sweltering New York summer heat, I felt tired and exhausted. The jet lag was also taking its toll. I desperately needed a shower, fresh clothes, and something to eat. But I didn't dare leave the apartment or step under the relaxing stream of water in the bathroom. Surely the moving company would ring the doorbell at that exact moment. Sighing, I looked at my phone again. 10:54 a.m. Where on earth were my things? The apartment was a real stroke of luck. 75 empty square meters in an old New York building, with polished parquet floors and windows that let in plenty of light. My twin sister Rachel had seen the apartment listing, viewed it for me, and signed the lease right away while I was still in London preparing for my departure. As beautiful as the apartment was, the emptiness and the echo that sounded with every step weighed on my mood. Because apart from the kitchen, the bathroom, and a mattress organized by Rachel, there was nothing in the apartment. My new home was waiting to be designed entirely to my taste. I had been thrilled when I opened the door, but with each passing minute without my boxes and furniture arriving or the moving company contacting me, my mood soured. My phone told me it was 10:55 a.m., meaning the moving company was now 55 minutes late. Was this normal by New York standards? I longingly thought of the warm water of the shower and the clean clothes in my suitcase. How I wished I could put them on right now, to feel like a successful, confident career woman again, and not like a sweaty, penniless student. That's how I had moved to London years ago with nothing but a suitcase full of clothes. I had grown since then. The ringtone of my phone jolted me from my thoughts. 10:56 a.m. A New York number was calling me. I hastily swiped across the screen so as not to miss the call. Maybe it was finally the moving company with news about my things. Hello? Yes, hello. Am I speaking with Kaylee Davis? The voice of the man on the other end sounded deep and gruff, and I was sure I had never heard it before. Yes, that's me. Who are you? I asked back. Jason Mitchell from Mitchell & Sons Moving Company. We're organizing your move from London to New York. Right. I sighed with relief. Now I would finally find out when I could expect my furniture and boxes. I've been waiting for your driver for an hour. Is he stuck in traffic? When will my things arrive? I blurted out, having to restrain myself from firing off even more questions at Jason Mitchell. Surely he was calling to make sure I would be home when the driver arrived with my things. Well, there's a problem. The slow and drawn-out tone in which Jason Mitchell said this didn't sit well with me at all. What he said pleased me even less. Problem. That didn't sound good. And what problem is that? I asked, with a mixture of impatience and unease. Your things were shipped from London as scheduled, Jason Mitchell explained. But? I prodded. My God, what a slow-talking bear. Did I have to drag everything out of him? Well, when we wanted to load all the items for today's route into the truck this morning, we had to realize that your cargo hadn't arrived at our depot. There's not a single box or piece of furniture here that belongs to you. I felt slightly dizzy and wished I had at least a chair or a sofa in the apartment to sit down on. At least there was the mattress Rachel had bought for me. I had thrown my old mattress out with the bulk trash in London, and some memories along with it. Kaylee, focus on this conversation. You can lie down later and you shouldn't be dwelling on memories at all. You want to know where the damn things are and when you'll get them now. After all, it's all your possessions. Everything you have. But I could barely contain myself. I had been looking forward to this move and the fresh start in my old home. After all, New York was the city where I was born and grew up together with my twin sister Rachel. And now everything was going wrong, right from the start of the move. So what? What are you trying to tell me? Where are my things then? They have to be somewhere if not with you, I said irritably. Solution-oriented, Kaylee. The poor man is just the guy on the phone, and can't help it that your things have disappeared. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to find that out yet, Jason Mitchell said regretfully. He didn't sound too committed, and I wondered if I had made a good choice when I selected Mitchell & Sons as my moving company. Could it be that everything is still at the airport in London? I made every effort to stick to my resolution and not get angry at Jason Mitchell. This wasn't about finding someone to blame. No, we've already checked that. We're currently in contact with the airline that was supposed to bring the container here to find out if your cargo has landed in New York and just hasn't been cleared by customs yet, or if it was mistakenly misdirected. And how long can that take? I'm afraid I can't tell you that. A few hours, probably more like a few days. Maybe even up to 2 weeks. We're putting tremendous pressure on the airline and the airport. You can believe me. Jason Mitchell sounded genuinely sorry. Yes, I believe you, I replied. What else could I say? I wasn't at all sure if Jason Mitchell was capable of putting tremendous pressure on anyone, but I was totally exhausted and just wanted to end this conversation. We'll definitely contact you when we know more. As I said before, it's possible that the cargo landed somewhere else. Los Angeles, Chicago, somewhere. Then it will take a few more days until we can get everything here. I closed my eyes. This was getting worse and worse. My well-organized move was slowly taking on nightmarish proportions. I'm sorry I can't bring you better news. Despite everything, I wish you a nice first few days in New York. Jason Mitchell politely said goodbye. Thank you. Talk to you soon. I replied briefly and ended the call. Nice first few days in New York. Was that meant to be ironic? I stood in the middle of an empty room and felt like crying in every way. I had never felt as exhausted as I did now. This was supposed to be a planned new beginning to a wonderful life, not a spontaneous escape like years ago when I had hastily traveled from New York to London shortly after graduating high school. I had been so looking forward to returning to my homeland and living closer to Rachel again. I had missed her too much during my time in London, even though she had visited me there regularly. I, on the other hand, was now setting foot on New York soil for the first time since high school. In recent years, I had finished my studies in London and built a remarkable career as a controller in a large international corporation. In the end, however, I had become bored with my job. My boss hadn't been able or willing to give me new, challenging tasks, so I had decided to leave the company. And London along with it. My relationship with Jeffrey, my boyfriend, had ended a few months earlier. Or rather, he had coldly dumped me. Always stick to the truth even if it hurts, Kaylee. Jeffrey had briefly informed me that he intended to get engaged to a British nobleman's daughter, and therefore had to end our relationship. Of course, that had hurt me deeply, but if I was honest with myself, it was more wounded pride than a broken heart. Being left just like that hurt, but I hadn't felt the overwhelming grief I had experienced years ago when I left New York. As always, I felt a pang in my heart at this long-ago memory. I quickly pushed the thought aside. I walked over to the mattress lying in a corner and sank onto it exhaustedly. Finally, I could close my eyes for a few minutes and feel how good the relaxation felt. Just as I was considering skipping a shower and simply treating myself to a power nap for recovery, my phone rang again. I laboriously pulled myself up until I was sitting on the mattress. Hello? How do you sound? My twin sister Rachel's amused voice reached my ear. A voice I would have recognized among millions. Hi, Rachel. How do I sound? I asked, blinking. I had been closer to falling asleep than I thought. Well, as if I just woken you up. You're back in the USA, baby. It's almost lunchtime here. How does the apartment look? Tell me, I'm terribly curious. When I heard Rachel's cheerful words, all the tension finally fell away from me, and I began to cry. Oh, Rachel, it's terrible. My things didn't arrive in New York, and the moving company has no idea where they are. I'm sitting here in an empty apartment, and I'm just dead tired. I don't know what to do. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to come back here after all. I managed to say between sobs. Slow down, Kaylee. Take a deep breath first, Rachel said soothingly. Breathe, you hear me? I nodded, which Rachel obviously couldn't see, took a deep breath, and slowly regained my composure after a few breaths. Oh, Rachel, what am I supposed to do now? Nothing, Kaylee. There's nothing you can do right now. Get used to being back home in New York and settle in at your own pace. How, without furniture? Rachel sighed. Oh, how I wish I could be with you now to cheer you up a bit. I'm really sorry I can't be there. But I had promised Megan that I would visit her in Washington as soon as her baby was born, and you were originally planning to arrive a week later anyway. Megan was Rachel's and my best friend from school days. She now lived in Washington, having married a wealthy New York politician some time ago who was later elected President of the United States. Yes, that's true. I had planned my arrival for next week, but my new boss asked if I could start a week earlier, so I just agreed. Of course, Rachel affirmed. You couldn't have foreseen that. But tell Megan I'll never forgive her for not waiting for me to give birth. There was now a smile in my voice, and Rachel knew me well enough to know that I didn't mean this reprimand seriously. I was a little envious, though, that Rachel now got to stay in the White House guest room while I sat here in an empty apartment. That's much more like you, Rachel replied approvingly. As I see it, you can't do much more today. No furniture, no things to unpack. No, I said dejectedly. Why don't you treat yourself to a little power nap? You must be exhausted from the trip. In a few hours, you'll get up and go out among people. That'll take your mind off things. Rachel had always had a knack for knowing exactly what I needed to set my life straight with just a few sentences. What people? I don't know anyone. I automatically offered the only counter-argument that came to mind. This was how Rachel and I used to argue, and even years of distance hadn't changed that. It was really just like old times between us. I can't even invite myself over to Mom and Dad's for dinner. They've been on a big tour in Australia for a few months now, living it up and sending the occasional photo when they resurface from the outback. Ha ha, yeah. Those two really seem to be enjoying life. You can too, Kaylee. I have an excellent idea for you. Our class reunion is happening tonight. You'll get to mingle and see a bunch of familiar faces from high school all at once. Megan and I are pretty disappointed we can't be there, but now you can go and report back to us on who's doing what, how everyone looks, and so on. I said indecisively. At 8 p.m. in the grand ballroom at the Waldorf Astoria. You do have suitable attire in your suitcase, I hope? Yeah, I do, I answered. I was slowly running out of excuses. Class reunion. Good God, what should I tell Rachel? She'd probably nail me to the wall if I didn't go and just kept moping around here. So, what are you waiting for? Rachel asked encouragingly. Rest up a bit, then get going. You don't have to stay long, just until you've distracted yourself a little. I remained silent. Kaylee, is everything okay? What if Nicholas and Allison are there? I blurted out. This question had been burning in my soul since I heard the words, class reunion. Nicholas. He was the man I had fled from back then. Had I fled from him or because of him? I couldn't answer the question, but at Nicholas's name, I felt that familiar pang in my heart again. This was the second time it had happened within an hour. In London, I had believed I was ready to return to New York and had even looked forward to it. But was I really ready to be here again? "Ah, so that's what this is about," Rachel murmured. "Of course." "I never want to see him again," I blurted out with a vehemence that surprised even me. "I don't think you need to worry about that. I haven't heard anything from either of them since graduation. Neither from Nicholas nor from Allison. Megan hasn't had any contact with them either, which is saying something. After all, everyone suddenly remembered her after she became First Lady. Everyone except Allison and Nicholas. Besides, John called me yesterday. He's organizing the class reunion and wanted to know if I was coming. He told me who all was planning to attend. Neither Nicholas nor Allison have RSVP'd for tonight." Slowly, I exhaled the breath I had been holding with difficulty during Rachel's words. "Don't worry, KK," Rachel said lovingly. "You're just overtired after the long flight. Rest up a bit and then have a nice evening. Enjoy yourself. You've earned it after all that trouble. Give New York a chance to show you that everything isn't as bad as it seems right now." KK. That's what Rachel had called me when we were little girls. I looked around the empty apartment. What would I do here tonight? There was nothing to do except lie on the mattress alone and mope. That's when I made a split-second decision. "You're right, Rachel. As always. I'll go to the class reunion and have a nice evening, without the ghosts of the past." "They won't be there," Rachel assured me.
Chapter 2. Nicholas. "We did it!" a familiar voice jubilated behind me. I had just turned away from my work for a moment to enjoy the view from the fully glazed window front behind my desk. I could never get enough of the impressive panorama with the Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building. Now I turned back and looked at the person standing in front of my designer desk. There was only one person who dared to enter my office without my explicit prior permission. "What did we do, Allison?" I asked patiently, while my closest confidant, who was also co-owner of our company, performed a little dance of joy. With her elegant high heels and tight skirt, it looked more like she was walking on eggshells, but of course I wouldn't tell her that. I liked her too much for that. "Wilson & Smith is ours, Nicholas. Well, as good as." Allison's green eyes shone triumphantly with these words. This was indeed excellent news. We had been trying to buy New York's most prestigious law firm for months, but the main shareholder, Wayne Wilson, had vehemently opposed our plans until now. That had apparently just changed. Wayne agreed. "How did you manage that?" I inquired. While I guided the fortunes of our joint company and concerned myself with which areas we should invest our profits in next, Allison was primarily responsible for negotiations with potential partners. "Because it's you, I can be honest for once." Allison grinned and shook her red curly head. "I don't have to negotiate with you after all." "Just wait and see, who knows what might happen one day," I played along with the joke. In fact, I couldn't imagine a situation where Allison and I would have to negotiate with each other. We had founded our joint company right after high school and slowly nurtured it alongside our studies. Officially, I ran the company, but I discussed important decisions with Allison. "Then I would win after all. I'm not in charge of negotiations for nothing," Allison teased me further. "So, what happened at Wilson & Smith that suddenly made Wayne agree?" I skillfully steered the conversation back to the original topic, which interested me much more than our banter. "Well, to be honest, as I just said, I don't really know myself." Allison furrowed her brow thoughtfully. "I raised the offer as discussed, but I didn't expect an acceptance, given the resistance Wayne Wilson had shown so far. I can only imagine one thing. I think he simply has no money left. None at all. He's broke, flat broke, bankrupt. But we've checked the law firm multiple times. Yes, there's no fortune for investments, but the client base is large and rock solid. He represents everyone who's anyone in New York, and certainly not for free. How can he have no money?" Although Allison and I had been trying to buy Wilson & Smith for months, we still hadn't gained a more detailed insight into the internal processes of the law firm. Wayne Wilson had always resisted that. "I'm afraid we won't find out until all the purchase contracts are signed. The appointment is set for this afternoon. We're meeting Wayne and his partners at the notary's office at 2:30. Allison looked at me expectantly. I knew she wanted to hear my opinion now. If I thought the deal was too risky, we would let it fall through. Absolute unanimity on all critical decisions. That was the principle we had always followed in running our company. Why this sudden rush? I asked suspiciously. I think Wayne's partners fear he might change his mind and want to push the deal through as quickly as possible. And to be honest, I share this concern. You know, Wayne has so many shares that he can block everything. His partners would be glad not to be listed as owners anymore, because then they don't have to worry about the financial side of the law firm and raise money for investments. They can simply continue to work there as lawyers and be well paid, without any risk. Understandable, I nodded. And you think Wayne is in such a hurry because he urgently needs money? I can't imagine anything else, Allison replied. If he's also in financial trouble privately, he's probably borrowed money. Maybe he's under pressure regarding repayment. Allison shrugged to show me that she was just speculating wildly at this point. I grunted to buy some time. Well, actually, that can be irrelevant to us. Once Wayne has signed, Wilson & Smith belongs to us, and he has no say anymore. Whether he throws the money down the throat of a bank or a loan shark, gambles it away in Las Vegas, or invests it in stocks, is none of our business. He can continue to work in the law firm and serve his clients, but we make the important decisions. That's what we agreed on, Allison confirmed. Then we'll go to the notary this afternoon, I decided. Great, Allison beamed. I wanted to confirm the appointment only after I had spoken to you. I'll do that right away. Instead of leaving, however, she came closer, punched me in the side, and then fell around my neck. This had been our secret code for every successful deal since the company was founded. I hugged Allison briefly. Good work, partner, I whispered in her ear before letting go of her. Unfortunately, I can't toast with you tonight, she regretted. It's my mother's birthday and she reserved a table at her favorite restaurant ages ago. I can't possibly cancel. I understand. The celebration for Wilson & Smith can certainly wait, I said, hiding my slight disappointment. Toasting a successful deal with Allison was simply part of closing a deal. If no one celebrated with me, a business deal only felt half as successful. Allison left the office and I turned back to the window front. The view over New York was unique. Up here, the city seemed calm and much less hectic than down on the streets, which were constantly congested, and where not only vehicles but also the summer heat was now building up. I took a deep breath. Finally. The deal with Wilson & Smith would place Allison and me at the forefront of New York's business people. Everything we had been working towards for years was within reach. We had enough money anyway. We were both richer than an ordinary person could even imagine. But for the established New York society, we were upstarts and had never been invited to certain events before. That would change now, because as of this afternoon, we would be the owners of the law firm that everyone in New York hired to solve legal problems. From now on, we would belong. I stretched contentedly. It was time for a proper workout again. I had already thought that on my way to the office this morning. My body demanded to be pushed to its limits, and there were exactly two ways to do that. Either I had my fun in bed with a beautiful woman, or I played football with my buddy Anthony. I knew plenty of beautiful women, but currently none of them particularly excited me. Regretfully, I thought of Linda, with whom I had been meeting regularly until a few weeks ago. Long legs, large firm breasts, wild dark curls, and velvety soft skin. I had thoroughly enjoyed sex with her, but in the end, it had come as it always did. Linda had wanted my heart. I wasn't willing to give that, and so we had ended our arrangement. Shrugging, I reached for my phone, entered Anthony's name, and tapped the green receiver icon. "Nicholas, how are you, old boy?" Anthony's familiar voice boomed in my ear. I couldn't imagine a life without Anthony any more than I could imagine a life without Allison. The three of us had gone to high school together. Anthony and I had played on the football team together, and this hobby still connected us today. Even if we didn't pursue it as professionally as we did back then, we were always serious about it and enjoyed training and games. All good. I can't wait to finally take down the Tigers next week and then grab the trophy. How about you? I asked. Same here, man, same here. They've been dancing on our Lions' noses for far too long. That's over now. One more final practice tomorrow, and then we'll really give it to them at the match. Anthony sounded just like in the old high school days. Yeah, I'm in a winning mood right now anyway, I declared triumphantly. What did you win? Anthony inquired curiously. Wayne Wilson finally gave in. We're signing the purchase agreement for Wilson & Smith this afternoon. Wow, congratulations, Anthony replied. You've certainly been working on that long enough, but you're going to celebrate properly after that, right? Make sure you don't go overboard, or you won't be fit for training in the game. We're not 18 anymore. Anthony burst into loud laughter as he repeated our high school coach's admonitions, almost word for word. Only the last sentence was Anthony's new addition. I joined in Anthony's laughter. Do you want to celebrate with me tonight? I asked when we had calmed down again. What's up? Isn't Allison coming? She can't. It's her mother's birthday. And you know, I'd better not show my face there. I really don't understand what she has against you. Allison has achieved so much together with you. You'd think her mother would be proud and happy, and at least try to get along with you somewhat. Anthony wondered. You know, an innocent person always gets hit. To be honest, it doesn't bother me much. It's not important to me, I explained. But tonight, I'd like to go out and celebrate. Otherwise, my victory doesn't feel complete. So, how does it look for you? Oh man, how I'd love to come with you, Anthony groaned regretfully. But, I asked, maybe I could still persuade Anthony. As an FBI agent, he earned far less than I did and couldn't afford an evening with dinner and extensive drinks as often, at least not in the exclusive restaurants and bars I like to frequent. Anthony's pride forbade him from letting me treat him, so I often let him choose a location that fit his budget. But tonight I had a good reason to choose both the restaurant and the bar, as well as pay the bill. After all, we were celebrating my triumph. Duty calls, man. I'm sitting here on a case whose files I need to finish today so it can go to the district attorney, and a few fewer criminals will be roaming New York streets. I won't get out of here before 10 p.m. at the earliest. To be honest, I have no idea if I'll even get out of here today. Anthony sighed loudly, and I could vividly imagine the mountain of work in front of him. Too bad, was all I said. But I have an idea for you, Nicholas. There's the perfect event happening tonight where you can celebrate and have fun, Anthony explained. You'll find plenty of people there to toast with. I grunted. What event is that supposed to be? Oh man, you must be so rich now that they don't even invite you anymore. Class reunion? Tonight is our high school class reunion, in the grand ballroom at the Waldorf Astoria. And this is supposed to be the perfect event for me? I asked incredulously. Did the perp in your last case knock you on the head? Anthony's words vaguely reminded me that I had received an invitation to the class reunion, even by mail, but as every year, I had immediately thrown the card in the trash. I never went to a class reunion, just like Allison. We both didn't want to be reminded of the past. Nonsense! Anthony dismissed my objection. It'll be a great warm-up for the football game. Everyone will remember you then. You're the most successful quarterback our high school's football team has ever seen. Your record is still unbeaten to this day. I grumbled again. Anthony sensed that my resistance to the reunion was beginning to crumble and pushed even further. Besides, no one has had such a professional career. You're the most successful graduate of our year, and certainly the richest. Everyone will want to toast with you. The prospect of an evening where my former classmates would hang on my every word admiringly was not to be sneezed at. Anthony was right about that. At least better than sitting alone in my penthouse on the evening of my greatest triumph. What if Kaylee comes? I asked. Kaylee. The woman I had given my heart to back then. The only woman I had ever loved. The reason I never went to a class reunion again. The reason I would never give my heart to anyone again. I didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. She won't come, Anthony replied confidently. The last I heard, she's still in London. She certainly won't bother coming to New York for a class reunion. As far as I know, she's never been back in the USA since then. I grumbled for the third time. Damn it, Nicholas, that's really long enough ago. Forget about it already. You have a right to new happiness. We had other attractive classmates back then. Ashley Jones, for example. Maybe it would be worth meeting her? She always had her eye on you. I heard she's freshly divorced. Anthony was right. What could happen? I had a damn desire to celebrate my triumph tonight, and I certainly didn't need to hide from anyone. The only person I didn't want to see wouldn't be coming. I'll think about it, I said finally. Anthony laughed. He had known me long enough to know that this was as good as a yes.
Chapter 3. Kaylee. Feeling a bit uncertain, I entered the grand ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria shortly after 8 p.m. I had treated myself to an extended power nap, then showered and got ready. Thankfully, I had packed a simple yet elegant turquoise sheath dress and a light summer coat in my suitcase. During the taxi ride, I had wondered if I might be dressed too casually for a class reunion at the Waldorf Astoria. After all, it was the quintessential New York Grand Hotel. The name Waldorf Astoria was synonymous with luxury in New York. But I had quickly reassured myself with the thought that I had an invitation and was merely looking to enjoy a pleasant evening. I wasn't aiming to be crowned the queen of the ball. Queen of the ball. That phrase reminded me of the prom at the end of our high school years. How radiant and excited I had been that evening. How Nicholas and I had entered the ballroom together. What hopes I had harbored for the future, a future I wanted to spend and shape with Nicholas. And then how Allison had shown up and everything had fallen apart. Just a few days later, I had been sitting on a plane to London and had never returned to New York until today. Don't think about the past, Kaylee. That was long ago. It's over. You're just going to have a nice evening and enjoy yourself today. So now I stood in the double doors of the grand ballroom, looking around the festively decorated room. There were tables in the high-ceilinged hall, and as I approached, I noticed that the places were marked with name cards. Probably there wasn't a card for me since I hadn't RSVP'd. I sighed. Hopefully, there would still be a place for me somewhere. Besides the tables, there was a dance floor, optimally illuminated by the large chandelier on the ceiling of the hall. To my relief, I noticed that my former classmates were not only sitting at the tables, but also standing in small groups, chatting animatedly. Many of them held champagne glasses, which were constantly being refilled by a fleet of bustling waiters. Did I recognize anyone? Did anyone recognize me? After all, I hadn't seen any of my high school friends since our teenage years, and had hardly been in contact with anyone. A waiter approached me with a tray, smiling invitingly. I reached for a glass of champagne. It couldn't hurt. Usually, I wasn't shy in social settings, but today I felt somewhat inhibited. A class reunion was always an encounter with the past. I scrutinized those present. I could place several faces, while others were harder to recognize. To my relief, I saw no trace of Nicholas. Allison didn't seem to be present either, just as Rachel had told me. With this realization, I immediately felt a bit better and less insecure. I took a deep breath and sipped my champagne. Rachel! A tall, slightly overweight man broke away from one of the groups and came towards me. What a surprise! I thought you were visiting Megan in Washington and couldn't make it. As identical twins, Rachel and I had often been mistaken for each other during our school days. We looked so similar that even our mother had sometimes had difficulty telling us apart. We had taken advantage of that more than once. Hello, John. I smiled and took a second sip of champagne. I'm not Rachel. John furrowed his brow and looked at me in confusion. Kaylee? He asked uncertainly. I nodded. Nice to see you again, John. How are you? What are you up to these days? I asked, trying to get the conversation going. In high school, John had been interested in foreign languages and cultures and had dreamed of a career as an archaeologist. However, he didn't look like someone who spent much time outdoors at excavation sites now. His slight overweight, pale skin, and suit were more reminiscent of a civil servant. I'm an interpreter at the UN headquarters here in New York, John answered with pride. Wow, congratulations. That must be a tough but also interesting job. You probably meet a lot of important people and deal with exciting topics. Oh yes, of course. Only unfortunately I can't talk about it too much, John regretted. I'm qualified for the highest level of confidentiality. Now he sounded proud. That sounds exciting. It sounds a bit like a James Bond movie. I giggled. More like the civil servant version of James Bond. John laughed. He had always been modest and diligent, and I had appreciated that about him. Now he looked at me attentively. Why don't you tell me about yourself, Kaylee? What brings you to New York, and especially here? I'm very happy to see you again, but honestly, I didn't expect it at all. Yes, I've been living in London for the past few years and really enjoyed it. But now it was time for a change. I needed a new professional challenge. I deliberately remained vague. John had been a good and loyal classmate in high school, but I didn't want to tell him that Jeffrey had left me for a noblewoman. What do you do professionally? John inquired, to my relief. I'm a controller and I'm starting a new job here tomorrow. Oh, wow, that sounds exciting. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. I had a good job in London, but towards the end, it just wasn't as interesting anymore. I was missing a challenge. And so, you decided to come back to New York, John said. The statement sounded very general, but I heard the unspoken question in it. Why was I back in New York? Yes, I guess I missed my home a bit, I admitted. And Rachel, of course. Separation must be particularly hard for twins, John speculated. That could be. I don't know how it is for other siblings. I only have Rachel. A brief lull fell over our conversation. Awkwardly, we searched for new, innocuous topics. How's the weather in New York this time of year? I finally asked. Cliché. I simply couldn't think of anything better to ask. Same as always. Hot and humid. John seemed a bit distracted as he answered. His eyes wandered around the room. Finally, he looked at me again. Have you heard anything from Nicholas or Allison in all these years? He asked hesitantly. My heart skipped a beat when I heard those two names. And that, despite having thought about them more often than I'd like to admit since arriving in New York. No, I said carefully. Do you know what they're up to now? I don't know anything about Allison. As far as I know, no one from our year is in touch with her. She was always a loner. I tried not to sound too emotional. Nicholas started a company while still in college, and is now richer than we can imagine. His wealth is immense. We're probably talking billions, not millions. I needed a moment to process this information. Nicholas had wanted to start his own company since high school, but I was surprised that he had achieved such great success so early. What does his company do? I inquired. He buys other companies that are in financial trouble and restructures them. Of course, only if there's potential. I nodded thoughtfully. Nicholas had been considered the best-looking football player in the entire high school. Heck, probably in all of New York. Hot. He had been really hot back then, and also intelligent, charming, friendly, and ambitious. I had felt proud and happy to be the chosen one by his side. Yes, that's how it had been. Until prom night. But on that night... Kaylee, is everything okay? John's voice interrupted my thoughts. I'm sorry, what? Is everything okay? John repeated his question patiently. Oh, yes, of course. I smiled a bit forcedly, and fearing John would notice my unease, I quickly continued. I'm just a bit tired. I only got back from London today, and the jet lag is catching up with me. Behind us, music started playing, and an unfamiliar voice spoke into a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the dance floor is open. We've put together a great program that will take you right back to your prom night. Prom night. That word again. I closed my eyes briefly. It had been nice talking to John, but now I wanted to go home. It wasn't necessarily a mistake to come here, but I wouldn't have the fun evening Rachel had wished for me either. There were simply too many memories lurking in every corner. Would you like to dance? John asked beside me. I opened my eyes again. Don't take this the wrong way, John, I answered. I'd rather not. I'm so tired that I can barely concentrate on our conversation. I did sleep a bit this afternoon after I arrived, but apparently it wasn't enough. John nodded understandingly. I think I'd better go home and get a good night's sleep so I'm fit for my first day at work tomorrow, I continued. That sounds sensible, Kaylee. John's hand went under his jacket and emerged with a business card. Here's my phone number. Give me a call when you've properly settled in. I'd love to grab a coffee together sometime and chat about old times. Old times. Did I want to chat about old times? Not really. I wanted to chat about anything but old times. But I just nodded. That's a good idea, John. Thank you. It was a very nice evening. With these words, I turned and walked towards the double doors through which I had entered the grand ballroom. I still needed to collect my summer coat from the cloakroom in the foyer. It was the only coat I had in the suitcase I'd brought from London. All my other things were in boxes that were lost somewhere along with my furniture. Just before reaching the double doors, I looked back over my shoulder into the hall. The DJ had started with a peppy disco hit, and the first couples were already dancing exuberantly on the dance floor. As I turned back around, I froze. My gaze fell on a tall man with the athletic build of a football player and a distinctive face that looked very familiar to me. Nicholas. Nicholas Wright. My former great love. The man who had broken my heart. He stood right in front of me, about to enter the hall through the large double doors. What was he doing here? Hadn't Rachel assured me he wouldn't come? And John hadn't expected him either. I stared into Nicholas's eyes. And then the unbelievable happened. My knees went weak. My heart seemed to stop for a moment, only to continue beating at a frantic pace, so hard that I thought my chest would burst. Kaylee. Nicholas said my name. His voice still sounded as warm, soft, and velvety as it had back then. His eyes were still the same ice blue and pulled me in just as magnetically as they had back then. His chest and arms were still as muscular and well-toned as they had been back then. He was still as irresistible as he had been back then. And I reacted just the same as I had back then. Nicholas, I said, hoping that my voice didn't betray how weak I suddenly felt. I, the confident controller who had returned to her hometown after years to advance her career, now had weak knees and a fluttering heart. Nicholas had recognized me immediately. He had known it was me. He hadn't confused me with Rachel. I felt my cheeks flush slightly. It's probably just from the champagne you just drank, Kaylee. After all, you haven't eaten much today. At that moment, my core tightened and began to tingle tellingly. That definitely wasn't from the champagne. It was from Nicholas's gaze. Oh God, Kaylee, what's happening to you? Get out of here! But I couldn't tear myself away. No matter what my inner voice told me, I stood rooted to the spot, unable to move my legs. Again, I asked myself the same question. What was Nicholas doing here? And what was he thinking at this moment? His ice blue eyes betrayed no emotion, and he too remained motionless. Nice to see you again, he said. I opened my mouth to respond, but I couldn't get a word out. I felt literally thunderstruck. Are you all right? Nicholas inquired. His impenetrable eyes drew me in magnetically. His voice sounded polite and maybe even a little interested. Or was I just imagining that? At that moment, the poppy disco sound in the ballroom behind us ended. The first notes of a new song began to play. Just the Way You Are by Bruno Mars. Our song. That had been our song back then. Everything was spinning inside me. Standing before me was my high school love, the man who had broken my heart years ago and whom I had never wanted to see again. Behind me, our song was playing on a dance floor. I had only one thought. I had to get out of here. Helplessly, I took a step forward. Nicholas didn't move out of my way. On the contrary.
Chapter 4. Nicholas. The warm glow in her dark brown eyes reminded me of back then. Kaylee Davis, the woman to whom I had once given my heart, The only woman I had ever given my heart to, back when we were both teenagers, and she had turned the head of every boy in high school with her brown eyes, long blonde hair, and perfect body. Today I was sure. Even some of the teachers had regularly gotten erections when Kaylee, as a cheerleader, had thrown her long legs in the air. But Kaylee had belonged to me, alone, until the day of our prom. Since then I had never seen her again or heard anything from her. Now she was suddenly standing in front of me at a class reunion I hadn't really wanted to attend. I was only here to avoid sitting alone at home and being bored because Allison and Anthony couldn't celebrate with me. I had succeeded in escaping boredom as the evening had taken an unexpected turn when I had looked into Kaylee's brown eyes a few minutes ago. A flicker joined the warm glow in them. Uncertainty? Kaylee moved her upper body slightly forward. Obviously, she had been about to leave the class reunion and was now trying to get past me. But I couldn't let her go now. Not now, after I had just seen her again. I stood in the doorway to the grand ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria, looking into the eyes of my teenage love, and my cock was throbbing in my pants like it did back then. Damn, what was happening here? Before I could form a clear thought, I heard the first bars of Just the Way You Are by Bruno Mars, our song. Kaylee and I had danced closely to this song at every party back then. Kaylee took a step forward. Obviously, she was trying again to get past me and escape the situation. But sometimes there was no escape. I wouldn't let Kaylee go. I put my hand on her upper arm. Come, I said firmly. I led Kaylee to the dance floor, and to my surprise, she followed me without protest. Apart from my name, she hadn't said a word yet. On the dance floor, I turned to her and smiled. Just like back then, isn't it? I asked, not expecting an answer. I pulled Kaylee into my arms, and we began to move to the rhythm of the music. I made sure Kaylee couldn't feel my erection. Yes, damn it, I had a hard-on. Simply because my teenage love had looked into my eyes again after what felt like an eternity. This was the woman I would have liked to erase from my memory and my heart in recent years. I hadn't succeeded, and now old memories were awakening. Kaylee tried to maintain a safe distance between our bodies, but when I pressed my hand into her back and carefully pulled her a little closer to me, our upper bodies seemed to merge. Kaylee's breasts pressed against me. They were still large and firm, and I remembered with pleasure how much I had enjoyed caressing and kneading them back then. With these thoughts, my cock throbbed even harder in my pants. Damn, what was I doing here? I had come to distract myself a little, but was this the right kind of distraction? I breathed in Kaylee's scent deeply. She wore a light perfume that reminded me of a flower meadow. I had never noticed this fragrance on any other woman, and I had smelled many women. Yes, I had been in bed with many of them since Kaylee had left New York, hundreds probably. I regretted nothing. I had had a lot of fun, and so had the women. Back then, everyone wanted to sleep with a young quarterback, and today, everyone wanted to sleep with a billionaire. But I had only done all that to forget Kaylee, and as you could see right now, I hadn't succeeded. Damn it, Nicholas, what are you doing here? You're not just going to give your heart away again, just like that, to the woman who ripped it out of your chest? Who'd rather run away than listen to you? I thought about what had happened back then, on the night of our prom. I had to be with Allison. I couldn't leave her alone. Later, I had wanted to explain everything to Kaylee, but she had never responded to my message. I took a deep breath. A millisecond later, I looked into Kaylee's eyes again. This time, she didn't avoid my gaze. The warm glow was back in her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her full lips smiled at me seductively. I leaned down to Kaylee. Our faces were very close, so I could feel her breath. Girl, you are amazing. Just the way you are. Yeah, the last bars of Bruno Mars's song slowly faded away. I should have let go of Kaylee, but instead, I pressed her body even closer to mine. I wanted to fuck her, preferably right away here, in a room at the Waldorf Astoria, without many words. I would keep my heart to myself, but I wanted to have this body. I had to have it. Kaylee cleared her throat, and then I put my hand on the back of her head and kissed her. Her warm, soft lips were on mine, and it felt as if someone had turned back time. I savored Kaylee's taste. Damn it, Nicholas. Don't lose your heart. This is here and now. You've been wanting an adventure for a long time, and you know you'll have a good time with Kaylee. That's all this is about. With this thought, my cock made it clear that it wanted more of Kaylee. I teased her lips with my tongue, and without hesitation, Kaylee opened her mouth. I pulled her even closer and let my tongue slide into her mouth, a warm, soft cave made for my cock. Our kiss grew more passionate, and suddenly Kaylee was pressing herself tightly against me too. Her arms wrapped around my shoulders, caressing my back and tousling my hair. Oh yes, baby. Carefully, I let my hand wander down to Kaylee's ass and kneaded it gently for a moment before cautiously pressing her hips against me. Now she could feel my erection. What would she do? To my surprise, Kaylee seemed just as aroused as I was. She pressed her lips even more passionately against mine and rubbed her hips lightly against my cock. Inwardly, I grinned with satisfaction. I wanted more, and by all appearances, so did Kaylee. Well, if it isn't the old dream couple reunited in newfound bliss. An ironic voice boomed loudly in my ear. I felt Kaylee freeze in my arms. Her entire body stiffened. She removed her lips from mine and looked around for the speaker. I also glanced to the left, where the voice had come from. Now, Mark Miller was standing at the edge of the dance floor. Even back then, he had been the biggest loser in the entire high school, unable to shine through achievements, charm, or good looks. That hadn't stopped him from regularly sending Kaylee sappy love letters and asking her out on dates, even though he knew full well that Kaylee and I were a couple. Are you going to get a suite or just screw right here on the dance floor? The way you're carrying on, one might think you're especially desperate. Mark's voice dripped with mockery. Obviously, the intervening years hadn't brought him any luck either. His clothes were shabby and unkempt, and his hair had a slightly greasy sheen. His small, pig-like eyes looked spiteful. He seemed completely out of place here in the grand ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria. Anger welled up inside me. My right hand slid from Kaylee's back and clenched into a fist. The vein at my temple began to throb. What did this little runt think he was doing? But I had no time to consider how best to silence Mark. Kaylee's gaze moved from Mark back to me, and I saw fear. Kaylee was afraid. You're right. Back at the graduation ball, you probably couldn't do it with each other anymore, so why shouldn't you make up for it now? Mark fired off one last spiteful question before disappearing towards his table. I controlled my anger and let him go. I didn't need to waste my energy on someone like Mark. He probably hadn't gotten laid in a long time and was now taking out his frustration on us. What woman would want to go to bed with a man like him? Probably none. And wasn't that punishment enough for him? I turned back to Kaylee. She continued to stare at me, fear and horror in her eyes. I had no idea what was going through her mind. Did I still have a chance for a night with her? Just one night with Kaylee would relieve the pain in my pants, and the one in my heart, even if I could hardly admit that to myself.
Chapter 5. Kaylee. Oh God, oh God, oh God, what had I just done? I had kissed Nicholas as if there was no tomorrow, and especially as if there was no yesterday. No yesterday when he had humiliated me in front of everyone and then abandoned me, breaking my heart. I must have been out of my mind. But now I was slowly coming back to my senses. I had to get out of here. I absolutely had to get away from here. From Nicholas, from the class reunion, from people, and preferably out of New York altogether. At least then there would be no danger of ever seeing Nicholas again and having him break my heart once more. Kaylee, is everything all right? I heard Nicholas's voice from far away in my ear. I looked at him. His blue eyes looked concerned, but that was surely just an act. Even back in high school, Nicholas had been great at hiding his feelings. He had learned that on the football field, because of course a quarterback could never show fear of the opponent, even if they were twice as big and heavy. Over time, Nicholas had become a true master at not letting on what was going on inside him, or even pretending something to others when it fit his plan. Kaylee? Nicholas asked again and put his hand on my arm. This touch was too much for me. The guy just wanted to get me into bed. That was his plan, and acting concerned now fit perfectly with it. He probably had a different girl in his bed every night, and getting me again would be the crowning achievement for him. The ultimate notch on his bedpost. But the worst part was, if Mark Miller's hurtful words hadn't interrupted our kiss, then... well, then maybe more would have happened. I couldn't rule out that I would have followed Nicholas to bed. It was even quite likely. I would have given myself again to the man who had so shamefully betrayed me just a short time after our reunion, without many words. Who was I? Had I learned nothing in all those years in London? I absolutely had to get out of here, if only to protect myself. Without a word, I turned around and left the dance floor. I kept walking, past the tables and towards the large double doors. As I passed by, I heard a female voice say my name, but I ignored it. I wanted to get out of here, and nothing and no one was going to stop me. Just before I reached the lobby, I turned around. Nicholas was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't on the dance floor, nor was he following me. Was that what I wanted? I'd rather not think about it now. Just get away. To be safe, I decided not to risk stopping at the coat check. I could pick up my summer coat tomorrow on my way to work. I went straight to the glass door of the hotel and breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, a taxi was just dropping off a passenger. I hurriedly left the hotel, signaled to the taxi driver, and sank relieved into the back seat. "Good evening, ma'am," said the driver. "Good evening." I gave the driver my address and then closed my eyes. I massaged my temples with my middle and index fingers. God, Kaylee, how can you get into such a mess on your first night in New York? How many people live here? 8 million? And you run into the one person you never wanted to see again and let him kiss you? That was still the harmless version of the story. I had to face the unvarnished truth. I hadn't just let him kiss me, I had kissed him. And enjoyed it like I had never enjoyed a kiss before. That was the worst part of all. Sighing, I opened my eyes again, reached into my handbag and took out my phone. Rachel had to help me sort out my thoughts. As twin sisters, we knew everything about each other anyway. I could probably hide something from myself easier than from Rachel. "Kaylee? Are you already back from the class reunion?" Rachel picked up after the second ring. "Not quite. I'm in a taxi right now." "Ah, and you have to call me already? What happened?" I really couldn't fool Rachel. She knew that if I was calling her now, it meant I was at the highest level of alert. "Nicholas was there," I said simply, because I had no idea how to tell Rachel what had happened and what I had felt. "What?" Rachel's outcry at the other end of the line made even the taxi driver flinch. I carefully held the phone a bit away from my ear. "Why on earth, what was he doing there?" Rachel asked a bit more calmly. "No idea," I replied. John had told me earlier that he hadn't heard anything from Nicholas since graduation. It was probably an unplanned visit. "Oh, Kaylee, you poor thing. Your first night in New York, and you have to meet the man who hurt you more than anyone else." Rachel's sympathy felt good, and so I finally let the long-suppressed memories surface to my consciousness. I was a teenager again and had just graduated from high school. On the day of the prom, my boyfriend Nicholas picked me up at home in a shiny red Cadillac. We had been together for a while and knew this was something serious. Forever. I felt like a queen in my elegant ball gown with its glittering trims, the makeup for which I had specially visited a beauty salon, and the flowers woven into my hair. Nicholas had treated me like royalty the entire way and throughout the evening. I was his queen. The night had flown by. I had actually been elected prom queen, but as I proudly accepted flowers and congratulations, slipped on the sash emblazoned with prom queen, and sparkling confetti rained down on me from the ceiling, I couldn't spot Nicholas anywhere. I was experiencing my big moment, and my boyfriend, whom I loved, wasn't there. As soon as I could free myself, I left the ballroom to search for Nicholas, but he wasn't in the restroom, or at the coat check, or in the kitchen. I began to seriously worry. Where was he? Had something happened? Had he needed to go home due to an urgent matter? He lived alone with his mother and felt particularly obligated to her. His sense of family was impressive. I decided to get some fresh air to clear my head. And that's when I saw them. both of them. Nicholas and Allison. Allison Carter had been my arch-nemesis throughout high school. Everyone knew she wanted two things: Nicholas and a spot on the cheerleading squad. I had Nicholas and I was at the top of the cheerleading team. Actually, I found Allison quite nice, but since she was completely uncoordinated and didn't train to improve, we couldn't take her onto the cheerleading team. She had personally blamed me for this over the past years, and, out of revenge, had doubled her efforts to win Nicholas for herself. I hadn't seen Allison all evening today and had thought she'd decided not to attend prom. I wasn't sure if she had a date. Showing up to prom without one was the ultimate loss of face, so maybe she preferred not to come at all rather than alone. But now she was here. She had her arms wrapped around Nicholas's neck and was nuzzling her head against his shoulder. Bitch! She had managed to throw herself at him after all. That was my first thought. Then I saw that Nicholas had his arms around Allison and was stroking her back, just as he had done so often with me. He murmured something in her ear. Allison nodded and wrapped her arms even tighter around him. Nicholas let it happen. On one of the most beautiful evenings of my life, when Nicholas and I were supposed to be celebrating the start of a new chapter together, I caught him exchanging intimacies with a classmate who hated me. What's going on here? I didn't even know my voice could sound like that. Cutting, cold with anger, and yet somehow emotionless. There was a tremendous chaos inside me. I couldn't think or feel anything. Nicholas urgently needed to explain this situation to me. Surprised, he turned and looked at me. Kaylee, let me tell you. He was still holding Allison in his arms as he spoke. Before he could finish his sentence, Allison made a strange sound that resembled a sob. Was she crying because she had thrown herself at her big crush, my boyfriend? Or because I had interrupted their cuddling? Nicholas pulled Allison closer and stroked her back again. What's this? What do you think you're doing? Let go of her immediately! My pent-up cold anger burst out of me. I wanted to yank Nicholas out of Allison's arms, but I didn't want to stoop so low. He should come to me on his own and leave Allison standing there. I can't leave here now, Kaylee. Nicholas's words hit me unexpectedly. I staggered back as if I'd been struck. What do you mean you can't leave here? My voice wavered and I could barely keep myself on my feet. I need to be with Allison. Please leave us alone. I'll come by your place tomorrow and explain everything. Nicholas's voice sounded determined. I knew that tone, and knew there was nothing more to discuss now. I had no chance. Everything inside me contracted. My lower lip began to tremble. I wouldn't be able to hold back my tears much longer. Disappointed and humiliated, I turned around and looked right into Mark Miller's smug face. Well, Kaylee, is the evening not going as planned? Oh, shut your stupid mouth, I yelled angrily, spun on my heel and ran away, without sparing another thought for the prom and my election as prom queen. Kaylee? Rachel's voice brought me back to the present. Our story didn't have a happy ending. Nicholas hadn't come by the next day. He simply hadn't shown up and hadn't contacted me to explain his absence. A few days later, I flew to London. 6 months after the graduation ball, Nicholas had tried to call me. 6 months. During that time, I had suffered agonizing torment every day, and my heart broke anew each morning I woke up without Nicholas, thinking he was now with Allison. I kept having to tell myself that our life and our dream of a future together had been a lie. I hadn't accepted Nicholas's call, nor had I tried to call him back. I had blocked his number and my heart along with it. I was unavailable, especially not for Nicholas. Are you still there? Rachel asked. Yes, I am. I took a deep breath. You know, Rachel, we danced together, Nicholas and I. Oh! Rachel's surprise was unmistakable. So it went well and you didn't need to worry at all? Her question sounded cautious, as if she knew there was more to come. Maybe she did know. After all, I wouldn't have called her immediately just to talk about a harmless dance. Oh, Rachel. As I said this, 2 tears rolled down my cheeks. But I wasn't sure if I was sad because of my broken heart or relieved because the evening was over. Or both. It didn't go well. As always, Rachel could sense my emotions, even when we were apart. During our time in London, she had developed a 6th sense for it. He kissed me. Kissed? Rachel echoed in disbelief. Now tell me exactly what happened. Between sniffles, I recounted my encounter with Nicholas, our dance, and the kiss. You enjoyed it, Rachel stated, hitting the nail on the head. You wanted more. I remained silent, afraid that if I said another word, all the feelings I had so painstakingly tucked away in a dark corner of my heart over the past years would burst out. But, Rachel asked carefully. To my relief, she didn't judge me for having, in a way, immediately let Nicholas back in. I told her about Mark Miller, his hurtful remark, and the flood of memories that had overwhelmed me. Oh, Kaylee, I don't know what to say. Better not say anything, I sobbed, searching my purse for a tissue. I never want to see him again. I just want to leave. I should never have come back to New York. It wasn't a good idea. Now, first go home, get a good night's sleep, and check out your new job tomorrow. Then the world will look completely different. There are 8 million people in New York, and you'll probably never see Nicholas again if you don't want to. I want to leave, Rachel. I just can't be here. It was a mistake to come back. Memories lurk around every corner. Tomorrow, I'm taking the first flight back to London, I said with a defiant, trembling voice. Rachel took a deep breath. Now listen, Kaylee, she said seriously. You can't run from your memories forever. Yesterday London, today New York, tomorrow Los Angeles, or back to London again. You'll be everywhere, but never with yourself. Always on the run from the past, that's you. Even if you could convince yourself in London that you had set up a comfortable life. Damn, you didn't even dare to come home for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Not in a single year. I swallowed. Rachel's words hit home. She was right. Absolutely right. Besides, what do you want in London? You don't even have a job there anymore, or an apartment. May I remind you that you don't have any savings? After all, you helped me pay off the loan for the boutique. I owe you money that I can't pay back right now. And even if I could, I wouldn't. I have no desire to finance your escape to London. Finally face your ghosts. Clean the slate now and start living your life again. What do you mean by cleaning the slate? I asked timidly. Rachel snorted loudly, and even though I couldn't see her, I could vividly imagine her rolling her eyes right now. Talk to Nicholas. Find out what really happened back then. Things aren't always as they seem. You know that yourself. Life isn't like your beloved accounting, where there's only debit and credit. I never want to see Nicholas again. I don't care what happened back then. Then forget him. Finally put this thing behind you, no matter how you do it. Start a new life in New York. Meet a man. Fall in love. Enjoy the time. Enjoy your life.
Chapter 6. Nicholas. I stretched my body with pleasure after turning off the water. My day had begun with my usual fitness routine. Unfortunately, Manuel, my personal trainer, had been on vacation with his family in Mexico since last week, so I'd been training alone every morning for the past few days in my fully equipped, air-conditioned gym. I was proud to still be as fit as I was in high school, if not fitter. I had just come out of the shower and wrapped a towel around my waist. I looked at myself in the mirror with satisfaction. Even 20-year-olds envied my six-pack, and my arms and shoulders regularly intimidated opponents on the football field, even without shoulder pads. I went into my dressing room to choose a suitable suit for today. I looked around. A traditional dark blue would certainly be best for today. All my suits came from one of the best stores on the famous Fifth Avenue, and were, of course, tailored. I placed great importance on an elegant and well-groomed appearance every day. Today, Allison and I would pay an inaugural visit to Wilson & Smith to meet the employees. We would get a first overview of the exact financial situation of the law firm and coordinate the further course of action with Wayne Wilson. Allison wanted to keep him on board to prevent unrest among the staff and valuable employees from looking for other jobs. We had no plans to lay off employees. On the contrary, we needed the people to implement our future plans. The law firm was supposed to grow. In any case, we needed the head of accounting and the controller on our side. She would be able to advise us on which measures we should take to quickly generate profits and make the law firm more profitable. Perhaps she could even unravel the mystery surrounding Wayne Wilson's sudden agreement to the sale. Even though I was very satisfied with the deal, I remained suspicious. At our notary appointment yesterday, it had seemed as if Allison was right. Wayne seemed to be short on cash. But why? He must have parked the money the law firm had brought in over the last few years somewhere. Or had he invested everything in other businesses? Or gambled it away somewhere? I frowned. Allison and I would hopefully soon get an answer to these questions. On other questions, however, I was faced with a puzzle that I probably wouldn't solve so soon. I thought about last night. After Kaylee had run away so suddenly, I had considered following her and convincing her to stay with me. I was sure I would have succeeded. Her physical reaction had left no room for misunderstanding. The kiss had aroused her as much as it had me, and for a moment, she had been willing to follow me anywhere. But I hadn't brought her back. After she had turned her back on me and left without a word, I had thought about how I had called her sometime after the incident at the prom. I had driven to Kaylee's parents and asked them for their daughter's current phone number. They had only given it up reluctantly. I had to use all my powers of persuasion and resorted to begging in the end. That was so unlike me. But I had gotten the phone number. However, Kaylee had never answered my calls or called me back. She had no longer been interested in me. No, I didn't need to chase after a woman like that. At that moment, my phone rang. My friend Anthony. "Hey man, how are you? You're up early, or did you work through the night to finish the case?" I greeted him. Anthony was a self-proclaimed late sleeper and took full advantage of the freedoms his job gave him. Crimes were sometimes solved late at night, so Anthony could show up to work a little later the next day. "Not quite, but the case is closed," Anthony said contentedly. "And now I can turn to the next puzzles." "And those would be?" I inquired as I left the dressing room and made myself comfortable on the large sofa landscape. I looked outside. Another beautiful New York summer day lay ahead. The sun was already shining from the cloudless blue sky, but fortunately, it wasn't quite so humid yet. Oppressive heat was forecast for today, but I wouldn't feel much of it since I lived and worked only in fully air-conditioned rooms. However, I preferred not to have to set the air conditioning quite so high. "I got a message from John last night," Anthony said. Yes. And what did it say? Has a member of the UN General Assembly gone missing and the FBI has to go looking?" I inquired. "I see you talked to him at the class reunion yesterday, too." "Yes, I did. It was a nice conversation," I said contentedly. "As nice as with Kaylee?" Bullseye. And I had already thought that our kiss hadn't gone unnoticed. Even though after Kaylee's departure, no one had tactfully mentioned that moment to me, that had been for the best. Otherwise, I might have still sought out Mark Miller and paid him back for his remark. I clenched my fist at the thought. "Cat got your tongue?" Anthony probed. "Is this an FBI interrogation?" I shot back. "No, but if you keep dodging like this, it might become one." Even without seeing Anthony, I could tell he was visibly enjoying the situation. Finally, he could apply his interrogation skills to me. Of course, he had also been at the prom back in high school. However, he hadn't noticed anything about the situation between me, Kaylee, and Allison. I had always blocked more detailed inquiries and skillfully evaded them. Over time, Anthony had given up trying to coax more out of me. The matter had long since passed, and probably even been forgotten by him. Until now. "Don't you dare," I grumbled. "So, from John's message, it didn't sound like you avoided each other and gave each other a wide berth." "I never thought John would be such an old gossip, worse than any woman. It's just like back in school. You can't even kiss someone without it being spread around," I tried to downplay the matter. "Don't change the subject," Anthony reprimanded me. "This wasn't just anyone. It was your great love." I groaned audibly to show how annoyed I was with this conversation. "Former great love," I emphasized the first word in my sentence. "It doesn't matter," Anthony said undeterred. "The two important words in that sentence are great love. So, what happened?" The guy just wouldn't give up. On the football field, this was a quality I greatly appreciated about him, but at this moment, I wished Anthony was a little easier to intimidate. She was standing in the doorway when I arrived, so I just asked her to dance. "Just asked her to dance." Anthony laughed loudly. "You can tell that to your grandmother. Maybe she'll believe you. Nicholas Wright, you've never danced with a woman you didn't want to dance with." It was a spontaneous action. I've never seen spontaneous actions from you with women. You're the type who always has everything under control. Anthony was a good FBI agent, even a very good one. His success rate in interrogations was legendary, and at this moment, I understood how he had earned that reputation. "You don't need to interrogate me. I'm telling you everything," I grumbled glumly, and reported about the dance, the kiss, and the interruption by Mark Miller. "That stupid guy, I could have really punched him. It was going so well." Anger and frustration resonated in my voice. "So well, Nicholas, buddy? That doesn't sound like a woman you don't care about." Anthony no longer sounded like an FBI agent, but like what he had been since high school. My best friend. "I don't care about her. I want to have fun with a woman, and that's all." "Ah, I see," Anthony said, in a tone that made it clear he didn't believe me at all. "Really, if I had her phone number, I'd call her today, and then I'd screw her." "Oh man, maybe it's finally time for you to grow up, Nicholas." Anthony sounded annoyed and amused at the same time. "When I said screw, I wasn't thinking of playing doctor." "That's clear to me," Anthony said mockingly. "But how about you and Kaylee sit down and talk about what happened back then? You never told me everything, but if I'm not mistaken, you still have something to discuss." I wanted to explain everything to her. She didn't take my call, I defended myself. "Yes, that's understandable," Anthony replied. "Considering it took you 6 months to get in touch, I can understand Kaylee." "It just wasn't possible earlier," I grumbled. The conversation was slowly becoming really uncomfortable. I couldn't have acted differently back then and hadn't made a mistake, at least not intentionally. I discreetly glanced at the clock. I would have to leave for the law firm soon, and breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. Kaylee didn't want to talk to me anymore anyway, so it didn't matter how long I took, I added. She had found her new life, probably with a new guy. "Right. You can best judge a situation when you know virtually nothing about it," Anthony added sarcastically. "What if she didn't have a guy but was hurt by your silence?" "If we were on the football field right now, I'd punch you, even if you're not playing for the opposing team," I said dryly. Our friendship could handle such statements. Anthony knew me well enough to know that I would never follow through on my threat. But he also understood the signal. End of discussion. "Think about it," was all he said before we ended the conversation. I snorted indignantly. What was there to think about? I had done what I had to do back then. The situation had left me no other choice. And today, I truly didn't want a relationship, neither with Kaylee nor with anyone else. I just wanted to have fun. So, clarifying conversations were unnecessary. What had happened back then was forgotten and over, but I didn't want to deal with that now. First, I had to take care of my new company.
Chapter 7. Kaylee. At Wilson and Smith. As I looked at the elegant script with its flowing letters on the sign on the office building's facade, I felt a sense of anticipation for the first time since the class reunion. Or rather, since my encounter with Nicholas. Anticipation for my new life in New York and my new job. Starting today, I was responsible for accounting and controlling at Wilson and Smith. The law firm was one of the largest in New York and had many renowned clients, from politicians to actors to business people. All the celebrities whose names you could regularly read in newspapers and gossip magazines turned to Wilson and Smith when they needed legal advice. But it wasn't this that had attracted me to this job, but the fact that I would be completely restructuring the department and processes, and would have a free hand to do so. Additionally, there was a substantial budget, and my salary was nothing to sneeze at either. This was exactly the challenge I had been looking for. I had conducted a video interview from London with Wayne Wilson, the majority owner and namesake of the firm. The accounting department was to be fundamentally reformed and, as a first step, finally switched to a new digital system. I was to select the system and train the employees accordingly. I entered the building and crossed the lobby with its polished marble floor. The decor was elegant and well-maintained, but showing its age. I frowned. Evidently, Wayne Wilson had invested a lot of money in his firm many years ago, but hadn't made too many modernizations lately. This fit with what I knew about him. Shaking my head, I thought about how he hadn't fully digitized his accounting in this day and age. It was truly unbelievable that such a thing still existed, and at one of the largest law firms in New York, no less. Well, all the better for me. I would be able to set everything up just as I wanted. Good day. Can I help you? A friendly middle-aged employee greeted me from behind the reception desk. Good morning. My name is Kaylee Davis. It's my first day of work today, and I have an appointment with Mr. Wilson in a few minutes. Oh, Ms. Davis, the employee beamed at me. Welcome. We've all been looking forward to meeting you. I'm Melina, and I hope you'll feel comfortable with us. If there's anything I can do for you, or if you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know. I'm here to help. Thank you, I replied, completely overwhelmed by the friendly welcome. If all my colleagues here were as nice as Melina, then I had definitely chosen a great workplace. I'm very happy to be here too. Please, feel free to call me Kaylee. Certainly. Mr. Wilson is expecting you on the top floor, Kaylee. Just take the elevator over there. I'll let Mr. Wilson know, and he'll meet you upstairs. Thank you, I repeated, smiling and nodding once more to the friendly Melina. I walked over to the elevator, whose doors opened almost as soon as I pressed the button. I entered the cabin and pressed the button again, this time for the top floor. As the elevator started moving, I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes. Finally, I had a moment to myself. After I got home yesterday, I had struggled to process everything that had happened. Nicholas, the kiss, the lecture Rachel had given me. She was right, as always. I couldn't spend my life running away from my past. New York was huge, and the chances of ever seeing Nicholas again were vanishingly small. And if I did, I would just greet him politely and hurry away. That wasn't the same as running away. I would reorient my life and find a man who would kiss me as passionately as Nicholas, and also protect my heart. But why did I suddenly feel so warm when I thought about the kiss? I had barely slept last night, and I wasn't really sure if it was due to jet lag. Or the kiss. Kaylee, get it together now. You're here to start your new job. Forget the kiss. Just forget it. Just like Nicholas. Don't think about him anymore. Yesterday was a mistake. An accident. It won't happen again. You'll never see Nicholas again. At that moment, the elevator stopped, and the doors opened. Ms. Davis, welcome to Wilson & Smith. I'm glad you're here. Standing before me was Wayne Wilson, whom I had seen during the interview. That is, I corrected myself in the same moment. I had seen his doughy face in the video conference, but not his massive body with its severe overweight. Mr. Wilson was tall and seemed to weigh at least 330 pounds. He could probably have squashed me like a fly against the wall without any trouble. But now he stood before me, trying to smile, which he didn't quite manage. Had something happened? He seemed stressed and distracted, even though the day had just begun. Good morning, Mr. Wilson. I'm very pleased to be joining your team starting today, I replied politely, but Wayne Wilson barely looked at me while I spoke. Was something wrong with me? I looked down at myself. I was wearing a light blue suit, the only suit that had been in my suitcase. All the others had been lost somewhere between London and New York along with my furniture. Or possibly even ended up in Los Angeles, Chicago, or somewhere else, if I were to believe Jason Mitchell from the moving company. But everything seemed to be fine with me, as Wayne Wilson's next words showed. Good thing you're here, Ms. Davis. We urgently need you. Come, I'll quickly show you your office and then we'll discuss the most pressing tasks. A lot has happened here since we had our interview, and I want to bring you up to speed. Mr. Wilson touched my elbow and we went left down the hallway. The same applied here. The decor was well maintained, but the furniture had seen better days, the walls could have used a fresh coat of paint, and the flooring was anything but modern. A few meters further, Mr. Wilson opened a door to our left. This is your domain from today on. I looked into an office that was functionally furnished and neither large nor small. Oh, this looks good, I said politely. There wasn't much else to say about this room. I looked around and nodded. With some houseplants and a few pictures, I would manage to create an atmosphere where I felt comfortable and enjoyed spending time at my workplace. Come, let's go to my office and discuss the remaining matters there. There's a bit more space. Certainly, Mr. Wilson. Please, call me Wayne. We all use first names here. If you don't mind, of course. Of course not. I'm happy to be part of the team, Wayne, I said, smiling as we continued down the hallway. Wayne opened the last door on the right side of the corridor, and we entered a large corner office. A desk and a conference table for 6 people took up most of the space. This office also appeared functional and austere, but I hadn't expected anything different from a man like Wayne Wilson. Surely he didn't give much thought to whether his workplace was designed for comfort. Have a seat, Kaylee. Obediently, I sat down. Wayne Wilson didn't offer me coffee. Either this wasn't customary here, which I couldn't imagine given the size of the firm and the prominent client base, or Wayne had forgotten because he had so many other things on his mind. I was curious about what he would tell me now. What changes had occurred? Wayne sat down across from me and cleared his throat. In the interview, I told you that the head of accounting and controlling positions needed to be filled. It's actually one and the same position. We work a lot with external service providers, but besides you, we also employ 2 staff members who will be your subordinates. I nodded. This wasn't new, as Wayne had indeed already told me all this during our video conference. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that both employees are no longer here. What? I widened my eyes in shock. They were no longer here? How was I supposed to manage the work alone in a company I didn't even know? Who would support me during the onboarding phase? How did this happen? What happened? I asked, a little suspiciously. One colleague resigned on short notice as she found a better job. I let her go early to prevent her from taking confidential information to her new employer. Wayne explained. I nodded. This wasn't unusual. Bad luck for me, but nothing out of the ordinary. And the other one? I asked. Mary Swanson suffered a triple leg fracture and will be in the hospital for the next few weeks, Wayne said matter-of-factly. Oh no, poor thing, I exclaimed involuntarily. After a short pause, I continued. But that means she'll come back once she's recovered, right? I had interpreted Wayne's first statement differently, as it had sounded like he had recently fired both of his employees. Well, that's not even the biggest change, Wayne continued, unimpressed and without the slightest trace of sympathy for his sick employee, and without answering my question. Not the biggest change? What did he mean by that? An uneasy feeling began to spread within me. I had wondered several times why Wayne Wilson hadn't found a new accountant in New York. Surely the job wasn't easy, but there were many qualified applicants here. Why had I gotten the job, even though I was in London and couldn't meet Wayne Wilson in person? But Wayne had always assured me that I was the most qualified applicant, so I had believed him. What do you mean, Wayne? What change? I asked cautiously. My partners and I have sold the firm. The contract was signed yesterday, Wayne announced. Was I mistaken, or did I see a flicker of anger cross his face? But why should that be? Wayne had surely made a good deal with the sale. Wilson and Smith must be worth a fortune, given the client base and the annual turnover. And what does that mean for me? I probed. Well, my partners will continue to work here in the firm as regular attorneys. As for me, I'll be discussing the exact nature of my future position with the new owner today, Wayne said pompously. I see, I said, buying time. Thoughts were racing through my head. Was this good or bad for me? Presumably, the sale didn't mean any major changes for me initially. Wayne would probably no longer be my boss, but the new owner would be. They would likely need to get an overview of the situation in the firm first, and until then, we would see if we could work well together. The fact that both colleagues had fallen out short-term worried me more. On the other hand, the new owner wouldn't be able to do without me precisely because of these absences. All in all, it wasn't such a bad situation for me. While these thoughts were rushing through my head, and I was considering which of my questions I should ask next, there was a knock at the door. "Yes, come in," Wayne called out. A secretary poked her head in. "Your visitor, Mr. Wilson," she announced. "Send them in," Wayne grumbled irritably. His mood seemed to suddenly worsen again, and he looked even grumpier than when he had greeted me. He turned to me. "You can meet the new owners right away." He stood up, and I followed suit. The secretary opened the door fully, and a woman and a man entered the room past her. When I recognized them, everything around me began to spin. Allison, followed by Nicholas. "Good day, Mr. Wilson." Allison's voice sounded as if it were coming from far away. There was a rushing in my ears and my knees trembled slightly. I barely managed to stay on my feet and carefully placed a hand on the table to steady myself. What was Allison doing here? What was Nicholas doing here? "Mr. Wright, Ms. Carter. Welcome. This is Ms. Davis. She's the new head of accounting, and today is her first day at Wilson & Smith." Wayne gestured towards me. Allison's lips curled and her eyes twitched when she saw me. She had recognized me immediately. Well, why not? I had recognized her immediately, too. "What a surprise!" Allison greeted me after a few seconds, completely composed. "Well, you always meet twice in life. How are you, Kaylee?" "You know each other?" Wayne asked, surprised. "Indeed. One might even say we're old friends," Allison remarked with slight irony. "Isn't that right, Kaylee?" "You could say that," I replied weakly. I wasn't capable of more, but Wayne didn't seem to notice at all. Nicholas hadn't said a word yet. After subjecting the office to a thorough inspection, he turned to me. His ice blue eyes were inscrutable and revealed nothing of what he was thinking now, and even less of what had happened between us yesterday. The kiss that I so desperately wanted to forget, and that I should probably forget, as the situation showed. Why was Nicholas here with Allison? Were they the new owners? And were the two of them together? A couple? Had he only tried to call me 6 months ago to say a proper goodbye? Or even to tell me that he and Allison were getting married? No, the two probably weren't married. Allison wasn't using Nicholas's last name nor wearing a ring. The two also seemed somehow close, but not intimate. "Hello, Kaylee." Nicholas's voice sounded calm and relaxed. "I'm glad we're seeing each other again so soon." Was I imagining it, or did a spark flash in his eyes when he said that? And soon? That was definitely an allusion to last night, and showed me that he hadn't forgotten our kiss. "Allison and I are the new owners of the firm. We've been business partners for years and bought this company yesterday," he continued. Business partners? Did he want to tell me that there was nothing going on between them privately anymore? And if so, what did that mean for me? "Kaylee, it means nothing. Nothing. Forget this man. Think about what you decided last night when you were on the phone with Rachel in the taxi. But how could I forget Nicholas when he was standing here in an office with me and apparently was my new boss?" I thought of Rachel's words. There are 8 million people in New York, and you'll probably never see Nicholas again if you don't want to. Well, I hadn't wanted to see Nicholas again, and now he was standing in front of me less than 24 hours later. Once again, I couldn't shake the thought that maybe it hadn't been such a good idea to come back to New York after all. Cautiously, I looked at Nicholas. Once again, I was met with an inscrutable look from ice-blue eyes. I tried to take a deep breath without anyone noticing. Nicholas's body radiated a heat that must have been palpable to everyone present. Or was it? I felt it very clearly, and as I studied Nicholas's attractive face, my lower regions contracted in a way that I didn't like at all. Far too pleasant, far too arousing, far too many memories and longings. I wanted to run out of this office right away and get on a plane to London. I never wanted to see Nicholas again.
Chapter 8. Nicholas. Kaylee Davis. I looked at her, not knowing what to think. At that moment, I was grateful for years of practice on the football field and at negotiation tables. In those places, I had learned never to show the other side what I was feeling. Never, under no circumstances. Emotion was weakness, fear, vulnerability. And whoever showed that to the opponent had all but lost. All but? Definitely lost, I corrected myself internally. Once the opponent discovered a weak spot in our team, they usually exploited it mercilessly to secure victory. I did the same myself, and so I didn't let on any of the thoughts running through my head now. I stood in Wayne Wilson's office, which would soon be my office, and examined Kaylee. Today she wore a light blue suit, and her blonde hair was pinned up. She probably hadn't noticed that a strand had come loose from her hairstyle, which looked incredibly attractive. I imagined wrapping that strand around my finger and drawing Kaylee closer and closer to me, closer and closer, until our lips met and our bodies melted together. I thought about what I had felt yesterday, firm, large breasts that I had once known well and explored with my hands, heat and passion and a vulva that had pressed against my erection. Oh, baby. Out of the corner of my eye, I observed Allison. She had immediately recognized Kaylee and greeted her in a tone that lay somewhere between ironic and hostile. Although Allison and I had worked closely together for so many years that we probably knew each other better than most married couples, I had no idea what was going through her mind now. I decided it was better not to say anything further that would suggest Kaylee and I had already met yesterday, and certainly not that we had kissed with a passion that had made me forget every other woman I'd been in bed with since high school. Surely more would have been possible yesterday if Mark Miller hadn't interfered with his fat face and piggy eyes. "Can we begin then, Nicholas?" Allison asked, in a tone that sounded neutral to the others, but let me know she had noticed my inattention. "Of course," I said with a charming smile. "Why don't we all use first names?" "Certainly, gladly," Wayne hastened to assure, and everyone else nodded in agreement. We sat down again at the conference table, Wayne and Kaylee next to each other this time, Allison and I on the other side. We had the windows at our backs. I always made sure of that when entering a conference room and sitting down. The enemy should look into the light and have to squint when looking at me. That way, they could never see what I was planning next, and they always felt a little uncomfortable. "It's good that you're here, Kaylee." Allison opened the conversation in a neutral tone. "We urgently need your help as a controller. Nicholas and I signed the contract yesterday with Wayne and his partners that transfers the firm to us. As we see it, the financial situation of Wilson & Smith is not exactly ideal." I nodded affirmatively at these words. "What exactly does that mean?" Kaylee inquired. "Good." She didn't seem to be making any move to mention our meeting yesterday here, and that suited me just fine. I had little desire to mediate a catfight between her and Allison. There was actually no reason for that, but women were a mystery to me in this regard. Sometimes there seemed to be no reasons I could comprehend necessary for them to get into each other's hair and remain enemies forever. In this case, I would have had to fire Kaylee, because feuding women could never work together long-term without damaging the work atmosphere. I had already had to make this experience in several companies I had bought. After an initial check, it looks like this. Hardly any money has come in over the last few weeks. There are barely any reserves. We have a real cash flow problem here. The coffers are empty, Allison explained. "Wait a minute," Wayne Wilson interjected in an agitated tone. "Our situation is fundamentally sound. The order books are full. We have plenty of clients and they want to and can pay." He looked at us indignantly. Of course, no one is disputing that, I replied in a firm tone. Wayne Wilson shouldn't think he could continue to play the boss here. The fact is, however, that the money that came in over the last weeks, months, and possibly even years was not invested and is not in the firm's accounts. We need to rectify this situation. I looked Wayne firmly in the eyes. He lowered his gaze, only to raise his head again combatively a moment later. What are you trying to say, Nicholas? That funds were wasted or even embezzled here? Wayne barked more than he spoke. I must have really hit a sore spot and made a mental note of this reaction for later. For now, it was only about calming the situation and developing a common strategy. That's your interpretation of my words, Wayne, I replied calmly but firmly. Allison and I would rather talk to you about how we can get money into the coffers as quickly as possible and at the same time prevent too much from flowing out. It was your company for years, and you were responsible for the accounting. You know more about it than anyone else in this room. Implicitly, I wanted to make it clear to Wayne that we would certainly appreciate his cooperation. That will be Kaylee's job, to collect money and keep the cash flow under control. That's why I hired her. Wayne grumbled. Kaylee cleared her throat. Well, as everyone here knows, I'm new to this position and therefore can't say much yet. I would need to get a detailed overview first, which will certainly take a few days. Of course, I replied reassuringly. No one expects you to know how we should best proceed right now. Where are the other accounting employees? Perhaps you could talk to them while Allison and I continue here with Wayne. They're not here anymore, Kaylee answered, while Wayne lowered his gaze towards the table. Guilt? Or did he have something to hide? How come? I asked sharply. One quit, another had an accident and is in the hospital. Otherwise, we only work with external service providers. The hostile tone in Wayne's voice was unmistakable. Well, why don't we start by calling the external service providers to get their assessment of the situation? Allison suggested and added, Can you take care of that, Kaylee? Don't you dare give orders to my employee. Wayne's outburst came suddenly and without warning. He slammed his fist on the table and half rose from his chair. I stood up as well, following another rule I had learned on the football field. Never allow your opponent to show you their physical superiority, especially when it doesn't even exist. Wayne was tall and bulky, but completely out of shape. In a serious situation, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Your employee? You're confusing something here, Wayne. Kaylee has been our employee since yesterday afternoon, Allison's and mine. Yesterday afternoon, we signed the contract in which you and your partners sold us this law firm. You don't own anything here anymore. That hit home. Wayne visibly swallowed and made to sink back into his chair, but suddenly he shot back up. Good thing I hadn't moved an inch. You're trying to drive me out of my own office, aren't you? Admit it, that's what you've been planning all along. During the contract signing, you fed me some nonsense about a responsible position. But as soon as you're here today, you want to get rid of me. Wayne's hamster cheeks flapped as he spoke, and his massive body leaned threateningly forward over the table. I looked at him impassively. Don't give an inch when the opponent attacks or threatens to do so. If you don't want to work here anymore, then fine. Allison and I actually intended to offer you, as well as all your partners, the opportunity to continue working here as lawyers. You know the clients, you know their problems, they trust you. Our goal is to continue operating the firm and make it profitable again. We want to make money with you. So, why would I want to drive you away? I don't trust you an inch. I had no idea what Wayne was up to. In any case, I want to keep control over the accounting. Kaylee is my employee. At these words, I had to suppress a grin. If anyone knew that Kaylee wouldn't let herself be possessed by anyone, it was me. You can stay here as a lawyer. We have a new employment contract ready for you to sign. But in terms of company management, which includes finances, you will have no say in the future. I couldn't believe we were even having this discussion. Wayne must have been clear about having no say here anymore when he signed the purchase agreement, right? Of course he had been clear. A sale meant handing over one's company to others. What was prompting Wayne to behave like this now? If Kaylee hadn't been present, I would have thrown Wayne out of the room long ago, but I didn't want to appear to her as someone who doesn't give people a second chance. I won't do that. Wayne switched to stubborn mode. I won't sign a new employment contract that curtails my area of responsibility. Then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave now. Wayne still didn't seem to grasp where the music would play in the future and who called the shots here. It was time I showed him, second chance or not. Kaylee hadn't moved during this confrontation, but had been eyeing Wayne suspiciously from the side. Conflicts had always been an abomination to her. Now she stood up. "I think I'd better let you discuss this alone. You can find me in my office later. How's that?" she suggested. "Good idea," I nodded. Kaylee rose from her chair. "Stop!" Wayne's voice thundered through the office. He was standing right next to Kaylee. Now he took a step towards her and grabbed her arm. "You're staying here." "I don't think that's a good idea," Kaylee said calmly, trying to free herself. My blood began to boil in my veins. What did this old fat sack think he was doing, harassing Kaylee like that? "Let her go immediately." My voice sounded calm but firm. Anyone who had ever played football against me knew that I only spoke like this in moments before an attack. If I showed no anger or aggression despite such a tense situation, it was only because I was saving my energy for the decisive moment. "Sit back down!" Wayne dragged Kaylee around the table. She tried to break free but couldn't. In the scuffle, her foot got caught between a chair and a table leg, and I saw Kaylee slowly beginning to fall. In a split second, I shot around the table, caught Kaylee, and simultaneously slammed my foot against Wayne's knee. He screamed loudly and limped to the door with a pain-contorted face, yanking it open. "You'll never see me here again," he threatened and disappeared down the hallway. "I should hope so. You're banned from the premises," I called after him, shaking my head at such an empty threat. What the hell was he trying to achieve? His insider knowledge would be useful for us, but he wasn't irreplaceable as a lawyer. Considering his threats, I was glad if I never had to see him again. This way, he wouldn't poison the atmosphere here in the firm and turn his former employees against us, the new owners. I turned my attention back to the current situation. Kaylee lay in my arms, breathing heavily. I looked at her, even features with the straight nose and full lips. Like last night, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she smelled faintly of wildflowers. I would have loved to kiss her again, preferably more than once. My cock throbbed in my pants. Damn, I wanted this woman. And just now, she had literally fallen into my arms.
Chapter 9. Kaylee. I didn't know what hit me. Events seemed to be spinning out of control that morning. What was wrong with Wayne Wilson? Just moments ago, he had greeted me kindly at the elevator, just as I had expected on my first day of work. Now, in the middle of our conversation, he had suddenly lost control and attacked me so quickly that I couldn't even react. But I had no time to dwell on these questions. Thankfully, Nicholas had reacted, saving me from a painful fall and taking Wayne out with a single kick. I hated violence in any form, but in this case, I was grateful to Nicholas for protecting me. And now? For the second time since my arrival in New York, I was in Nicholas's arms. For the second time in 24 hours, he pressed me against his chest, and I felt more wonderfully safe there than ever before in my entire life. Here I was secure. Here nothing could happen to me. Or could it? Maybe something was happening that I wasn't sure if I wanted. My body was reacting to the unexpected closeness to Nicholas. I felt waves of heat coursing through me. Part of me wanted to embrace Nicholas, bury my face in his chest, breathe in his scent, and never let go. Kaylee, remember where you are and who else is present. He's here. Allison is here. You have no idea what's between them and what kind of relationship they have. It looks purely professional, but you just don't know. And even if it is purely professional, think about last night. Think about the prom. Pull yourself together, or he'll break your heart again. But I felt too weak to pull myself together. Is everything all right? Allison. Her voice sounded neutral, and I couldn't detect any emotion in it. If she was uncomfortable with me lying in Nicholas's arms for what felt like an eternity, she skillfully concealed it. Yes, I think so, I answered. I need to sit down. Nicholas carefully loosened his grip on me, and I stood on my own feet for a moment. At that instant, a sharp pain shot through my right ankle. Ow, damn it! With a cry and an uncharacteristic curse, I grabbed Nicholas's arm again. I couldn't stand on both legs by myself. What's wrong? A concerned undertone in the male voice. A warm look from blue eyes whose ice seemed to have melted, and an arm supporting me. Nicholas's attention caused my heart to beat even faster than before, but I didn't want anyone to see the emotions raging inside me, so I focused on Allison instead. I think I've sprained my ankle, I said, somewhat dazed. Just great. I had no desire to navigate my way to work on crutches for the next few days. How was I supposed to make it out of my apartment, to the subway, and here every morning? How was I supposed to set up my apartment or take care of other urgent matters that come with moving? It's best if you lie down for a while and ice your foot so it doesn't get too bad, Allison suggested. Yes, that's probably a good idea, I stammered, somewhat confused. Allison was concerned about me and giving me good advice? Well, I was now essentially her employee, so she had a certain interest in keeping me healthy and able to work. I couldn't explain her reaction any other way. She had never liked me before. Or had she? I think you've been through enough for today, Nicholas said beside me. Anything else you could do here can wait until tomorrow. You can rest a bit. Should I take you home? No, it's fine, I said. To prove my words, I let go of Nicholas's arm. With a suppressed cry of pain, I grabbed it again a few milliseconds later. As soon as I put too much weight on my ankle, I felt unbearable pain. I had to admit that it wasn't going to work the way I wanted. It doesn't look to me like you can manage on your own, Nicholas remarked dryly. You can't even make it to the nearest chair by yourself. I'm going to take you downstairs now and drive you home. That's really not necessary, I stammered. I don't want to cause any trouble. No arguments, Nicholas decided. That's a business directive. His blue eyes looked stern, and I didn't know what to make of it. Of any of it. His words, his offer, him. His hand supported me, and where it touched my body, my skin felt warmer under my clothes. Did he feel that too? That's right. A business directive. You need rest. But make sure you get back here as quickly as possible, Nicholas. I need you to bring order to this chaos, Allison said firmly. Her expression remained impassive, and the hint of concern she had shown seemed to have disappeared. Or was I just imagining that? You can handle the start on your own, Nicholas said to Allison with a smile that I couldn't tell if it expressed just trust or intimacy as well. Then he turned to me. Can you walk if I support you like this? I gritted my teeth and nodded. Leaning on Nicholas's arm, I limped to the door and down the hallway. I wanted to ask him if he could get me a wheelchair, or... I forbade myself the thought, but I wasn't successful. I longed to be taken into his arms and carried, safe against his chest. Kaylee, think about yourself and your heart, which you need to protect. In the elevator, I leaned against the wall with relief and took the weight off my ankle. Nicholas watched me attentively. Everything okay? He asked. Yes, I'm just a bit tired, I answered. There was no way I wanted to talk to him about what had happened last night. No way. Under no circumstances. The kiss had been a one-time slip that could never happen again, no matter how violently my heart beat when he was near me. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator stopped one floor down, and 2 men in suits got in. I breathed a sigh of relief. The danger of a conversation was averted for now. When we arrived downstairs, I had to grit my teeth in pain as I limped to Nicholas's car on his arm. A red Ferrari. Despite the stabs of pain in my ankle, I had to grin. That was typical Nicholas. He had always had a weakness for status symbols, and fast cars had fascinated him since high school. One day I'll have my own Ferrari. A whole fleet of them. That's what he had told me one evening when we were talking about our future. I see you've made your dream come true then, I said slowly, as Nicholas sat next to me in the car. What do you mean? He asked, slightly distracted. The Ferrari. You always wanted to have a Ferrari. Or even several. Now you obviously have one. Oh yes, I do, he said. Do you like it? Despite my pain, I laughed. What woman wouldn't dream of riding in a car like this? Nicholas looked at me in surprise. I wouldn't have thought you could be impressed by a car, he said slowly as we drove out of the garage and merged into New York traffic. Well, it's certainly more fun than riding in an old rickety Golf, and it's more comfortable for my ankle. I tried to keep the conversation from getting too serious. Nicholas seemed to appreciate this. Have you been able to settle in a bit? He asked politely. Not really. My furniture is still on its way from London, so my apartment is pretty bare. But it's okay, I replied. You don't have any furniture? You can't live like that, Nicholas blurted out. It's only for a few days, I smiled. Then I'll have my things and can get set up. Nicholas didn't look convinced. At that moment, however, we reached the block where the building with my apartment was located. You can park here on the street. The spots are reserved for us. I'm not using mine because I don't have a car and want to sublet it. I just haven't gotten around to taking care of it yet, I explained. As we stopped, I opened the car door. I definitely didn't want Nicholas to come up to my apartment and see how I was living at the moment. My ankle was throbbing and aching, and it felt like it had swollen to twice its normal size. I took off my shoes to relieve my foot. This way, I would manage to get to my apartment on my own. I swung my legs out of the Ferrari, took my shoes in hand, and put my feet on the ground. With some effort, I pulled myself up using the car door. Thanks for the ride. See you tomorrow. I pressed out with difficulty as the pain pulsed in my ankle. Nicholas had also gotten out and walked around the car. He watched me with amusement. What are you doing? He asked. I'm going upstairs, I replied defiantly. You can go ahead and drive back. Allison's expecting you. I'll be fine. With these words, I took 2 steps forward and then cried out in pain. My ankle wouldn't support me, and I felt my legs give way beneath me. Once again, Nicholas caught me. Yeah, I can see how fine you are, he remarked dryly as he put his hand around my waist. Still as proud as ever, huh? Never accepting any help? I didn't answer. What could I say to that? Yes, I had always preferred to handle my affairs on my own. Only Rachel was allowed to help me. And now, I wanted Nicholas to leave. At the same time, I didn't. His body was again radiating that heat that I could hardly resist. He supported me and we walked close together to the door. The old building where I lived naturally had no elevator, so I reluctantly allowed Nicholas to help me up to my apartment. Despite his help, the journey exhausted me. At the door, I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes to avoid Nicholas's penetrating gaze. But even that didn't help much. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel his gaze. How he was studying me. My heart began to pound as heavily as my ankle. I'm taking you inside. No arguments, Nicholas said, and put his arm around my waist again. I had no strength left to contradict Nicholas. So I nodded, unlocked the door, and limped painfully inside. I carelessly dropped my shoes on the floor. Wow, there really is nothing here, Nicholas said, looking around my empty apartment. Yes, that's what I said. My furniture is still on its way. Where do you sleep? Rachel was kind enough to get me a mattress. That's my bed and my couch all in one. Rachel, how is she? What's she up to? Good. She's in Washington right now, visiting Megan with her husband Trevor and the baby. I was grateful for this change of subject. Ah yes, Megan. No one in high school would have thought she'd become our first lady one day. Nicholas laughed. Then he looked at me sharply. That means you have no one here to take care of you when Rachel isn't around. It's fine. I manage quite well on my own, I replied. To emphasize my words, I detached myself from Nicholas. I wanted to limp towards my mattress, but again my ankle let me down. And again, Nicholas was there to catch me. This time, he didn't just wrap his arm around my waist and support me for the next few steps. He lifted me into his arms and carried me across the room. Slowly, he laid me on the mattress and sat down beside me. I looked at him and got lost in his ice-blue eyes. My heart did that strange leap it had done more often in the last 24 hours, one I remembered from before. My whole body began to tingle, and all at once I forgot the pain throbbing in my ankle. I cleared my throat. I had to say something to regain control of the situation. But at that moment, Nicola brushed a strand of hair from my face and pressed his lips to mine. Without thinking, I returned the kiss, wrapped my arms around his shoulders, and pulled him even closer to me. Oh yes. His warm lips gently caressed mine. I closed my eyes, parted my lips, and felt his tongue softly begin to explore my mouth. I gave myself completely to the kiss and let my tongue slide into Nicholas's mouth. Within seconds, arousal spread throughout my entire body, and my core began to burn. Oh, God. What was I doing? I opened my eyes again and pulled my mouth away from Nicholas. Nicholas! I tried to protest. No objections. He whispered in my ear as his hand caressed my neck. His warm breath tickled my skin and sent pleasurable shivers through my entire body. Nicholas pressed his mouth to mine again. He lay down beside me and slipped his hand under my suit jacket. His fingers burned on my bare skin, and when he undid the clasp of my bra, I moaned loudly. Nicholas' hand moved from my back to the front, cupped my breast, and began to gently knead it. His fingers brushed my nipple, teasing it again and again before finally pinching it gently. Now my self-control was gone. I wrapped my arms around Nicholas's body again. My hands traveled down his back, enjoying the play of his muscles. Nicholas. I murmured again, but this time not in protest. I wanted this man, inside me. Now, immediately. Right away. Nothing else mattered. While he kissed me and caressed my breasts, I let my hands wander between our bodies and began to fumble with his belt. I wanted to hold Nicholas's cock in my hand. Nicholas stood up and undressed in a flash. The sight of his naked body and his stiff cock aroused me even more. I want you, I murmured. Then you shall have me. Nicholas lay down beside me again. My hand reached for his cock and began to massage it. Oh, how I loved the feeling of Nicholas getting harder and harder under my hand. While I focused on Nicholas's pleasure, his hand slipped under the skirt of my suit and pushed my panties aside. Unerringly, as if the separation of the past years had never happened, he found my pearl and began to stroke it with skilled movements. I spread my legs as wide as the skirt of the suit allowed. Finally, I had wanted Nicholas yesterday. And in truth, I had wanted him during the past years, too. Nicholas pushed my skirt up with his other hand. "Don't stop," I whispered as he continued to massage me. And then I couldn't say anything more. A loud moan escaped me. "Oh yes, baby, please." Nicholas sealed my mouth with a kiss. I began to move my hips rhythmically. I was about to come. At that moment, Nicholas removed my hand from his cock, brought his muscular body into position above me, and entered me. His cock filled me completely. Our kiss ended and Nicholas's hand moved between our bodies. He began to stroke my pearl again. I moaned and pressed my head into the mattress. I spread my legs even more and Nicholas moved with skilled rhythmic motions. His cock pushed a little deeper into me each time. I arched my hips towards him and suddenly my pleasure reached its peak. My body seemed to be on fire. I came harder than I ever had in my life. My vagina contracted and my body trembled with pleasure. I moaned loudly one last time, and at that moment, Nicholas came too. He released inside me and let his body sink onto the mattress beside me, breathing heavily. I looked into his ice-blue eyes. What had I just done?
Chapter 10. Nicholas. Lost in thought, I got into my Ferrari on the street. I had left Kaylee on the mattress, supplied with drinks, and called a pharmacy service that would bring her 2 crutches later today so she could at least move around her apartment. I would come tomorrow morning to pick her up and drive her to work. She had insisted on that. She refused to allow herself a few days of bed rest. She had also insisted that I leave now, as Allison was expecting me. That had suited me just fine. I had no desire to talk with Kaylee about what had just happened. We had seen each other for the second time in 24 hours after years apart, and ended up in bed together without much ado. I had wanted her since I met her at the door to the grand ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria, and now I had had her. But that hadn't been enough, because when I thought of Kaylee's warm, soft yet firm body, my cock was already throbbing again, and that was after I had just left her bed. Damn it! I urgently needed a distraction. I didn't want to think about what we had just had, and especially not about what would happen tomorrow when we saw each other again. I started the engine and pulled out of the parking space. At that moment, my phone vibrated. Anthony. Yeah, I answered the call on speakerphone. Buddy, I just wanted to let you know that you don't need to pick me up for training later. I'm already on my way there. I have something to take care of on the way. Damn, the training. With all the events of the day with Kaylee, Wayne, and Allison, I had almost forgotten. In a few days, we had our decisive game against the Tigers. We were determined to win the cup, and today was our big final practice. All right, I just got on my way too, I lied. In essence, it wasn't a lie. I was in my Ferrari, and my sports bag with my football gear had been in the trunk since this morning, as I had originally planned to drive straight from the law firm to training. Great, see you later then. See you later. I ended the call, and next sent a message to Allison to let her know that I wouldn't be coming back to the office today and would do some work from home after training. This would probably earn me an annoyed comment from her tomorrow, but I could live with that. I had to get to training now. It was exactly what I needed, a distraction. Besides, I could really let loose during some practice plays and then in the weight room, and we would certainly win the match against the Tigers. Internally, I clenched a fist. Yes, we had been waiting for this victory for a long time. We had worked hard for it and wouldn't let it slip away. As I turned into the parking lot, Anthony's aging car was already there. Once again, I was glad I hadn't followed him to the FBI, but had started my own company instead. The first years as an entrepreneur had been tough. I had worked through entire nights and weekends, but my dedication had paid off. Now, I was one of the richest men of my age in New York. Yes, I had had startup capital, but even with that, many newly founded companies went bankrupt in the first few years. I had earned my success through energy and smarts. Today, my life was in every respect exactly as I had always dreamed it would be. In every respect? My thoughts briefly drifted to Kaylee. Did I really have everything I wanted? And if not, what was I missing? More fun with women wouldn't have been bad, of course, but on the other hand, I couldn't complain in this regard so far. I had always had willing playmates with skilled fingers and mouths who satisfied me in every way I could wish for. But in hindsight, it seemed as if something had been missing with each of them, even if I couldn't say exactly what. I got out of the car and went into the clubhouse, where I found Anthony in the locker room. Hey buddy, so, bought another company today? Hi Anthony, no, not today. Yesterday's purchase is enough for now. We need to get the place in shape now. I think the previous owner has something to hide. He's dirty in some way. Anthony perked up with interest. Really? Sounds like it could be a case for me. I'm not sure, but if anything comes up, I'll call you right away, of course. It could be something else. You know, every good businessman has dirt on his hands in his own way, I said, only half jokingly. During our exchange, we had changed and now stepped out onto the field. It wasn't quite as hot as it had been in the last few days, but still warm enough to work up a sweat even without much movement. But that had never been an excuse to train half-heartedly, or not at all. We gave our best in any weather. In pairs and small groups, we practiced tackling, a play where the player carrying the ball was brought down through physical engagement. When I saw Jimmy, my teammate and first opponent in training, standing in front of me, I thought of Wayne trying to drag Kaylee across the room and threw myself forward with unexpected force and energy. Jimmy looked at me in astonishment. I won every training duel, whether I was the ball carrier or the pursuer. At the end of our training session on the field, I was drenched in sweat but highly satisfied and took my towel and my bag to head to the weight room. Anthony walked beside me. "You're in particularly good shape today. Was there so much trouble at the company that you need to release energy here now?" Well, this guy, Wayne Wilson, who previously had the majority stake, started an argument out of nowhere during a meeting, which ended with me having to ban him from the premises. I briefly described the morning's events. "Banned from the premises? That's something. What exactly happened?" He hired a new head of accounting, and when I explained to him that the organization of his finances leaves much to be desired, he completely flipped out and made it clear to Allison and me that the woman is his employee, only his, and this after the company purchase. "He must have been asleep when he signed the purchase agreement," Anthony remarked dryly. "You can say that again. Thankfully, it's all notarized." By now, we had arrived at the weight room. Anthony and I chose adjacent training machines and began our exercises for biceps and triceps. I took a deep breath, checked the settings of the machine after one arm pull, and promptly added a few more kilos to train even more effectively. "You're really going for it today," Anthony remarked. "I absolutely don't want the Tigers to win. And besides, this Wayne has made me totally aggressive. Threats of violence against employees, that's absolutely unacceptable." "Threats of violence? What exactly happened there? Did he want to do something to Allison?" "No," I puffed while pushing the weights up and down. "Kaylee!" Anthony interrupted his exercise. "Kaylee, what was she doing there? You've got to explain this to me in more detail. I don't understand anything anymore." "There's not much to explain. She's the new head of accounting I just mentioned." I continued with my exercise unperturbed. "Holy shit, and this Wayne attacked her." "Yeah, he didn't want her to have much to do with us. He's desperate to keep the accounting under his control. I have no idea what's behind it, but something must be going on. Something has to be going on. Only someone who has something to hide behaves like that, no matter how much the sale of the law firm is bothering him." Anthony mused thoughtfully. "Are you thinking tax evasion?" "I don't know. The fact is, despite full order books, there's practically no money in the till. There are also no reserves, even though there have always been enough orders and customers have always paid their bills on time. At first, I thought it was just due to Wayne's poor organization, but now I believe he has something to hide. Where the money has gone, for example." "And why did he sell the law firm then? He must have realized that sooner or later, what he's so desperate to hide would come to light this way." "No idea what he was thinking. Maybe he was under particular pressure that day. Sometimes people make strange decisions that they later regret," I replied. Anthony took his towel and signaled to me. We switched places. Anthony looked at the settings on my machine and just shook his head. He put on a few kilos less, while I pushed the regulator in the opposite direction on his machine. "Remember, you still need energy for the game. You can't burn it all now," he said. "Don't worry about it," I replied. "This morning has pumped me up enough." "Ah, yes." "Yeah, I have no idea what the guy wants," I came back to Wayne. "As I said, maybe he regrets the sale and would like his law firm back. I'm sure the last word hasn't been spoken on this matter. Somehow, I have to keep an eye on him." "Let me know if something happens and I can help," Anthony offered. "Thanks, buddy, I will. At the moment, there's nothing you can do." "Fortunately, nothing happened to Kaylee, right?" Anthony asked. "Otherwise, you would have mentioned it already." "Well, she badly sprained her ankle. She couldn't work anymore," I said casually. Anthony looked at me sharply. Nothing escaped an FBI agent who had known me since my youth. "What does Allison say about Kaylee reappearing in both of your lives? Or, better yet, what did Kaylee say when she saw you and Allison?" "We haven't really talked about it yet," I answered noncommittally. "During the meeting, the two of them actually got along quite well. I don't think there will be a problem." "I see," Anthony said. "We need Kaylee. We need someone within the law firm who takes care of the accounting and tells us as quickly as possible whether something's fishy or not." "And the existing employees can't do that?" "One quit, the other has a complicated leg fracture after an accident. Seems like a dangerous place to work." Anthony's laconic remark made me laugh briefly. "As far as I know, the lady fell off a ladder while cleaning. And that was at home, not in the law firm." Anthony said. Then he paused and let the weights rest for a moment. And how do you feel about working with Kaylee, especially after what happened at the class reunion? Exactly the question I wanted to avoid. Anthony really had a special talent for interrogations. At the thought of the kiss and the sex this afternoon, my cock started throbbing again. Damn, I should have trained even harder. Nicholas? Well, Anthony groaned. Oh man, you've already slept with her? I should have known. And now? I didn't say out loud what I was thinking right then, that I would love to drive to her place and do it all over again right away.
Chapter 11. Kaylee. Outside, dusk was slowly settling in. I lay on the mattress in my empty apartment, listening to the noise drifting in from New York's ever-busy streets as a mild summer night began to fall. How I wished I could get dressed up and dive into the pulsating nightlife with its restaurants, clubs, and bars. I longed to have fun, to listen to the loud jumble of voices in various languages, to watch people eating, to experience the heat in a crowded bar, and to drink alcohol. I wanted to distract myself and forget. Just forget what had happened today. In the last 24 hours, I had arrived in New York, reunited with my former teenage love at a class reunion, the same one who had betrayed me years ago. Kissed that very man. Run away. Seen him again at my new workplace, only to realize he was my new boss, and had overwhelming sex with him. And now, what was going to happen next? I didn't know, and that's exactly why this question kept haunting me. With my sprained ankle, however, there was no distraction for me. I was trapped here in the apartment, with a pair of crutches that allowed me to hobble painfully from the mattress to the kitchen and bathroom. That was my world. Nothing more was possible for me at the moment. Tired, I looked around the empty apartment. I wanted nothing more than to call the moving company and order them to send my furniture back to London as soon as they found it. Looking back, my life in London seemed so simple and relaxing. Who cared that Jeffrey had broken up with me to marry into nobility? I hadn't had the same deep feelings for him as I had for Nicholas anyway. The breakup had been easy, even if Jeffrey's decision had wounded my pride. I sighed, exhausted. The truth was, of course, that my life in London had been boring. I had desperately needed a new professional challenge and fresh impulses. I had now found them. More had happened in the first 24 hours in New York than in the past 24 months of my life. It was as if a hurricane had swept me up and thrown everything in my life into disarray. Determined, I sat up. It was time I got my life back under control and took care of my affairs. I reached for my phone and dialed a number from memory. Mitchell & Sons. Hello. How can I help you? The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but I wasn't sure if it was the same employee who had informed me about the disappearance of my belongings. Good evening. My name is Kaylee Davis. I'd like to speak to Jason Mitchell. Hello, Ms. Davis. This is Jason Mitchell speaking. Is everything all right with you? Well, sort of. Thanks for asking. I wanted to inquire about my shipment from London. Is there any news since yesterday? I asked hopefully. I'm afraid not, Jason Mitchell regretted. We're working on it at full speed, but we still don't know where the items are. The only thing we can say for certain is that they're no longer in London. Your cargo was definitely shipped. I didn't know if that was good news or bad news. Hadn't Jason Mitchell assured me of this yesterday? Had he not found out anything more since then? We expect more news in the coming days and will contact you immediately, Jason Mitchell assured me. Okay, thanks, I replied curtly. I wasn't in the mood for a discussion and still didn't know if I would have preferred Jason Mitchell to tell me that my things were unfortunately still in London. Then I could have simply returned there. I thought of Nicholas. Did I want to go back to London? Or did I want to go to him? Nervously, I licked my lips. They were dry, and my throat felt dry too. I desperately needed something to drink. I had already finished the bottle of mineral water that Nicholas had placed next to the mattress. I would have to get a glass of tap water from the kitchen, whether I liked it or not. With some effort, I managed to pull myself up against the wall, grab the crutches, and hobble into the kitchen. Thankfully, the previous tenant had left some utensils behind, so I didn't have to drink directly from the tap. At this moment, however, I was so thirsty that I would have done that too. "Oh no!" I exclaimed involuntarily as I entered the kitchen. Horrified, I stared into the elongated room, where part of the floor was underwater. A small trickle of water was dripping from the cabinet under the sink, slowly but steadily enlarging the puddle on the floor. A burst water pipe. As if I needed this too. I closed my eyes, exhausted. Please make this just my imagination. Let this damage simply disappear. I opened my eyes again. The puddle seemed to grin at me mockingly. The water continued to come from the cabinet, drop by drop. I had to do something. Carefully, I pushed myself on the crutches to the corner where the two shut-off valves were located. I couldn't afford to fall now, otherwise the ankle might end up broken after all. Gritting my teeth, I reached the sink, which I held onto while turning the shut-off valves as tightly as I could. Exhausted, I leaned back and looked at the water still trickling from the cabinet. I closed my eyes again. Please let it stop. I don't want to have to call a plumber too. Not now. Not today. I opened my eyes again and breathed a sigh of relief. The puddle still seemed to grin at me mockingly, but no more water was flowing from the cabinet. The damage wouldn't get worse, and I wouldn't have to deal with a handyman today as well. I limped to the bathroom, grabbed the 2 towels I had brought in my luggage from London, limped back to the kitchen, and threw the towels into the middle of the puddle. They slowly soaked up the water. Again, I felt my dry throat. Luckily, there was still a small bottle of water on the counter next to the sink that Nicola had left when he made sure I had everything I needed. Thirsty, I opened the bottle and drank it empty in big gulps. I felt a little better afterward, but when I saw the wet towels on the floor again, I was close to tears. What was I supposed to do? The apartment had practically become uninhabitable. My job, New York, my lost furniture, Nicholas, Allison. It was all too much for me, and I desperately needed someone to listen. I reached for my crutches and limped back to the mattress where my phone lay. "Rachel, am I interrupting you?" I asked when my twin sister answered my call. I knew she was invited to a reception tonight with our friend Megan and her husband Trevor. "Everything's fine, Kaylee," she laughed. "I'm just sitting here getting my makeup done. It's nice to be pampered by a stylist for once. I can rarely afford such luxury at home." Stylist. After the burst pipe, I couldn't even wash my hands, let alone shower. I hardly dared to dream of luxury. "Is everything okay with you?" At Rachel's question, tears welled up in my eyes again. Today was simply too much for me, and a lump in my throat prevented me from speaking. "Kaylee?" Rachel probed when I remained silent. "Nothing's okay. Nothing at all," I finally managed, still fighting back tears and trying to swallow the lump in my throat. "KK, slow down, take a deep breath, and then tell me what happened." Rachel's words made me feel better. With her help, I'd be able to sort out the chaos in my head. After a few deep breaths, I calmed down and told her about Allison and Nicholas suddenly showing up at the firm, how Wayne had attacked me and Nicholas had brought me home, and about the burst pipe. At the end of my story, silence reigned on the line. "Rachel, are you still there?" "Yes, wow, I don't know what to say." This rarely happened with my twin sister. "How do you feel now?" she asked. This question was also rare, because usually Rachel knew just as well as I did how I felt. "I'd love to go back to London," I admitted pitifully. Rachel sighed. "The solution to your problems isn't in London, Kaylee. It's within you." I fell silent, affected. Rachel was always right about these things, and she had clearly told me in our last conversation that I had to stop running away from my past. So what should I do? I asked helplessly. I was actually referring to the situation with Nicholas, but Rachel thought more pragmatically than I did, and first addressed the external problems. First, you need to solve the chaos with your apartment. You can't stay there. You could stay with me right away, of course, but on the 5th floor without an elevator is completely impossible with your ankle. Thanks for the offer anyway. And Mom and Dad's house is also sublet while they're on their world trip. You really have bad luck. Can't you ask Nicholas to get you a hotel room for the time being? Or just book one online? Rachel suggested. Sure, but that's way too expensive. I can't afford it. You can't afford it because you lent me all your money so I could pay off the loan for the boutique, Rachel stated. Don't worry about it. I'll get money somehow. If worst comes to worst, I'll borrow some from Megan. She has enough. I wasn't comfortable with this suggestion because I didn't want to bother Megan with my problems, even though she had been our best friend in high school. But as they say, friendship ends where money is concerned. However, at that moment, I had no idea how to find affordable and habitable accommodation. Mom and Dad were currently using their savings for their world trip, and I didn't want them to have to cut back because of me. I'll think about the Megan option, I said, secretly deciding to look for another solution. Also, you need something decent to wear. It won't solve your problems, but it'll lift your mood, Rachel declared. My things are lost somewhere. I'll send Anna, my assistant, with some clothes from the boutique to you tomorrow. At least you'll have enough choices until your things arrive. You're really a sweetheart. What else is a twin sister for? I could hear the smile in Rachel's voice. That's true. We had always been there for each other. I'd still like to go back to London. I sighed. Away from Nicholas? Yes, I just don't know what to do. My God, we had sex, and what kind of sex? Good sex shouldn't really be a problem, Rachel remarked dryly. Despite myself, I had to laugh. Oh, Rachel, that's not really the problem. But there's still the past. And Allison. Those are both things that should be clarified. What happened back then is something you two should finally discuss anyway, and it shouldn't be a problem as long as you both don't act so childishly again. You're probably right. Rachel always made everything sound so simple. Secretly, I doubted whether reality would be that easy, but I kept that to myself at the moment. Did Nicholas tell you how he feels about Allison now? We didn't talk about that, I had to admit. And what do you think? I believe they're just good friends now. At least that's how it felt at the law firm. There was closeness, but nothing intimate. Well, that's something, Rachel grumbled. Now, as for Nicholas... Yes? Guard your heart, Kaylee. Have fun, because you've honestly earned it. That's all I'm going to say about it. I will, Rachel. And now I'll let you get back to your party preparations. Reception, KK. Reception. The party days are over. See you soon. I said goodbye softly. When I ended the call, I stared at the phone in my hand. Guard your heart. I wondered if it wasn't already too late for that.
Chapter 12. Nicholas. After football practice, I drove home feeling satisfied. At least now I felt pretty worn out and ready for the match against the Tigers. We Lions would show them and secure the victory. Soon the trophy would adorn the display case in our club. By now, I was quite certain of that and clenched my fist confidently. As a mild summer evening came to an end and the sky over New York slowly darkened, I thought about my conversation with Antony. I had portrayed the sex with Kaylee as almost an accident, as something that just happened spontaneously. That wasn't really a lie. Otherwise, Antony would have probably noticed with his interrogation skills. But it wasn't the whole truth either. What was the whole truth? I wanted Kaylee, and as I thought about it, my cock was already throbbing in my pants again. Even after the intense training session, I wouldn't have a problem driving to Kaylee's place and fucking her right now. No problem, there was nothing I'd rather do. However, I had another problem, one that wasn't purely physical. It involved Kaylee and Allison. Kaylee would surely ask me where Allison and I stood today. I couldn't tell her the whole truth, not yet. And Allison would want to know how I felt about Kaylee, but since I didn't know exactly myself, I'd rather not discuss the topic. Frowning, I considered how I could keep Kaylee and Allison apart in the coming days. Maybe it would be better if the two of them didn't see each other so often at the firm for now.
Relax your shoulders, take a deep breath, and enjoy this moment of musical stillness with us. And thank you for watching this audiobook video.
While Kaylee and I had a little fun, because that would be the simplest solution to my problem. Yes, it would be. I pondered how I could manage that, and then had an idea. A good idea. I just needed Kaylee's agreement. Using a voice command, I instructed my phone to call Kaylee. She picked up after the first ring. Hello? Hi, Kaylee, it's Nicholas. I just wanted to check if everything's okay with you. Better not to come on too strong and first find out what she's thinking. Everything's fine, thanks. Kaylee didn't sound like she was longing for me or still thinking about our sex, but maybe I was just imagining that. Is there anything I can do for you tonight? I inquired. That's kind of you, but I think I'll go to sleep now. That's probably best for my ankle. I want to sleep with you, damn it. That's what I would have liked to say, but I wisely kept my mouth shut. Kaylee had just taken off after the class reunion, and earlier she had looked rather relieved when I had left the apartment. You're probably right. I wanted to make a suggestion. About tomorrow. Tomorrow? Kaylee's voice sounded a bit puzzled. Well, I said I'd pick you up. Oh, right. No problem if it doesn't work out. I can take a taxi. She really didn't seem particularly keen on seeing me. I didn't like that at all. No, of course it works out. We really need you at the firm. It's extremely urgent that you go through all the accounting and find out where this money went. Maybe that will help us understand why Wayne flipped out today and what else he's up to. I don't think the ban from the premises is the end of it and that he'll give in so easily. I steered the conversation to professional topics, safe topics, topics without reference to the past. Of course, I'd love to work. I was really looking forward to the job, and I still am. It shouldn't be a problem. As long as I can just get up and down the stairs here every day, I'm ready to go, Kaylee replied calmly. About the stairs, I have a suggestion. I've been thinking about how we can make life a little easier for you in the next few days. I deliberately said we. After all, Allison and I both wanted Kaylee to come to work. The fact that I wanted something else was a different story, and I thought it better not to mention it directly at the moment. I continued. Surely it's best for your ankle if you put as little strain on it as possible, move it as little as possible, and therefore stay in one place as much as possible. That's probably true, but when I'm working, that's not necessarily possible. Besides, I need to see about getting my furniture here. I can't stay here long without anything. I also need to take care of the water damage. Water damage? I asked. I hadn't noticed anything when I had brought Kaylee home. A pipe must be leaking in the kitchen. I've turned off the water. I didn't see that at all, I wondered. It must have happened after you left. There was water on the floor, but luckily it wasn't too much yet. You can't live like that, Kaylee. I'll find a solution, she answered defensively. Her undertone was clear. Don't meddle in my affairs. I gritted my teeth. 24 hours after our reunion, this woman was driving me crazy. I knew I had to have her again. I wanted her in my bed again, and more than once, no matter how much she was giving me the cold shoulder now. As I said, I have a suggestion. I said diplomatically, while I slowly took a deep breath and tried to ignore the throbbing vein at my temple and my throbbing cock. In my penthouse, I've set up 2 offices. You can have one of them for the time you're handicapped because of your ankle. At the same time, you can stay in one of my guest rooms. Everything's there. Hot water, furniture, and plenty of food. If you need anything, my housekeeper can get it for you. I waited anxiously for Kaylee's response. You mean I should live with you? That didn't sound horrified, at least, just a bit hesitant. Not a bad sign, then. Kaylee probably just needed a little more encouragement. Well, I wouldn't be home during the day, of course, as I'd be working at the office. You'd have the apartment to yourself. Joanna, my housekeeper, would come to clean, of course, and she can also cook something for you. Kaylee said indecisively. As I said, you would have your own room. If you don't want to, we don't have to cross paths. Of course, I wanted something entirely different, but I wisely kept that to myself. Instead, I imagined Kaylee in one of the guest rooms of my penthouse. How she would lie naked on the bed, with tousled hair, a light sheen of sweat on her body, looking at me with a mixture of lust and satisfaction. Oh, my penthouse was big enough to avoid each other, but I would make sure we saw each other as often as I wanted. When it came to sex, I had always set the tone in recent years, and that would remain the case. Kaylee would be no more able to resist me in the future than she had been yesterday at the class reunion or today in her apartment. I wanted her, and I would have her. That doesn't sound so bad, Kaylee said reluctantly. Yes, I clenched my fist in triumph. Now it was important that I didn't let anything show. Kaylee must not find out that I was inviting her to live with me in order to have sex with her in the end. Everything had to happen by chance, just as it had been the case in the last 24 hours. But I would manage that. The attraction between us would help me with that. Again, I thought of Kaylee's naked body. And what will Allison say about this? Kaylee's question snapped me out of my thoughts. You don't need to worry about that, I replied reassuringly. What do you mean? Kaylee wasn't satisfied with my answer. I could even understand that, even if her follow-up question didn't suit me at all. I mean that this matter is settled, I deflected. Allison knows that we... Kaylee sounded horrified. Honestly, I find that... Of course she doesn't know that, I interrupted Kaylee. Inwardly, I grinned with satisfaction at that moment. So Kaylee was also thinking about sex when I invited her. Bullseye. I mean exactly that everything is fine. It doesn't matter to Allison whether you live with me or not. We are business partners and very good friends. Nothing more. Nothing more, Kaylee murmured thoughtfully to herself. And why did she look so strange when you drove me home? I can't tell you exactly because I don't live in Allison's head, I answered, slightly irritated. Pull yourself together, Nicholas. You shouldn't anger Kaylee now. I didn't want to anger her, but I definitely didn't want to talk in detail about Allison or my relationship with Allison. That was none of Kaylee's business. All right, Kaylee said, sounding slightly offended. I just want to make sure I'm not in anyone's way if I accept your offer. And if you react so strongly just because I ask about Allison, then maybe it's better if I find another solution for my housing problem. I felt the vein on my temple swelling again. This woman simply drove me crazy. What was she thinking? She just showed up here in New York, again, came to the class reunion without warning, let me kiss her there, showed up at my company, and ended up in bed with me. Now I was making her an offer that should really help her, and what did she do? She almost started an argument. She sounded as if we had been married for years and owed each other an explanation. Calm down, Nicholas, calm down. Remember what you want. You want to fuck her. And you will. Oh yes. You'll fuck her until she loses all sense of time and space and screams with pleasure all across your penthouse. The thought gave me pleasure. My cock throbbed. The vein on my temple slowly subsided. I wouldn't make you this offer if I wasn't absolutely convinced that it's no problem for Allison if you live with me, Kaylee, I said as calmly as I could. Don't forget, Allison is my business partner, and just as interested as I am in finding out as quickly as possible what's going on with Wayne and the money. Again, I tried to steer the conversation to safe territory. Professional territory. Allison and the past were not good topics of conversation. I simply had to make that clear to Kaylee. Kaylee said again. Her hesitation was driving me crazy. I wanted nothing more than to drive to her immediately, carry her to my Ferrari without any ifs or buts, chauffeur her to my penthouse, and fuck her all night long. I'll think about it, Kaylee said at that moment. I'll let you know tomorrow, when you pick me up, what I've decided, whether we're going to the company or I'll be working in your apartment. No problem, I replied. I should know by tomorrow morning, though. If you're going to live with me, I'll have to slightly change my plans for tomorrow evening. It would be rude to have visitors then. Kaylee should know that I wasn't waiting for her to grace me with her presence. Good night, Nicholas. With these words, Kaylee ended the conversation. I stared through the windshield of my Ferrari at the dark New York streets. This woman was driving me crazy. What was she thinking?
Chapter 13. Kaylee. When I opened my eyes, I felt like I'd been run over by a truck. Last night, I had trouble falling asleep because so many thoughts were running through my head. Due to my ankle, I couldn't lie on my side as usual, which was my preferred sleeping position. Today, my back ached from the unfamiliar sleeping position, and my ankle throbbed worse than yesterday. Sleep hadn't brought the relief from my discomfort that I'd hoped for. I struggled to reach for my crutches and hobbled to the bathroom. There, I was reminded of the burst water pipe. At least I had completely pushed that out of my mind during the night. No water. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. In less than an hour, Nicholas would pick me up for work, and I couldn't even shower? Yeah, I'd feel really sexy and desirable when I faced him like this. I paused to silence the ironic voice in my head. Hold on, Kaylee. He's your boss. Why do you want to feel sexy and desirable? What is wrong with you? With a slight groan, I leaned against the tiled wall in my bathroom. The solution to all my problems in the apartment was so close. I just needed to accept Nicholas's offer, move into the guest room in his apartment, and let him and his housekeeper take care of me around the clock. The burst water pipe wouldn't matter, the missing furniture wouldn't matter, and the fact that I could only move with difficulty wouldn't matter either. I wouldn't have to borrow money from Megan, and Rachel's repaid loan could remain untouched. But there was a big but. Nicholas. Nicholas and the irresistible attraction he had on me. Within 24 hours, I had managed to meet the very man I never wanted to see again in one of the biggest cities in the world. Even more, we had ended up in bed together, and I had wanted it. It had been amazing. Nicholas wanted more of it. That had become clear to me at the latest during our phone call yesterday. As ambiguous as he had been when he offered me to work and live in his penthouse, his intentions had come across clearly to me. He didn't just want me to be able to do my work undisturbed. He wanted to continue having sex with me. And what did I want? Thoughtfully, I nibbled on my lower lip as I stood in the bathroom, examining my face in the mirror under the dim light bulb. Despite my fatigue and the difficult situation I found myself in, there was a certain gleam in my eyes. My cheeks were glowing radiantly, and my lips looked full and rosy. I had never looked like this even in London. No doubt, sex with Nicholas had done me good in a way and had restored my self-confidence. Although I hadn't loved Jeffrey, I had felt sad and depressed after the breakup. Being dumped like that had been a terrible blow to my pride. On top of that, some of my friends had made it clear that they would side with Jeffrey and end their friendship with me. His marriage to a noblewoman still opened doors to relationships and business deals in Britain that few people wanted to give up. But now the thought of Jeffrey no longer hurt. On the contrary, I wondered how I could have ever felt so depressed because of someone who essentially meant nothing to me. If I was honest, every time I had claimed I wanted to go back to London in the past few days, I had been deceiving myself in a way. I had lost everything in London, and that's exactly why I had returned to New York. After the hard times, I deserved some fun, just as Rachel had said. Rachel. I thought of her warning. Take care of your heart. My heart. I tried to imagine how I would feel if Nicholas told me later that our sex yesterday had unfortunately just been a little slip-up. If he told me that he liked me, but that it unfortunately wasn't enough for more. What would that do to me? I didn't know, and that made me a little uncertain. But then I told myself that I didn't need to worry about that either. Nicholas and I had had sex, and we would have it again if I lived with him. No less, no more. I stared into the mirror again. My eyes weren't shining as much as they had been a few minutes ago, but there were no tears in them either. I nodded, satisfied. My heart was safe. Or was it? At that moment, my phone rang. As quickly as I could, I hobbled back to my mattress. The phone was lying next to it. I looked at the display. Rachel. "Hello, twin. What's up?" I greeted her cheerfully. "You sound much better than yesterday. I like that," Rachel said. "I just wanted to check how you're doing and if there's anything else I can do for you." "You're a sweetheart," I said spontaneously. I felt even better right away. "Have you thought about borrowing money from Megan? I'm sure she'd be happy to give it to you, no matter when you can pay it back." "Yeah," I said hesitantly. In truth, I hadn't given it any more thought. I had already decided yesterday not to accept money from Megan, not even as a loan. What had I been thinking about? Whether I should temporarily live with Nicholas. "You don't want her money," Rachel stated matter-of-factly. "What are you planning to do then? You can't stay in the apartment without water." "Well," I hemmed and hawed. I closed my eyes briefly. "Nicholas offered to let me stay in the guest room of his penthouse until I'm back on my feet," I finally blurted out. "Oh," Rachel said. After a short pause, she asked, "Are you going to accept?" "I haven't decided yet," I answered indecisively. "What's holding you back?" "I don't know." I hesitated. "You're afraid. Afraid of losing your heart," Rachel said firmly. She added, "Is there really a risk?" I pondered. "No, I don't think so," I finally said. "I find Nicholas attractive, very much so, but he hasn't won my heart." "Not yet." But I didn't tell Rachel that. I didn't even want to think about it myself, so I didn't say it out loud, but pushed it away again. Nicholas brought a restlessness into my life that I liked in a certain way. Then where's the problem? "Oh, I don't know. There's still Allison. Nicholas assured me just yesterday that there's nothing between him and her. But in a way, he feels very strongly obligated to her." Rachel mused. "If you're not in love with Nicholas, then Allison shouldn't be a problem. Or at least not yours. If anything, she's Nicholas's problem." Sometimes I hated that my twin sister was always, and I mean always, right? Of course, I would never tell her that, because I loved her with all my heart. What impact my appearance in Nicholas's life would have on his relationship with Allison was indeed not my problem. "If you get the guest room, you can always retreat to your own space," Rachel further encouraged me. "I haven't seen Nicholas in a long time. Actually, not since high school. But I can't imagine he's the type of man who would really pressure you." "He's definitely not," I confirmed Rachel's assumption. "On the contrary, he can't stand that sort of thing. Not then and not now. After all, he stood up for me against Wayne yesterday when he attacked me." "Then I don't understand where your problem lies, KK. Just accept Nicholas's offer. If for some reason you feel uncomfortable being around him, you can simply say your ankle hurts or you have a migraine and retreat to the guest room. You can absolutely not care what Nicholas thinks about that." That sounded logical. "Nicholas may not be a poster boy with a clean slate," Rachel remarked. "Your past isn't unproblematic either. But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy the present. You should even. Absolutely, Kaylee. Enjoy the present." How long had it been since I'd done that? "I hate it when you're always right, Rachel," I admitted to my sister. Rachel laughed. "I've known that for a long time, my dear. And I also know that you love it when I'm always right. You wouldn't want to do without it." "You're right again." I conceded. Rachel now laughed heartily, and I couldn't help but join in. It felt good. I felt a knot inside me loosening. I began to look forward to the coming days. I have to get ready, Rachel. As much as I can in here without water. Nicholas is coming to pick me up in half an hour. Then I'll tell him to take me to his penthouse. Send me the address. Then I'll let Anna know to deliver the clothes for you there. You're a darling, I repeated. Hang in there, KK, Rachel said. Talk to you soon. I ended the call and struggled to get up from the mattress. Enjoy the present. I had certainly earned that. In this case, that meant I would enjoy the sex with Nicholas, and take good care of my heart while doing so. Chapter 14, Kaylee. I gazed in awe around Nicholas's penthouse. In London, I had some wealthy friends and acquaintances, but I had never seen luxury like this before. Nicholas's penthouse occupied the entire top floor of a building in central Manhattan. The elevator doors opened directly into Nicholas's living room, and what I saw there impressed me more than anything I had ever seen. In front of the fully glazed window front stretched a view rarely seen from a residential building in New York. As a mere mortal, I would have had to go up to the Empire State Building and squeeze onto the observation deck with other tourists to see something like this. This apartment, the housekeeper, the Ferrari. Nicholas must be far wealthier than I had previously imagined. How big was the company that he and Allison had founded, really? How many firms had they already acquired? I had imagined that Wilson and Smith would be a very significant deal for Nicholas, but now I could hardly believe that. At least not from a financial perspective. Perhaps he had been interested in the law firm for other reasons. After all, it enjoyed a good reputation in the best New York circles. Nicholas obviously belonged to these. I now remembered that John had mentioned at the class reunion that Nicholas wasn't a millionaire. He was a billionaire. I let my gaze wander through the living room in amazement. Several interior designers must have been at work here. The floor, furniture, and wall decorations were color-coordinated. Only the finest materials had been used. Impressed, I wondered what the guest room would look like. On the drive here, Nicholas and I had wisely avoided discussing the details of my living arrangements. Instead, we had talked about Wilson and Smith, Wayne's strange behavior, and the questions that needed to be clarified in the accounting. Come, I'll help you. Nicholas gently took my arm and led me across the polished marble floor. By now, I was wondering how a single housekeeper could even maintain order in an apartment of this size and furnishing. Did Nicholas have other employees? On the opposite side of the window front, a hallway branched off from the living room. I saw several doors. Nicholas opened the first door on the left side. This is your room. An interior designer had clearly been at work in this room as well. I looked at a large canopy bed with a white baldachin. The curtains were tied into elegant loops on the bedposts. The room looked bright, friendly, and inviting. The wardrobe and dresser were, of course, color-coordinated with the canopy bed, and on the wall hung an abstract painting. It was a picture I would never have chosen for a bedroom with a canopy bed, but it fit perfectly here. I didn't care much for modern art, yet the warm red and orange tones in which the imaginative composition was held captivated my gaze. I felt the warmth of Nicholas's hand on my arm. He was supporting me. I looked at the picture again. Was I mistaken, or did it seem somehow erotic? Nicholas's hand lightly stroked my upper arm, and my skin began to tingle. I kept my gaze fixed on the painting. Come, I'll show you the office. It's right next door. Nicholas's hand remained on my arm. He led me to the next door, where I looked into a medium-sized room held in warm colors. Yellow tones for the walls, perfectly matching lighting, a beautiful but practical desk, and a shelf wall where file folders were distributed in such a way that they looked like part of the decor. Besides the file folders, some houseplants populated the shelf wall. I was thrilled. This was 1,000 times better place to work than the impersonal rundown chamber that Wayne had assigned me as an office at Wilson & Smith. "This is amazing," I said with genuine admiration. "But tell me, isn't this normally your study?" "No, I don't work here. I prefer to go to my company's office, which isn't far from here. Allison used to use this office occasionally, but not lately." Allison. Used to? What did this mean? When she still lived here? When she and Nicholas were together? I looked at Nicholas suspiciously, but he didn't seem to notice me at that moment. Was he lost in thoughts of the past? I pushed my doubts aside. He had assured me that Allison was nothing more than his business partner today. I believed that. That's why I was here and would make the best of it for the next few days. Then I would see. So much had happened in the last 24 hours that I didn't dare to make a prediction for the next week. Nicholas's phone rang. "Yes?" He listened to his conversation partner for a while. His expression darkened, but he didn't ask any questions. "I'm at home right now. I'll come as fast as I can. I'm leaving immediately." He ended the call and put the phone away. "I'm sorry, this is urgent. I have to go. Make yourself at home here. Allison is coming soon and will bring you a laptop and a few other things. Then you can work. If you need anything, Joanna, my housekeeper, will help you. She's coming a bit later today and should be here in about an hour." "Okay," I said softly. I was looking forward to meeting Joanna, but the thought of Allison made me a bit uncomfortable, even if there was no apparent reason for it. I limped over to the desk and sat down. Walking, or rather limping, was already a bit better than right after getting up this morning. Still, I was glad that Joanna would be coming later, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Nicholas turned around with a quick wave. As he left the office, he almost collided with Allison. A little breathless, she came in. "Nicholas, have they called you already?" "Yes, I'm on my way. You two can handle it without me. See you later." With that, he was gone, and Allison and I were alone. "Kaylee." Allison's green eyes looked cool, but not unfriendly. I couldn't help but notice how stunning she looked. In high school, she had been more of a wallflower and a bit chubby, but now she was slender, yet with curves in all the right places. With that figure and her red curls, she must attract the gaze of every man. She could surely have anyone she wanted and take anyone she desired, just like she had taken Nicholas back then. I swallowed. "Don't dwell on the past, Kaylee. This is now, and it's purely professional. This is about business." "Hello, Allison," I said. "Here's your laptop." With these words, she handed me a bag, which I placed on the desk. I would unpack everything later. I've copied the most essential directories and files to the desktop. You can start by getting an overview of the accounting with those. "Thanks, I'll take a look at it later," I replied, but made no move to unpack the laptop. "It's best if you unpack everything now, then we can go through it together," Allison suggested. Or was it more of an order? I couldn't quite place her tone, but I didn't really like it. However, I didn't want to start an argument at this moment, so I opened the zipper of the laptop bag, took out the device, and placed it on the desk. I flipped up the screen and pressed the power button. After a few seconds, the PC had booted up. Allison stood behind me and pointed to 3 folders I could see on the desktop. "Here you'll find the annual financial statements for the last 5 years. She pointed to one of the folders, which was named Annual Statements. "Then I've compiled all cash flow movements for the last 12 months. You'll find all money flows here." She pointed to a folder called Cash Flow. "And here's an overview of all the accounts Wilson & Smith has," I added, pointing to the folder Bank Accounts. "I see you're familiar with this," Allison commented. "I've worked in accounting before," I replied, swallowing a sharper comment. What was going on here? Who did Allison think I was? Did she believe I was a beginner? The way she had just explained the contents of the folders to me was anything but appropriate for someone in my position. "It's best to start with the annual statements," Allison said unimpressed, ignoring my remark. Had she missed the irony in it? Then the accounts, and then the cash flow. With the statements, you should... "I think I know how to proceed and what to look out for, Allison." I interrupted her gently but firmly. Damn it, I was the head of accounting here, not the intern who needed detailed instructions. It was time I showed Allison that, and made her understand what I meant by working independently. "Oh, really?" Allison replied sharply. "Well, may I remind you that Nicholas and I have been your superiors since yesterday." "I'm aware of that," I replied patiently. "Nevertheless, I know my job very well." I was barely controlling myself. What did Allison think she was doing? Playing the boss here. And since when did the boss prescribe in minute detail how one should do their own work? I wouldn't instruct Joanna to clean the windows first, and then the floor. She knew best how to keep the apartment clean, just as I knew how to do my job. "Nicholas asked me to give you an introduction and explain everything to you in detail, which is what I'm doing." Allison shot back. "Thank you," I managed to say. However, none of us knows the exact details of Wilson and Smith's accounting and how the processes are organized there. That's the real problem, isn't it? Or have you already been able to talk to the external service provider and learn something that could help me?" "Me?" Allison laughed shrilly. "That's your job, Kaylee. I just understood that I don't need to explain exactly what you should and shouldn't do, and how you should proceed. But now I'm not so sure anymore." Anger gripped me. It couldn't get any nastier than this. Was Allison trying to set a trap for me? Or was she trying to make me quit on my first day? Had she really discussed this approach with Nicholas? "I'm happy to do my job," I defended myself. "And I don't understand why you're attacking me like this. Why are you taking every remark I make as an attack?" "I'm taking your remarks as an attack? You're the one who won't take any direction from me, your superior. You show up here and take over everything, just like back in the cheerleading team." Allison's voice swung to unprecedented heights. We were about to get into the finest argument. What was this even about? About now or back then? About work or about the cheerleading team? What or who was I taking over? "I'm happy to take direction from you, but I won't let myself be attacked," I replied, exasperated. "I'm not taking over anything. That's more your specialty." That wasn't the smartest remark, Kaylee. But the truth was, I'd had enough. I simply couldn't take Allison's behavior any longer. "Oh, really? What do you mean by that?" Allison ironically raised an eyebrow and looked at me with a challenging gaze. Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. "What actually happened at the graduation ball?" I blurted out. At the graduation ball, when she had snatched Nicholas away. "Oh, are we bringing up those old stories again?" Allison's tone remained ironic, but she avoided my gaze. "Old or not, what about it? What happened back then?" "Didn't Nicholas tell you?" Allison still wasn't looking at me. Something wasn't right here. "No." "Should he have?" I replied. In that same moment, I cursed myself for this answer. Allison now knew that I knew nothing. This was an advantage for her, and as it turned out, she didn't want to waste it. "If he hasn't said anything, you certainly won't hear it from me. You'd better ask him yourself. I have to go now. You'll manage just fine, as you said yourself earlier." With these words, Allison turned around and marched out the door. I watched her leave, my mouth slightly open. What had just happened here?
Chapter 15. Nicholas. For the second time since the takeover, I entered the building that housed Wilson and Smith. I looked around, slightly irritated. This place was in desperate need of renovation. The condition of the walls and the furnishings didn't look bad, but they were somehow old-fashioned and dated. If we wanted to attract new, wealthy clients and increase our revenue, we needed to have a modern, fresh image, and that included the work environment. Who would hire a lawyer working in a musty building? I made a mental note to discuss this point with Allison as soon as possible. I nodded to the receptionist. She had called me. "Hello, Melina?" I hoped I had remembered her name correctly. She beamed at me. Bullseye. "Hello, Mr. Wright. Thank you for calling me. Where is he?" "He went upstairs. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him." She shrugged and looked at me helplessly. "No problem. That's not your job anyway," I reassured her. While I was showing Kaylee the guest room and office in my apartment, I had received a call from Melina. Wayne Wilson had reappeared and wanted to enter the law firm. Melina had tried to stop him, but he had simply pushed past her. Of course, I couldn't blame her for that. Melina was employed here as a receptionist, not as a bodyguard. A man with Wayne Wilson's stature couldn't be stopped. Or rather, he could only be stopped by someone like me. The kick to his knee yesterday had obviously not been enough of a warning. I hadn't kicked with full force and certainly didn't want to shatter Wayne's kneecap. "What should I do if he comes again?" Melina interrupted my thoughts. "Just call me, like you did today. However, I don't think it will happen again. Now, I'm going upstairs to talk to him." I tried to sound level-headed, but I could feel the vein at my temple starting to throb slowly and anger spreading through me. What was this guy thinking, showing up here again after I had banned him from the premises yesterday? Did he believe he could simply ignore my instructions without facing any consequences? I nodded to Melina once more and entered the elevator. Upon arriving upstairs, I looked around. The hallway was empty. All employees were in their offices, working, of course, because the daily business continued as usual, even though Allison and I had been the new owners of the law firm since the day before yesterday. Clients needed to be taken care of, motions written, court hearings prepared. I nodded with satisfaction. The fact that everything was running smoothly here confirmed my suspicion. Essentially, this was a healthy business. Only somewhere in the accounting department, something was fishy. We would identify that spot with Kaylee's help, and then fix the error. I opened the door to my office. As I had suspected, Wayne Wilson was sitting there, in the executive chair. In my executive chair. "Good morning, Wayne," I said calmly. "Never let your opponent sense how you feel. Never. That would mean giving up your own advantage. I had learned this lesson on the football field as well." "Hello, Nicholas," Wayne replied as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Obviously, he had also learned this lesson at some point. Show no emotions. Or he really thought his presence here was normal. "What are you doing here?" I started with a harmless question, hoping Wayne would fall into my trap. "I'm working," came the short answer. Bullseye. Wayne had fallen into the trap I had set for him. "Oh, really? As what? You no longer have a job here?" "This is my law firm. It bears my name. Wilson and Smith. I'm Wayne Wilson, in case you forgot. So of course I have a job here." Was this idiot living in a parallel universe? We were at the notary together, remember? You signed a piece of paper there, in case you didn't read it carefully beforehand. It was a purchase agreement for the law firm that bears your name, Wilson and Smith. It belongs to me now. And in a few months it would have a different name, I thought, but didn't say it out loud. It was already clear to me that my company would definitely not bear this idiot's name forever. "I still work here. This is my office." I had rarely seen such a case of denial of reality. I could feel the vein at my temple throbbing so much that I was about to explode. Involuntarily, I clenched my jaw. If Wayne continued to act so arrogantly here, my fist would end up in his face. Whether I would get into any trouble because of it was irrelevant to me. In the end, I would win the duel against Wayne anyway. "It's not your office anymore. It's my office now, and I banned you from the premises yesterday. You should be at home counting the money we transferred to you for this law firm," I said firmly, appearing calmer than I felt. Maybe there was still a way to get Wayne to simply leave the law firm. I didn't want to cause a scene and further unsettle the employees in the surrounding offices. A takeover always caused unrest among the staff, and I didn't want to contribute to that with a loud argument. "I didn't even want to sell the law firm," Wayne grumbled, looking at me defiantly. "You should have thought about that earlier." I remained unyielding. "We discussed this for months, and in the end, you accepted our offer. Surely you thought it through and didn't act on impulse?" And even if he had, I didn't care. Wayne had signed the purchase agreement and now had to live with the consequences. The law firm that bore his name no longer belonged to him. You pressured me. Us? We didn't do anything. We even increased our offer at the end. If you're suddenly under such great financial pressure that you desperately need the money, that's not our problem. This guy clearly didn't understand what pressure meant. You, Allison, and my partners, you're all in cahoots. You all forced me. I'm the owner here, and it was sold against my will. I'll report this. And no one will care, I retorted. We were at the notary, the purchase contracts are signed, notarized, and certified, and there's nothing to dispute. It was all illegal. You conspired against me, you and my partners. Wayne repeated his ridiculous accusation and threatened, just wait until the press hears about this. The press won't even print baseless accusations, I replied. Secretly, however, I was a bit worried. Of course, the financial press wouldn't print such things, but there were plenty of media outlets that thrived on spreading unfounded rumors. If our company's reputation was damaged, Allison and I could get into serious trouble because then no one would sell us a company or entrust us with one anymore. But we lived off such deals, so we couldn't afford reputational damage. I had to keep a close eye on Wayne. I couldn't let this idiot destroy the livelihood that Allison and I had built together. We had worked hard for it. You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs, Wayne glared at me hostilely. Where did you even get the money to increase your offer for the firm so much at short notice? There must be something fishy going on, and the press will be interested in that too. Now I'd had enough. My finances are none of your business. I made an offer to you and your partners, and after some hesitation on your part, you decided to accept it. You've already received the money. The firm no longer belongs to you, and since yesterday, you're banned from the premises. Get out! I raised my voice, but without yelling. I saved that for the appropriate situations on the football field. It was out of place here. Wayne, however, seemed to be of a different opinion as he rose from his chair and began to scream until his face turned red. I crossed my arms and leaned against the wall to show him that I found his behavior completely inappropriate. You don't own anything here. Again, where did you even get the money? Where did you get the money for all your business deals? I've read up on you, and you built your company from nothing. You and this Allison. Who are you people anyway? Wayne shouted. That's none of your business. You sold, we paid. End of story. My voice remained determined but calm. You have no say here anymore. This is my last warning. Leave this office now. You've got something to hide. Wayne's face transformed into a hate-filled, rage-distorted grimace. Something's rotten here. The money comes from drug trafficking, or gambling, weapons. You must have started somehow, because a nobody doesn't just come into a fortune that he can invest in other companies. Never. If we had been out on the street, I probably would have rearranged Wayne's face so badly that he would have needed to see a plastic surgeon the next day to restore his human features. Or no. Even then, I wouldn't have lost control of myself like that. But I would have allowed myself to give him 2 black eyes so he'd understand who was in charge now. I almost wished Wayne would completely lose it and attack me so I could give him another kick. I hated it when someone questioned my credibility, or the credibility of my company or my family. If anyone has something to hide, it's probably you. Where's all the money the firm has made with its clients in recent years? Not in the till, not invested. This place looks like it was last renovated shortly after World War II, I countered. Ah, trying to deflect now? Audit my books so your inadequacies don't come to light? But that won't work. I'll find out where your wealth comes from, and then my firm will belong entirely to me again. Now I'd had enough. I'd listened to the nonsense this idiot was spouting for long enough. We're leaving the building together now. You go first. I'll follow behind you. Downstairs, you'll go through the door and not come back in. If you so much as put a toe over the threshold ever again, you won't get off as lightly as you are now. With these words, I opened the door. After you! With a sweeping gesture, I pointed to the hallway. Wayne glared at me hatefully. Unmoved, I returned his gaze and said, And if you try to sneak in here while I'm not around, the police will come in my place and remove you. I'll make sure of that. Now march, or do you want to limp out of here again like yesterday? My threat worked. Wayne knew he had lost this battle, but he didn't admit defeat entirely. My employees won't call the police when I come. They're loyal. These are my employees now, and yes, they are loyal. Who do you think told me you were here? The people whose salaries I'll be paying from now on. You'll regret this, Wayne hissed as he passed by me. I'll bring the dirt you're hiding to light soon enough. I'm not afraid, I retorted, closing the door and following Wayne down the hallway. I wasn't afraid. Whatever Wayne would find out, and I had no doubt he would search, couldn't harm me. I had nothing to hide. Or did I? I thought about Kaylee and Allison.
Chapter 16. Kaylee. So, how's it looking? Nicholas poked his head through the door. I looked up, surprised. You're back already? I asked. Already, that's rich, Nicholas laughed, surprisingly relaxed. Have you looked at the clock lately? No, I hadn't in the last few hours. Now I noticed it was getting dark around me. Another hot New York summer day was coming to an end, and it had passed quickly at work. I had reviewed balance sheets, worked through account transactions, and checked the cash register. I didn't even notice how time flew by, I said honestly. Is everything all right? I added. Nicholas's ice blue eyes looked a bit dark, and I knew him well enough to know that this usually meant something hadn't gone according to his wishes. Oh, nothing of importance. He waved it off. I looked at him searchingly, but then just nodded. If Nicholas didn't want to talk, he didn't want to talk. It had always been that way. Besides, I wasn't sure if I wanted to talk myself. I suddenly became acutely aware of the situation. Here stood the man I had once loved more than anyone else, the man I had ended up in bed with shortly after our reunion yesterday, and with whom I would gladly end up in bed again. We were alone in his luxurious penthouse. Get a grip, Kaylee. But I had to admit to myself that I desired Nicholas. I looked at him standing in the doorway, with his muscular upper body stretching his shirt, his arms that had held me, and his attractive face that was so familiar yet foreign to me at the same time. I felt my heart start to beat faster and a slight tingling in the pit of my stomach that I hadn't felt for far too long. How long? Be honest with yourself, Kaylee. Since high school. Since you last saw Nicholas years ago. After that, it might have been pleasant with men. But that really big feeling, you never had it again. How did it go here? Did you find out anything? Nicholas's question snapped me out of my thoughts. Well, I hesitated. I hated having to give Nicholas bad news. Yes? He asked. When I still didn't say anything, he added, Come on, spit it out, Kaylee. I wasn't expecting good news and hidden pots of gold in this case anyway. He knew me. He knew why I was hesitating. Wayne is practically bankrupt, I blurted out. Great, Kaylee. First, you want to spare him and not deliver bad news, and then you drop the whole thing on him without much warning. Wayne or the firm? Nicholas asked. The firm, I clarified. I have no idea about Wayne's personal finances, of course. We don't have access to his private accounts. What exactly does practically bankrupt mean? Nicholas wanted to know. Apart from the good reputation that Wilson & Smith has built up over the years and a quite solvent client base, there's not much. To be precise, nothing at all. You can't expect the firm to bring you a lot of money right off the bat. I figured as much. Although it does operate profitably, the operating costs consistently stay below the income. In recent years, a profit was always generated, and not a small one at that. Where did the money go then? Nicholas asked the obvious and justified question. I couldn't figure that out yet. I only know that at the end of each month, a large sum flowed from the firm to a bank based in California. A very large sum. So large that there was practically never anything left in the firm. Nothing at all? Nicholas really wanted to know everything in detail, but I didn't feel controlled or checked at all. He wasn't giving me instructions like Allison, but wanted to understand what was going on in order to make the right decisions afterward. Exactly. If you want to invest, and I assume you do, then you can't take the necessary funds from the firm. You'll have to bring in the money yourself from your other resources. How do you know I want to invest? Nicholas asked, interested. I've never mentioned it. I smiled. The office looks more in need of renovation than representative. I can't imagine you want to leave it like that. Clients expect something different these days, and it seems to me that you do too. I do too? You're drawing the right conclusions, but how did you come to that? A small smile had appeared in Nicholas's eyes, and the tingling in my stomach promptly returned. Well, the way it looks here. With a vague gesture, I indicated what I meant by here. The office I was sitting in now. The penthouse. Nicholas's whole environment was the stark contrast to the outdated, aging offices at Wilson and Smith. How does it look? Was I imagining it, or had Nicholas's voice dropped an octave? How? Well, elegant, I guess. Heavens, why did I have to stammer like that? But the tingling had spread further from the pit of my stomach. My lips were tingling and my core began to burn. From a single look, a single sentence. Admit it, Kaylee. You want him. Don't kid yourself. You want this man. Now. Yesterday. Tomorrow. And probably you've always wanted him. I was startled. What was I thinking? Always wanted? Elegant, I see. Have you looked around everywhere yet? No. I was too engrossed in my work. That was true. At lunchtime, Nicholas's housekeeper had brought me something to eat and asked if I needed anything else. I had said no. I didn't want to be a burden to anyone, and besides, I had more than enough to do. Now it's time to call it a day, Nicholas announced. Boss's orders. Was I imagining it, or was there a mischievous twinkle in his eyes? My heart was pounding so loudly that I thought he must be able to hear it. And a small part of me rejoiced in my triumph. Allison might have gotten Nicholas back then, but now he had come home. To me. Before I relax on the couch, I'd like to take a shower, I announced. I didn't have a chance to do that in my apartment yesterday, and of course not today either. I was a little embarrassed to admit it. But Nicholas didn't seem to mind. Of course, make yourself at home, he invited me. I'll show you the bathroom. I stood up. A sharp pain shot through my ankle. Although I felt much better than this morning, I didn't want to take any risks. Sighing, I reached for the crutches. A truly relaxing shower was probably out of the question, because I couldn't possibly stand for long like this, especially not in a shower where it was slippery and wet and I could slip at any time. I limped towards Nicholas, who stood motionless in the doorway of the office. After you, he said, gesturing towards the hallway. But as I tried to pass him, he grabbed my arm. His fingers closed around my wrist. I stopped, and Nicholas leaned his head towards the crook of my neck. So I can still smell myself on your skin. You haven't showered since we had sex. His warm breath brushed against my neck as he whispered these words into my ear. Words that caused the burning in my core to flare up in a way I had never known before. I half turned so that I was facing Nicholas. His ice blue eyes studied me, and I saw in them desire. And I had to admit, I liked it. I wanted this man, and I wanted him to desire me. Nicholas raised his other hand and brought a finger to my lips. Gently, he traced my mouth. I closed my eyes and gave myself over to his touch. Even now, I had to suppress a moan. Nicholas simply knew where, how, and when to touch me to arouse me. When Nicholas's hand moved away from my mouth and cupped my face, I opened my eyes again. Kaylee, he murmured before leaning down further towards me. And finally, his mouth found mine. I let go of the crutches and didn't care that they clattered to the floor beside me. I pressed myself against Nicholas as if there was no tomorrow and willingly opened my mouth for Nicholas's tongue, which immediately began to playfully entwine with mine. Maybe in a few days I would regret giving myself to him so completely, but then at least I wanted to be able to say that I had had my fun. You only regret what you don't do, Kaylee. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through my ankle. I let out a slight gasp. Nicholas let go of me and looked at me with concern, My ankle. I think I need the crutches. Instead of bending down for the crutches, Nicholas grasped my hips and lifted me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist and he carried me slowly down the hallway. I enjoyed feeling his strong arms around me. I hadn't felt this safe and secure in a long time. I buried my nose in the crook of his neck and inhaled his sharp masculine scent. A cologne, but underneath lay something familiar. Nicholas's body scent, still unmistakable after all these years. Nicholas opened a door to our left. Here we are. I lifted my head and was amazed. Before me lay the largest and most luxurious bathroom I had ever seen. A level shower, more precisely, a rain shower with jets integrated into the ceiling, and an additional shower head that seemed to allow every possible setting. There were also several rows of massage jets for the back. Next to the shower was a bathtub that could easily accommodate several people, and a hot tub. I stared at the basin, which was already filled with water. Wow, this is... Nicholas gently set me down on the floor in front of him, so that my back was to him. Is that okay with your foot? Just for a moment. I nodded, but secretly regretted no longer being carried by him. The touch had felt too good, too close. But I didn't have to wait long. I'll help you, Nicholas said and started working on the fastening of the dress I was wearing today. A pleasant shiver ran through my entire body and intensified as the dress slipped to the floor. I felt Nicholas's hands on my back as he undid the clasp of my bra. Involuntarily, a slight moan escaped me before he had even really touched me. My panties also slipped to the floor after a few seconds. For a minute, I stood in the room without moving. I heard Nicholas undressing behind me. Naked, he wrapped an arm around my stomach and sat down with me on his lap on the edge of the hot tub. He began to caress me, stroking my breasts and my stomach. I rested my head on his shoulder and gave myself over to the feeling of being desired and pampered. Nicholas's right hand cupped my breast and kneaded it gently. His fingers began to play with my nipple, teasing it lightly. When he tugged on it, I gasped with desire. I felt myself getting wet and involuntarily spread my legs. We hadn't spoken a word since sitting on the edge of the hot tub, but it seemed Nicholas understood me without words. His hand moved downward and found my pearl. He massaged me skillfully, so skillfully that I soon couldn't suppress a loud moan. I pressed myself against him and felt his erection pushing against my bottom and back as we sat. I want you, I blurted out. On one hand, I didn't want Nicholas to stop massaging my pearl for even a second, but on the other hand, I wanted nothing more than to feel him inside me. But that would have meant turning around, and Nicholas's hand would have to stop its movements that were giving me so much pleasure. But while he continued to massage me, Nicholas pulled me into the hot tub. I slid into the pleasantly warm water as Nicholas continued to pleasure me with his hand. My moans echoed off the tiled walls of the large bathroom. Nicholas positioned me so that I could rest my knees on one of the hot tub's seats, facing away from him. I braced my hands on the edge of the hot tub. Nicholas continued to stimulate my clitoris and entered me from behind. I moaned with excitement. The warm water, the feeling of weightlessness, Nicholas's hands steadily massaging me, and his cock in my vagina made me feel both relaxed and aroused at the same time. Lustfully, I matched the rhythmic movements with which Nicholas continued to drive his cock into me. Oh, I was having fun like I'd never had before. And I was more aroused than ever before. Now that I was sure Nicola was also enjoying himself, I held nothing back. Our movements didn't increase in speed in the water, but they did in intensity. And suddenly, the world seemed to explode before my eyes. I moaned louder than ever before. The orgasm washed over me like a wave. My body shuddered in the water from head to toe, and I gasped for air in excitement. At that moment, Nicola drove his cock deeper into me than he had ever done before. Yes, Kaylee, I heard him moan, before he also came and released inside me. Chapter 17. Kaylee. Absently, I glanced at the clock. It was almost time for me to finish work. Once again, the day had flown by. I had more than enough work, which suited me just fine. With my sprained ankle, I couldn't go outside to enjoy the wonderful summer weather in New York anyway. So I sat in my office in Nicholas's penthouse, occasionally enjoying the unobstructed view of the blue New York sky, letting myself be pampered by Nicholas's housekeeper, and otherwise burying my head in work. Professionally, I had definitely made the right decision. I felt pleasantly challenged by the situation in the accounting department at Wilson & Smith, and enjoyed identifying problems and finding solutions. Yes, coming to New York had been the right move. Professionally and personally. I thought about last night, about Nicholas and our sex in the hot tub. Even now, the memory sent a slight, very pleasant shiver through my body, and I briefly closed my eyes to savor the moment. I had wanted Nicholas, no question. But what did he think of me? Who was I to him, and what had happened back then at the graduation ball with Allison? Why hadn't Nicholas contacted me for months? These questions kept coming up in my mind, and to be honest, they wouldn't leave me alone. Could I really protect my heart as Rachel had advised me? And what if I couldn't? After we had enjoyed ourselves in the hot tub last night, I had retreated to my room. I didn't want to spend the night next to Nicholas, and even less did I want to wake up beside him. That would have only led to further complications. Or rather, it would have put my heart in unnecessary danger. So yesterday I had followed Rachel's advice, claimed to have a headache, and gone to bed. What if it was already too late to protect my heart? Sighing, I opened my eyes again. Thinking wasn't getting me anywhere in this matter. But on the other hand, I had no idea what else to do. Was there even anything I could do? Work, distract myself, and see what would happen. Maybe tonight's evening with Nicholas would bring me new insights into how exactly his relationship with Allison had developed over the last few years. Until then, I'd better immerse myself further in the law firm's accounting. Frowning, I looked at the columns of numbers on the screen in front of me. Why had Wayne withdrawn money from the law firm? His partners had regularly received their due bonus payments and shares, but everything beyond that, Wayne had transferred to California. What had happened to the money there? I almost regretted that there was such a thing as bank secrecy, because I would have loved to take a look at Wayne's California account. I'm sure I would have gotten answers to some of my questions then. At that moment, my phone vibrated. I looked at the display. An unknown number. Who could be calling me here? I didn't know anyone in New York whose number I hadn't saved. I hadn't been to any events and hadn't handed out business cards anywhere. Curious, I answered the call. Hello, this is Kaylee Davis. Kaylee, I need your help. A male voice, but I didn't recognize it. Who could it be? It wasn't Nicholas, and I wouldn't know what he'd need my help with anyway. Who's speaking? I asked. This is Wayne Wilson. Wayne? I couldn't have been more surprised. If there was someone who needed my help even less than Nicholas, it was probably Wayne. Sure, he had hired me for my job, but the company I was working for no longer belonged to him. We had met once, and during that meeting, I had been the subject of a dispute between him and Nicholas and ended up getting hurt. So what could Wayne want from me now? You have to help me, Kaylee, he repeated. What's this about? I asked automatically, immediately wishing I could take the words back. The guy shouldn't think I would help him. Why should I? Nicholas has dirt on his hands. I'm sure of it. 100% sure. Something's not right there. Wayne's voice sounded neutral, but I thought I could hear that he was struggling to keep his emotions in check. Hatred. Contempt. I don't have that feeling at all. Although I've only been here for a few days, everything seems to be above board to me, I replied diplomatically. I hoped to end the conversation with a polite refusal. I'd rather not anger Wayne, as I remembered his appearance in the office all too well. The appearance that had left me with a sprained ankle. Why was Wayne asking me for help, of all people? He must be pretty desperate. Nicholas suddenly doubled his offer for the takeover of Wilson and Smith, so I couldn't say no. That's not normal. Well, it's a very generous offer, I admitted. The guy must have problems. I wished someone would suddenly double my salary. Would I ask where the money came from? Certainly not. Would I say no? Also not. Too generous. Something's not right. Wayne insisted on his theory. Nicholas really wanted the law firm and was willing to pay that price now. Supply and demand determine the price. That's how it is in business. My answer was superficial, but I just wanted to end this conversation as quickly as possible. I had no desire to continue talking to Wayne. I wouldn't be able to convince him anyway that everything had been legitimate in the purchase of Wilson and Smith. I hired you, Kaylee. Without me, you wouldn't even have this job. I'm only expecting a small favor in return. Wayne wouldn't be shaken off. I decided to use his persistence to my advantage. Maybe I could find out more about what Wayne was actually accusing Nicholas of. Compensation? I work here and get paid for it, just like any other job. There's no special compensation, and you're not my boss anymore. I work for Nicholas now. And Allison. I reluctantly added in my thoughts. But I wouldn't let that pass my lips to Wayne. If I hadn't hired you, you wouldn't be here. In New York. So what? Wayne was annoying me more and more, but I owed it to Nicholas to find out more about Wayne's intentions. As I had just said, I was Nicholas's employee now. The more I knew about Wayne, the better Nicholas could fend off his attacks. Since you were able to return to your homeland thanks to me, you can now do me a favor. And what do you want? I asked grumpily. Better to play along now. Otherwise, I'd never find out what this was really about. I know you're working for Nicholas now, in his penthouse. How? I blurted out. Not important. Wayne dismissed my interjection. I frowned. Probably someone from the firm had told Wayne that I wasn't in the office, but at Nicholas's penthouse. I couldn't imagine anything else. Wayne continued. In any case, you're now at the source of all information. You have access to his private accounting, or can at least get it. If anyone can find out where Nicholas's wealth comes from, it's you. Where else would it come from? From his businesses, of course, I replied. Yes, but where did it originally come from? Originally. At some point, he made his first deal and he didn't take out a bank loan for it. He was very young then. What happened? Drugs? Gambling? Why are you interested in where the money came from? It was none of Wayne's business. Besides, his accusations were ridiculous. Nicholas had taken his sports and health so seriously in high school that he had never even smoked a cigarette. I've spent years of my life building up the firm. I won't stand by and watch some upstart criminal ruin its reputation in a short time. It's not just my company, but my life's work. Wayne now sounded almost... well, I didn't know myself. In any case, he seemed to be seriously worried about the firm. Wayne seemed to sense that I was listening and kept talking. If you find something, a clue that can finally prove my theory, it won't be to your disadvantage. What? Was all I could manage. Did the guy seriously think I would snoop around the penthouse or plant drugs on Nicholas? He must be out of his mind. If you help me get the firm back into my hands, I'll make you a partner. You'll get the same profit shares as all the other partners. In a few years, you won't have to work anymore if you don't want to, and you'll never be dependent on people like Nicholas and Allison. I'm not comfortable with that idea, I replied. Damn. Had I gotten too involved in Wayne's game? Had that been a mistake? If I brushed him off now, he might intrigue against me with Nicholas and Allison. How could I best get rid of him now? Frantically searching for a way out, I said, "I don't want to talk about this any further." "Think about it. I'm happy to give you some time to consider. I understand that you can't decide this so easily. Nicholas seemed quite likable to you in our meeting, but that's no reason to cover for him." Oh heavens, this was getting worse and worse. I hardly knew what to say anymore and was glad this was a phone conversation. My cheeks had turned a hectic red, which Wayne fortunately couldn't see. What exactly had I done in the meeting? If a blockhead like Wayne had noticed that I found Nicholas attractive, it was probably written all over my face. "I'm not covering for Nicholas." My answer came quickly, vehemently, and without thinking. Sure, Wayne hurried to say. "I just mean I could understand if you got that idea. Maybe it's not even Nicholas. He's known Allison for quite a while, right? Maybe she got the money somehow and then used it to lure Nicholas. Who knows? But you can find out, Kaylee." Without knowing it, Wayne had touched a sore spot. I still hadn't understood what connected Nicholas and Allison. Allison hadn't been such a brilliant student that Nicholas would have absolutely needed to bring her into his company for those reasons. Money was a more obvious explanation. And maybe that was also an explanation for why Nicholas had gotten involved with Allison. I chewed thoughtfully on my lower lip. "Kaylee, are you in? Will you help me?" At that moment, I heard footsteps approaching the office door. I looked outside. The sky was already slowly darkening again. It was getting evening. The housekeeper had long since left, so those could only be Nicholas's footsteps. He must not hear how Wayne was trying to persuade me to spy on him. Somehow, the situation had gotten out of control. I had only wanted to know what Wayne was up to. Instead, I had let him monopolize me. "No," I said brusquely. "Nicholas has nothing to hide. If anyone has dirt on their hands, it's probably you. Or why did all the money flow to California?" At that moment, the office door opened. I dropped the phone as quickly as I could. Nicholas stood in the doorway, looking at me questioningly. I didn't want him to know about my conversation with Wayne. I hadn't found out anything about Wayne's intentions that I could have reported to Nicholas. Instead, I had stumbled upon more unanswered questions about Nicholas. My heart was pounding loudly.
Chapter 18. Nicholas. When I saw Kaylee sitting at the desk, my cock throbbed in my pants. Damn, the sex with her yesterday hadn't been enough. Her blonde hair shimmered seductively in the twilight. Her flawless face captivated me, just as much as it had years ago, and her brown eyes looked warm yet unfathomable at the same time. I had to have her again today. Even though she was looking at me so guiltily, as if I'd caught her secretly emptying my penthouse, I had to have her. With that expression on her face, I needed her even more. But first, I had to find out what was going on here. Kaylee had never been able to fool me years ago, and she couldn't do it now either. Something was fishy. As I'd walked down the hallway, I'd heard her talking on the phone, but when I appeared in the doorway a few seconds ago, she'd dropped the phone as if she'd burned her fingers on it. "Who were you just talking to?" My question sounded sterner than intended. "Good evening, Nicholas." Kaylee's right eyebrow twitched slightly at my question, but she greeted me calmly. The eyebrow was a sign that I'd hit a nerve. Good. That was exactly my intention. I wasn't in the mood for exchanging pleasantries. I wanted an answer to my question, and then I wanted to fuck this woman. My cock was making it increasingly clear that it wanted to be put to use soon. Should we do it right here in the office? I could fuck Kaylee on the desk. The thought fascinated me. In the beginning, when I'd founded my company, I'd once let my secretary give me a blowjob under the desk. Unfortunately, Allison had interrupted and put an end to it, once and for all. Since that incident, I'd only hired older, severely overweight secretaries. Luckily, Allison wasn't here to stop me from living out my fantasies with Kaylee now. I wouldn't have allowed it anyway, not in this case. But first, there was still something to clear up. "Don't you want to answer my question?" I asked Kaylee again. This time I sounded stern on purpose. I was Kaylee's boss. "Oh, it was purely personal," she evaded. Her face spoke volumes. Something wasn't right. She was hiding something from me. Damn witch. She knew very well that, in this case, with a private matter, I couldn't really probe further. Her private life was none of my business. After all, we only shared a casual relationship. The problem was, now I wanted to know even more urgently than before who she had just been talking to, with whom she had secrets that were none of my business. It didn't sound purely personal at all. This remark wasn't the most intelligent and had slipped out. Damn it, Nicholas, don't make a fool of yourself. This woman broke your heart once. Don't let her do it a second time. Fuck her, as hard and fast as you can. Make her moan, but keep your heart in check. But it was. Kaylee's face was closing off visibly. Damn, she was driving me crazy. The only way to penetrate her was to fuck her, to drive my cock into her until she screamed with pleasure. But even then, she would keep what was on her mind secret from me. How could I find out? I didn't want to give her my heart, but I wanted to know her secrets. I stepped closer to the desk. Kaylee didn't look at me, but continued to stare intently at her laptop screen, tilting her head seductively to the left, revealing the fine line of her neck. Damn, was she trying to turn me on? I wanted her, but I would determine everything else. Don't you have your secrets too? Her voice sounded soft. What do you mean? I asked, while running my hand through her blonde hair and twirling one of the strands around my finger. Kaylee turned and looked at me. In her eyes was lust, unmistakably. She wanted me, but she was still resisting this realization. Yes, she was even trying to escape me. Not physically, but she was asking me a question she shouldn't be asking. Why did you start a company with Allison? I just needed another employee, I evaded. Damn, always these questions about Allison. I didn't want to answer them, not now, not in the future. I wanted to fuck Kaylee, period. So I said, you can believe me, Allison and I are nothing more than business partners today. That was true. If I assured Kaylee that there was nothing between Allison and me today, maybe she'd spare me all these questions about the past. Kaylee looked at me silently. Her breathing was heavy, but her eyes were inscrutable. What was she thinking as she tried to master her arousal now? I wanted to fuck her more urgently than ever before, just to show her who was in charge here. My cock demanded its rights. You don't believe me? I asked. I do. And didn't you enjoy it yesterday? I asked, letting my hand wander from Kaylee's hair down her neck into her cleavage. Yes, it was... Kaylee didn't finish her sentence, but her cheeks reddened as I mentioned the previous evening. There we go. I pushed aside the laptop that was open in front of Kaylee and leaned against the desk. With her sprained ankle, Kaylee couldn't escape me. She didn't look like she wanted to, either. I pulled her closer on the desk chair with its wheels until I could feel her hot breath on my six-pack. Oh yes, my daily workout had paid off more than once. Women went crazy for my muscles and usually could hardly keep their hands off them. Kaylee couldn't resist me either. She gently caressed my six-pack. I stroked her neck with its delicate skin and let my hand slide back into her neckline. My fingers played with the upper edge of her bra. Even this light touch made Kaylee's breathing heavier. My cock was also getting stiff, visibly tenting my pants. I pulled Kaylee's t-shirt over her head. Underneath, she wore a seductive black lace bra. The sight turned me on, but inwardly I grinned a little. Ah, this was the underwear women put on when they wanted sex or thought they might have it soon. Kaylee might claim all sorts of things, but now I knew for sure. When she got dressed this morning, she was already thinking about us fucking tonight. She wanted me. I admiringly looked at her well-shaped body. Even in high school, she had the most beautiful breasts of all the female students. I was the only one allowed to touch them back then, and today, they were mine again. My hand slipped under her bra. I grasped Kaylee's nipple with my thumb and forefinger, gently tugging at it. That used to drive her crazy back then. I could see in her eyes that it was no different today. She moved her hand forward and began stroking my cock through my pants with firm, energetic movements. Soon that wasn't enough for her. Her hands started working on my belt buckle, and after a few seconds, my pants slid to the floor. My underwear followed, and my cock could finally stand up in all its size. I sat down on the edge of the desk and surrendered completely to Kaylee's hands. She caressed my thighs up to my balls and began to gently knead them. I enjoyed the feeling. Kaylee looked at me with a frivolous smile and bent her mouth forward. my cock disappeared into her warm, soft cavity. Her tongue skillfully played with my glands before Kaylee began to suck wildly on me. I loved this sight. How she was fully devoted to giving me pleasure. My cock got harder and harder. I grabbed the back of Kaylee's head and thrust forward with rhythmic movements, making my cock disappear deeper and deeper into her mouth. The most wonderful, most pleasurable feeling I could imagine. I was very tempted to come right in Kaylee's mouth, but she should have her fun too. I carefully pulled back a little. Kaylee looked at me questioningly. I moved away from the desk edge, slid forward, grabbed Kaylee around the hips, and lifted her off the desk chair. I pushed her skirt up, pulled off her panties, turned around, and sat Kaylee on the desk. She looked at me with that expression in her brown eyes that said she was wet and ready to receive my cock. Oh, she was hotter today than ever before. Kaylee braced herself with her hands on the desk. I lightly grasped her upper body and then finally entered her. She wasn't just wet. She was soaking with arousal. My thrusts became faster and faster. Yes! This was exactly how I had imagined it. We were fucking wildly on the desk and having more fun than ever before. Kaylee moaned loudly and her vagina contracted around my cock, a sure sign that she would come soon. She arched her upper body backward, offering me her breasts. This sight aroused me even more than before. I bent my head down and began to suck on one of the stiff nipples. When I took it between my teeth and gently bit down, Kaylee moaned loudly again and began to twitch wildly. Her orgasm turned me on incredibly, and after a few moments, I came inside her. Covered in a light sweat, we sank together onto the desk chair. I held Kaylee on my lap and looked at her thoughtfully as she sat on me with slightly flushed skin, still warm from the orgasm. She looked satisfied and seemed visibly comfortable. Could I now have everything I wanted from her? She surely didn't think she could distract me from the questions I had asked her earlier and that were going through my mind with a blowjob. I wrapped my arms around Kaylee's hips again, lifted her slightly, and stood up before letting her sink back onto the chair. I looked deep into her brown eyes. So, who were you talking to on the phone earlier?
Chapter 19. Kaylee. I stared grumpily out the window the next morning. The blue New York summer sky didn't match my mood at all, and I could only hope that my spirits would improve as the day went on. But I knew that throughout the day, the heat would build up between the canyons of skyscrapers until an unbearable mugginess developed, making any time spent outside comparable to a visit to the sauna. And that, in turn, perfectly matched my mood. It was simmering inside me. From the heat, yes and no. I was hot for Nicholas. Hotter than I showed him and hotter than I wanted to admit to myself. This isn't good, Kaylee. You want him too much. It goes against your own agreement with yourself. Remember, keep your heart out of it. The guy has betrayed you badly and left you hanging once. Don't give him the chance to do it a second time. The danger of Nicholas breaking my heart again was very real. I had to admit that to myself. I had no idea what he really wanted from me. I didn't doubt for a second that he found me attractive and seductive and wanted to have fun with me. But that was just one side. Why did he become so dismissive as soon as I brought up our past, and especially Allison? I still wasn't clear on the exact connection between the two of them. Today, their relationship might be purely business, but Nicholas was hiding something from me. Would he hurt me again like he did at the prom? I remembered how I had fled to London back then. During the transatlantic flight, I would have loved to rip my heart out of my chest and ask the pilots for permission to throw it out of the cargo hatch, weighted down with stones, so that it would never resurface from the depths of the Atlantic, and I would be rid of this abysmal, overwhelming pain that had almost torn me apart back then. I knew I wouldn't survive it a second time. What did Nicholas feel for me? And what had happened between him and Allison back then? Actually, I had wanted to confront Nicholas about this yesterday, but then his presence had completely overwhelmed me. As soon as I saw this man, breathed in his scent, and perceived his muscular body, everything inside me melted away. My body was wax in his hands, and after a while, The armor I had been using to protect my heart for years developed dangerous holes and cracks. On top of that, Nicholas had been desperate to know who I had been talking to on the phone yesterday. So I was more occupied with inventing a credible excuse than trying to finally get answers to all my questions. I definitely didn't want Nicholas to find out about Wayne's call, so I made up something about the moving company still looking for my things. Nicholas didn't look like he believed this excuse, but he didn't press me further. It was a bit silly, but I felt bad because I had talked to Wayne and pretended to go along with his offer, even if it was just for show. Should I tell Nicholas about it after all? Or was it better if I distanced myself from him for a while? I needed someone to advise me on what I should do next. As always in such situations, I reached for my phone. Rachel and I had been geographically separated for the past few years, her in New York, me in London. But she had always stood by me. Sometimes I felt guilty because I needed her advice so often, but Rachel had always just laughed it off. Oh, KK, what else is a twin sister for? Yeah, what else? Kaylee, is everything okay? Rachel picked up after a few rings. Yes, no, I don't know. I sounded as grumpy as I felt. So no. Rachel knew me well enough to understand what my answer meant. What happened? Nothing, I think. Or everything. That means something happened, but not what you would have liked. Despite myself, I had to laugh. That was Rachel, too. She not only offered me a shoulder to cry on, but also managed to turn my mood positive in a matter of seconds. I didn't feel cheerful and buoyant now, but at least my heart didn't seem so heavy at that moment. Whatever had happened, together we would find a solution. You could say that, I confirmed. Something happened, but it wasn't what I had imagined. And what exactly happened? And what would you have liked to happen instead? Rachel asked. I can easily answer the first part of the question. The second part, not so easily. I sighed. Then start with the first part, Rachel suggested. We'll see about the rest after that. Nicholas and I had sex. I almost thought so, Rachel said dryly. It was kind of, well, I can't really say exactly, but when he looks at me like that, I searched for words to describe what I felt, but I failed with every attempt. Rachel understood me anyway. She was my twin sister after all. Oh, damn, Kaylee, she groaned. I told you to be careful with your heart. I am, I replied meekly. I just don't know if it's really working. It's kind of a big struggle. A struggle with yourself, Rachel stated matter-of-factly. Right? Yes, I have no idea what Nicholas is thinking, Rachel. None. Not the slightest clue. I mean, I know he wants me, but that's all. Was I imagining it, or did I sound a little desperate? That's nothing new. What should I do now? Okay, I sounded desperate. I was desperate. Find out? Rachel suggested. I tried that yesterday, but then Nicholas looked at me like that, and besides, I didn't want to tell him about the call at all, and... Slow down, Kaylee. I may be your twin sister and often understand you without words, but you've lost me now. What call are you talking about? Wayne, the guy who owned the law firm until a few days ago and who hired me, called me. He wanted to, I think he wanted to use me for his plans. He believes that Nicholas laid the foundation for his fortune with some illegal business, and that Allison had a hand in it too. And do you believe that too? I have no idea. Actually, I don't think Nicholas is capable of doing any illegal business. I think he's a very honest person. But years ago, I also never thought he would betray me like that. Back then, I thought he was a very honest, upright, and loyal person who cared about me. That wasn't the case. My voice sounded matter-of-fact, but I couldn't quite hide the sorrow and bitterness in my words. I finally needed answers to my questions. Wayne probably has his own agenda too, Rachel remarked. As you just said. Yes, that's for sure. But at least he's honest. He wants his law firm back and says so openly. So I know what he's thinking and a little bit about what he's planning. With Nicholas, I don't know that. Be careful not to become a pawn in their chess game, Rachel warned me. And how am I supposed to do that? I asked, somewhat dejectedly. Usually, I didn't lack ideas. I could find a solution for any controlling and financial problem. I had given my friends in London practical advice on how to remodel their houses or better invest their money. But when it came to my own life, I was blind. Thankfully, I had Rachel. The best thing would be if you could take a few days off and go away, Rachel pondered. But that's probably not possible now. No way. I've only had the job for a few days and I'm urgently needed. The work is really enjoyable too. I'm glad to hear that, KK. At least that's one thing that's going well. Yeah, I replied, not entirely convinced. Was it going well? After all, I was working for Nicholas, and if he broke my heart again, we'll figure out the rest too. I said. You know I'm coming home tomorrow. Rachel tried to cheer me up. Right, I had almost forgotten about that, I replied, trying to sound particularly pleased. Rachel laughed. You don't need to pretend with me, Kaylee. At the moment, that can't cheer you up. But I know you're still happy about it. That's true. I was just thinking that it won't solve my problems when you're here. What should I do? Is there any way you could not see Nicholas for a few days, so you have time to sort out your feelings? I live with him and I work for him. So that might be difficult, I remarked ironically. Rachel sighed. You're really in a pickle. The last time I had heard this phrase from my twin sister was when I was 14 and had been brought home by the police after smoking a joint at a classmate's birthday party. I was in a pickle. More precisely, my heart was in a pickle. Chapter 20. Kaylee. With a heavy heart, I hung up. Rachel had to move on to a reception with Megan and Trevor. That's just how it was when you were a guest of the U.S. president. One day, I would visit Megan too. One day when I had everything under control here. But would that ever be the case? At the moment, I doubted it more than ever before. I was far from having anything under control. On the contrary, things seemed to be spiraling out of control more and more. Unlike yesterday, I hadn't accomplished much work today. I simply couldn't concentrate. Sighing, I logged into the law firm's system and opened an Excel file in parallel. Maybe I could at least find out more about Wayne. Then I'd be better equipped to assess his call and perhaps get an idea of his intentions. But after just a few minutes, my phone vibrated again. Once more, I didn't recognize the number, but I was sure it wasn't Wayne. His number ended with a 9. This one ended with 55. 5 was my lucky number. Hello. I was still cautious as I answered the call. Ms. Kaylee Davis? An unfamiliar male voice, sounding rough with an accent I couldn't quite place. Yes, that's me. This is Tamir Singh from City Plumbers. We were hired to fix the water damage in your apartment. Ah, yes, right, I remember. That was only half a lie. The building's superintendent had told me which company he'd hired for the repair. Since I was new in the city and didn't know any handymen, let alone ones who would come in an emergency, I had been grateful when he offered to take care of everything. City Plumbers. I made a mental note of the name. You never knew when you might need a plumber. The damage has been repaired, Tamir Singh announced in a voice that sounded like he was checking off an item on his clipboard. Mr. Jameson, the superintendent, asked me to inform you, as he had to urgently drive an acquaintance to the hospital. So I hadn't been far off about the list Tamir Singh was checking off. I would drop the spare key that Mr. Jameson provided us in your mailbox if that's all right with you. Tamir Singh had a funny way of speaking, quite formal, which didn't match his rough voice at all. That's wonderful, thank you very much. I said, only now fully realizing the good news. My apartment was no longer overrun by workmen. I'm very happy that it was done so quickly, and the damage is already repaired, I added. You're welcome, Ms. Davis. We look forward to your business again soon. Hopefully that wouldn't be necessary, but if it was, I had a good contact with city plumbers. I ended the call and tried to smile to myself. My apartment, for which I paid no small amount of rent, was habitable again. I could return there. Although, I still didn't have any furniture. How was that situation looking? I hadn't followed up on it in the last few days. I reached for my phone again. Jason Mitchell answered immediately. Jason Mitchell from Mitchell & Sons. How can I help you? This is Kaylee Davis. What's the status of my things? Have you found out where the container is and when it will arrive in New York? Ms. Davis, one moment, please. It sounded like Jason Mitchell was rummaging through a whole pile of papers. Unlike city plumbers, Mitchell & Sons couldn't count on another order from me. If I ever planned another move across the Atlantic, a different moving company would get the job. Not only had my shipment been lost, but Jason Mitchell hadn't kept me updated as promised in the last few days, and now he didn't even seem to know the status of the search. How could that be? Did he have several lost shipments he was currently looking for? I audibly snorted. I apologize for the delay, Ms. Davis, but it's been terribly busy here. One of our employees unexpectedly fell seriously ill. I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope she gets better soon. That at least excused the lack of information, but the fact that the things had been lost was still a fact. Here, I finally have the status of the container with your belongings, Jason Mitchell announced triumphantly. There's good news. Yes, I said, pleased. We were able to locate the container. It was mistakenly sent to Chicago by the airline. I see. The news was good, but not quite as good as I had hoped. It will arrive in New York on the next available flight. I personally made sure of that, because all capacities were actually already booked. I think we'll be able to deliver it to you tomorrow. Oh, that's great! The news was getting even better. Jason Mitchell's efforts seemed to have been praiseworthy after all. Strange that he couldn't remember it earlier. He must really be overworked. At least my things were on their way. I would let the superintendent know right away so he'd be aware that a delivery was coming. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I'll call you tomorrow when I know if the shipment has been properly loaded from the plane onto the truck, Jason Mitchell promised. I'd rather not say anything before that, given all the mishaps we've had here. That sounded reasonable. Maybe Mitchell & Sons wasn't such a bad choice for moves after all. Until tomorrow, Mr. Mitchell. I ended this call too and leaned back in my office chair. Now all possibilities were open to me. Starting tomorrow, my apartment would look the way I wanted an apartment to look. No water damage, but my furniture and personal belongings would be in the rooms. I looked around the office. Of course, my furnishings wouldn't come close to the comfort and elegance of Nicholas's penthouse, but I would be cozy. My heart would be safe, and I could gain some distance until I finally had an answer to all those nagging questions from the past. Uncertainly, I looked down at myself. There was one last factor, my ankle. It still hurt a little, but not nearly as much as in the past few days. If I wanted to return to my apartment, I needed to be able to walk at least short distances without the help of crutches. Determined, I pushed back the chair. I would test that right away. Slowly, I stood up and tried to put weight on my ankle. Carefully, I took the first step past the desk. I felt my ankle more than usual, but I could walk. Cautiously, I walked down the hallway until I reached the large living room. No problem. At least not a major one. I sank onto the sofa in front of the large window front and gazed at the blue New York summer sky. From here, it looked very inviting, but I knew the heat would overwhelm me if I left the building or went out onto the large rooftop terrace. It was at least 104 degrees outside. I hoped a summer thunderstorm would soon bring some relief. That was 1 point in favor of staying in Nicholas's penthouse. The air conditioning was considerably better than in my apartment. I slept better and could work more undisturbed. After years in England, I simply wasn't used to the hot New York summer anymore. In London, the temperatures had always been pleasant. I had been almost grateful for the few very warm days there. What else spoke in favor of staying here? I barely dared to think it. Nicholas, the point that argued for staying, and the point that argued for leaving. More than anything, I wanted to stay. And that's exactly why I had to go. I had to protect my heart. It was enough that I would have to see Nicholas daily at work. Or Allison. I had no idea which of the two would be handling all the pending matters at Wilson & Smith in the coming days, and who would be looking after things in their own company. I stood up again, but I didn't go back to the office. Instead, I went to the room Nicholas had assigned me as a bedroom. There stood the bags in which Rachel had sent me a whole outfit of clothing from the boutique. The dresses were already hanging in the closet. Now I opened the closet door, took the blouses, pants, and skirts off the hangers, and folded them carefully. Then I packed everything into the large bags. Next, I went to the adjoining bathroom and gathered my toothbrush, creams, and tubes, packing them back into the small bag I had brought when Nicholas picked me up from my apartment. Satisfied, I looked at my work. I was ready to return to my apartment. At that moment, I heard footsteps coming down the hallway. "Kaylee?" Nicholas asked when he realized I wasn't in the office next door. "I'm here," I answered. "You can come in." What was he doing here at this time? I hadn't expected him yet. Actually, I thought I would have a few more hours to prepare for the conversation with him. Now I'd have to improvise. Nicholas's face appeared in the doorway. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, everything's okay. I've packed." Not a good start to the conversation. Or maybe it was. Surely it was best if I simply announced my decision instead of getting into a long discussion. Nicholas's face darkened at my words. "Why's that?" "I'm going back to my apartment. Can you call me a taxi?"
Chapter 21. Nicholas. "Can you call me a taxi?" Kaylee's words echoed in my head. What did this insolent brat think she was doing? Why did she want to leave? We were far from finished with each other. I decided when and if she left, not her. "You're not going anywhere today," I blurted out spontaneously. "Great job, Nicholas. Excellent comment." As expected, Kaylee lifted her face in my direction. Her sweet features wore a rebellious expression, and her eyes flashed angrily. "What do you mean by that? I'm the one who decides where I go and where I don't," she retorted decisively. "You're my employee. I decide where you work. Two could play at this game. You sound exactly like Wayne." Ouch, that stung. I definitely didn't want to be compared to that old geezer. I had to admit, Kaylee could still argue just like she used to in high school. Her comebacks hadn't lost their edge. "Look, Kaylee, I'm just worried about you," I said, adopting a conciliatory tone. Telling Kaylee that I was actually concerned about her had always been the best way to calm her down during an argument in the past. "You have a sprained ankle that's not fully healed yet. There's water damage in your apartment and you don't have any furniture. Why are you so eager to go back right now?" "The water damage has been fixed and my furniture is arriving tomorrow," Kaylee countered, "and my ankle is already feeling better." She looked at me defiantly, and as she stood there, I wanted to fuck her more than ever. I glanced at the four-poster bed behind her and would have loved to pull her there right now, but one look into her eyes told me that wasn't a good idea. "That's good news," I agreed. "But why do you want to leave right away? Tomorrow, when the furniture is there, would be a better time." "I don't want to be a burden to you any longer." "You're not a burden. I'm glad to have you here as a guest." "That's nice of you, but I still prefer to go home." The defiant look had disappeared from Kaylee's eyes, and she suddenly looked incredibly vulnerable. I had no idea where this change came from, but I wanted nothing more than to take her in my arms to comfort her. But that probably wasn't a good idea either. I needed to keep my distance until I figured out what this was really about. We were talking about Kaylee's apartment and her ankle, but that couldn't be the real reason she suddenly wanted to leave, could it? That's a shame, I said. We have a football game tonight, Lions versus Tigers. It's all or nothing. We're pretty fired up about winning the trophy. Anthony will be playing too. I was hoping you'd come with me and cheer us on. Kaylee looked at me silently. Just like old times, you know, I added. I had no idea how Kaylee would react to that. I half expected her to storm past me out of the room, calling me a mean and inconsiderate jerk. But instead, a strange, almost detached expression entered her eyes. Maybe now was the moment to close the distance between us. Because, after all, yes, I wanted to take Kaylee to the football game, and afterward, I wanted to fuck her again, at least once more. I stepped closer and ran my finger along her jawbone. You don't want to leave me alone tonight, do you? I asked. A warm expression entered her brown eyes. I moved even closer so that our bodies were touching. Kaylee's pulse quickened. I could feel it in her neck. Gently, I leaned forward and began nibbling on her earlobe. God, this woman was driving me crazy. I had to be careful not to lose control of myself. My cock was already throbbing in my pants again. I urgently needed to get ready for the football game, but I would have loved to squeeze in a quickie right here and now. At that moment, Kaylee took a step back. I could see that she was aroused, but at the same time, she was scrutinizing me. I need answers to my questions, Nicholas. What happened back then? Why did you get involved with Allison? And why are you just business partners now? I sighed. I had half expected something like this. What should I do now? The way Kaylee was looking at me, it was clear. If I didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she would go back to her apartment. And then, we wouldn't have sex for a very long time. I had to come clean with the truth, like it or not. I would like to explain that to you, Kaylee. Really, you have to believe me. However, I promised my mother back then to keep quiet about this whole matter. Your mother? What does she have to do with it? Kaylee looked increasingly confused, and I couldn't blame her. I can't tell you right now. I need to talk to my mother first and ask her to release me from my promise. Then I'll explain everything to you. And that's a promise, too. I smiled at Kaylee. She thoughtfully chewed on her lower lip. She knew how important my mother was to me. I had grown up without a father and had no family except my mother. Kaylee also knew that I always kept my promises. All right, she finally said with a firm voice. If it has something to do with your mother, I can understand that you can't say anything now. A promise is a promise. So, talk to her. I'll accompany you to the game, and tomorrow I want to know everything. Promise, I replied once again and raised Kaylee's hand to my lips. Half an hour later, we were sitting in my red Ferrari, driving through the crowded streets of summery New York to the stadium where the football match would take place. Of course, it wasn't a top-tier match. After all, we were just two local teams and didn't play in any top league. Nevertheless, this derby was about our honor, and many New Yorkers had been supporting either the Lions or the Tigers for years. Therefore, the stadium would probably be well filled, and our supporters would cheer us on loudly while the opponents would boo us. I was looking forward to the match. We absolutely had to win. I'd been keen on this trophy for years. But so far, the Tigers had always thwarted our plans. Kaylee and I were running a bit late, so after our arrival, I quickly escorted her to the VIP stands from where she could watch the game. There we met Anthony, who was just leading his girlfriend Maya to her seat. The elegant lounge was fully glazed and air-conditioned, so Kaylee and Maya could watch the game in a pleasant atmosphere despite the sultry summer heat. Before we could even properly greet each other, a waiter in tails rushed over to offer Kaylee and Maya a glass of champagne. Now, that's what I call attentive catering. I nodded with satisfaction. After all, I and some other generous donors sponsored our Lions to use the lounge and get the excellent service that matched a top league match. As I knew from a reliable source, the situation was similar for the Tigers. Buddy, hi. So, are you ready for the match? Anthony asked while curiously eyeing Kaylee. Hi, Anthony. Of course, we'll show the Tigers what we're made of. I want to finally hold that trophy in my hands later and have it standing at our place. Anthony nodded and turned to Kaylee. Kaylee, nice to see you again, he smiled. This is my girlfriend Maya. Maybe you'd like to watch the game together. He introduced the two to each other. We need to head down now. I gave Kaylee a kiss on the cheek and went downstairs to the locker room with Anthony. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kaylee and Maya starting an animated conversation. You brought Kaylee, Anthony remarked, as we walked side by side through the corridors. Yeah. It doesn't mean anything, I muttered absently. I wanted to concentrate on the upcoming game and not think about Kaylee. Anthony laughed out loud. Doesn't mean anything, sure. You've never brought a woman here before, except Allison, of course. Did Kaylee persuade you? He wanted to know. I hate your interrogation techniques. You're really getting on my nerves. Now I was thinking about Kaylee again, instead of preparing to counter the Tigers particularly well and finally defeat them. So you invited her, or even persuaded her, Anthony stated dryly. Have I mentioned that I hate your interrogation techniques? By now we had arrived at the locker room, which suited me just fine. I don't want to talk about this now. We have a game to win, I ended the conversation. Later then. As an FBI agent, Anthony didn't give up so easily and wasn't intimidated by me either. If you're as persistent out there as you are with me right now and stand up to the opponent like this, we'll definitely win, I teased him in a friendly manner. I knew from our shared times in the high school football team that Anthony could always be relied on during a match. We'll crush them. Anthony was just as eager as I was to finally beat the Tigers and get the trophy. Half an hour later, we were on the field. After staying in the air-conditioned VIP lounge and the equally pleasantly tempered locker room, the heat that prevailed on the field hit me with full force. Today I would shed even more sweat drops than usual, I was sure of that. With helmet, face guard, shoulder pads, thigh and knee pads, we were equipped to survive the game without serious injuries. But it wasn't exactly cool under the helmet. Nevertheless, I could hardly wait to throw myself into duels with the opponent. The Tigers had beaten us often enough. Today we would show them. Now it was our turn to win. The game would last 4x 15 minutes as usual in football. Right from the start, it became clear that neither team would give an inch, as both teams entered the game hard. The physical contact was brutal and the tackles were vicious. After a few minutes, I was lying on the ground, panting. Damn it! That was tough. I stood up again. I wanted that trophy. After the first 15 minutes, neither team had clearly taken the lead. The second 15 minutes also remained tough and brought no preliminary decision. The Tigers had obviously trained as enduringly as we had and were not willing to give us the trophy so easily. The heat was taking its toll on both teams, and during the breaks, all players drank liters of water and isotonic drinks to compensate for the loss of fluids. In the third 15-minute period, I finally managed the decisive move. I fended off a tackle from an opponent. The Tigers shouldn't think they could bring me down in this stadium one more time. I had plenty of old scores to settle with them, and I wanted that damn trophy. Determined, I snatched the ball and made my way to the end zone. The Tigers players gave chase, but I didn't let them get any closer. My daily training was finally paying off. In the end, it was always about wearing down the opponent. Whoever lasted longer usually came out victorious. It was that simple. I ran over 3 opponents who tried to get in my way, and suddenly I imagined hearing Kaylee's voice cheering me on, just like she used to do as a cheerleader back in high school. Run, Nicholas, crush them. And I ran and ran until I was lying on the ground in the end zone, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat with the ball in my hands. Touchdown. My teammates rushed towards me to celebrate, forming a big pile on the ground. As I gave in to the joy, thoughts ran amok in my head. What was that just now? Nicholas, you heard Kaylee's voice. Like back then, or rather, you imagined hearing it, you idiot. I was certain that Kaylee hadn't been cheering me on a few minutes ago, and even if she had, from the air-conditioned and fully glazed VIP lounge, I couldn't possibly have heard her voice down here, especially since the spectators in the other stands had been cheering us on throughout the entire game. The noise was deafening, and yet, I had clearly heard Kaylee's voice. Our jubilation ended, and Anthony pulled me up. "You okay, buddy?" "I'm fine," I replied, grateful that the face guard covered my expression. An FBI agent who knew me well might otherwise have noticed that I was having some thoughts that had nothing to do with the game. As it turned out, my touchdown was the decisive turning point in this game. We now had a lead that the Tigers couldn't catch up to. Although the Tigers did score some more points, we Lions dominated the game and finished the crucial plays. When the final whistle of the fourth 15-minute period sounded, the adrenaline slowly drained from my body, and an overwhelming feeling of triumph flowed through me. Finally, at the goal, the Tigers were beaten. The trophy was ours. I took off my helmet and face guard. My teammates did the same. I looked at exhausted but happy faces. "We did it, buddy," Anthony shouted. "Yes," I replied, clenching my fist. "The trophy is ours, and the Tigers are where they belong." "We've earned this victory celebration," Anthony said. "A shower, and then we'll go up to Kaylee and Maya. I want to see the trophy and toast with them." Kaylee. I was exhausted, but the thought of her gave me new strength. I knew I had to have her again today, at least once.
Chapter 22. Kaylee. "That was a great play in the third quarter," I said enthusiastically to Maya as I grabbed another glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter. "Yeah, Nicholas turned the whole game around when he blocked that tackle. The touchdown after that was crucial," Maya agreed. I took a sip of champagne from my glass and smiled proudly. Nicholas belonged to me, and thanks to him, the team had won the game. I knew this pride all too well, because it had often been like this in high school. Back then, the decisive plays were usually credited to Nicholas as well. He had looked incredibly good and attractive in his football gear with the high school logo, and nothing had changed, even though now the Lions logo adorned his jersey. "How long have you been living in New York?" Maya asked me. Many New Yorkers were born outside the city, and Maya seemed to assume this was the case with me. "I just moved here a few days ago. Before that, I lived in London for several years," I said absently, wondering when Nicholas would come upstairs. "Oh, so how did you meet Nicholas then?" "We know each other from before," I mumbled, not quite sure if I found the conversation pleasant or not. "From high school?" "From high school? So you're originally from New York? And then you must know Allison too?" Uncomfortable. From now on, I found the conversation uncomfortable. Why was Maya asking me this question? How did she even know Allison? Had Nicholas regularly brought her to football games or even to joint outings with Maya and Anthony? "Yes, I know Allison," I said curtly. "And Anthony, of course," I added. Maya was about to ask another question, but at that moment, I fortunately noticed the Lions team pushing through the door into the VIP lounge. I saw Nicholas and my heart skipped a beat. Damn it, Kaylee. Not your heart, not your heart, not your heart. I kept remembering Rachel's admonitions. I knew practically nothing about Nicholas's life today and had no idea what he wanted from me. It was time to finally clarify that. I was curious about what he would tell me tomorrow. "Allison hasn't been here for a long time," Maya mused at that moment. I pretended not to have heard this remark, but it was working on me inside. What did that mean? Had Allison's role in Nicholas's private life changed long before my arrival in New York? And why? And what role had she once played? Nicholas and Anthony came over to us. Each held 2 glasses in his hand. "Put that cheap stuff away," Nicholas announced. "Here's champagne. Dom Perignon. Today, only the best is good enough. Now we celebrate." He pressed a full glass into my left hand, took the other from my right hand, and carelessly placed it on the table beside us. "It's finally ours," he said triumphantly, pointing to the golden, gleaming trophy that had just been placed on a table here in the lounge, so that the team and all important guests could admire it. "From now on, the Tigers have to look at an empty spot in their display case every day," Anthony called out as he raised his glass. "To victory!" "To victory!" We toasted each other. When I looked into Nicholas's eyes while doing so, I felt hot, and cold, and hot. Hotter than ever before. He looked at me as if I were the only woman in the world for him and always had been. I lost myself in his ice-blue eyes and the buzz of voices around us faded into the background. Suddenly, I felt transported back a week, as if I were standing again in the grand ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria, seeing Nicholas for the first time in years. Nicholas moved a bit closer to me, and I breathed in the tangy scent of his aftershave. God, even back in high school, he had turned me on so much after a football game that we usually started a wild makeout session right there on the field. Me in my cheerleader uniform, him still in his football jersey. "You're here to have fun, Kaylee," I nodded slowly and gave myself permission to have fun now. The deliciously sparkling champagne had gone to my head a little. After all, this wasn't my first glass. I was in a bubbly mood and pushed aside all the questions that were coming up in me. Have fun, Kaylee. Tomorrow is soon enough to clarify everything. Nicholas promised you that, and you know you can fully trust him in this regard. He's never joked when it came to his mother. Resolutely, I set my glass aside. What's wrong? Don't you like the champagne? Asked Nicholas, whose ice blue eyes were still resting on me. I do, I said and let myself fall. Right into those ice blue eyes. I took a step towards Nicholas and took the glass from his hand. Then I stood on my tiptoes and kissed him. At first, I just let my lips brush very gently over his. Nicholas opened his mouth slightly, and I could feel his breath. With my tongue, I traced the contours of his mouth. I didn't care at all that we were in public, and that half or probably the entire Lions football team was watching us. I had just given myself permission to have fun, and I wanted to show Nicholas that I desired him. Again, my mouth approached his to tease him very gently. But I hadn't reckoned with Nicholas. At that moment, he cupped the back of my head with his right hand, while his left encircled my hips. Nicholas pressed his body against mine and pressed his lips to my mouth. I let him in, surrendering completely to the kiss, and our tongues began a passionate dance with each other. Wild, uncontrolled. It tasted like more, and I pressed my hips against Nicholas and rubbed against him. His hand slid further down and began to knead my butt. I closed my eyes. Ahem, ahem. Someone cleared their throat beside us. We jumped apart. Anthony was standing there looking at us. Buddy, can't you see I don't want to be disturbed? You're paying for my beer for this. For the next 6 months, at least. Nicholas vented his anger. Anthony remained unfazed. After all, he was a football player too. You couldn't let yourself be intimidated by an opponent's attack. You should be buying my beer instead, came the swift counterattack. I just want to prevent someone from asking if I can arrest you both for public indecency. With these words, Anthony grinned to make it clear that they weren't meant to be taken too seriously. He winked at me to let me know that he didn't begrudge me the fun. Don't be jealous. We're just having fun. And I'm certainly not going to let you stop me, grumbled Nicola, still annoyed by the interruption. I don't want to. That was just a joke. Actually, I wanted to say goodbye. Maya and I are heading home now. We're assuming you don't want to go out for dinner with us. Anthony's words sounded a bit ironic, but in a friendly way. Even in high school, he hadn't been the type to begrudge others their enjoyment. I hadn't seen him in years, but he seemed unchanged in this regard and continued to be generally well-liked. Excuse us, Nicholas said curtly, grabbing my wrist and pulling me out of the VIP lounge door. Outside, I started to giggle. Giggling. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt so silly. I had definitely had a bit too much sparkling wine and champagne. At that moment, Nicholas grabbed me again and kissed me. The surroundings blurred around me. As I felt his tongue in my mouth and his muscular body against mine, my core began to burn. It wouldn't be long before I'd start fumbling with Nicholas's pants right here. Kaylee, what are you thinking? This wasn't like me at all. The alcohol was having an unexpected effect on me. I took a deep breath and tried to break free from Nicholas's grip. What's wrong? Aren't you enjoying yourself? I am. Too much, I said, winking at him. Finally, it felt so good to let myself go completely and allow myself to desire this body. I ran my hand over Nicholas's crotch. The last time I had taken the initiative like this was when we were both in high school. Then, come on, let's get home. Nicola grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the Ferrari. At last, we turned into the underground garage of the building where the penthouse was located. The drive hadn't taken particularly long by New York standards, but it had felt like an eternity to me. Now that I had decided to have fun with Nicholas tonight, I could hardly keep my hands off him, Nicholas parked the Ferrari, and the moment the engine died, I leaned over to him and began stroking him through his pants. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes in pleasure. I intensified the movement of my hand and felt his cock hardening through the fabric of his pants. After a brief moment, Nicholas opened his eyes again. "Let's go upstairs." He shook off my hand and got out. I followed him to the elevator. While we waited for the car, he looked at me with his ice-blue eyes. "I especially like you today. I'm going to reward your initiative." The gleam in his eyes sent hot and cold shivers of lust through my entire body. Finally, the elevator arrived, and we went up. Nicholas was already fiddling with the zipper of my red chiffon dress. "What if we stop on the way and someone sees us?" I asked, suddenly nervous. "That won't happen. You know only I and my visitors go up here." He whispered in my ear and began to gently nibble on my earlobe. I still didn't feel entirely comfortable in this situation, and therefore suppressed my moans. But my body betrayed me, as it began to tremble softly. Ding. A sound indicated that the elevator had arrived at the top after what seemed like an endless moment. We entered the penthouse. Not a second too soon, because moments later the red chiffon flowed over my hips, and my dress fell to the floor. Nicholas looked at me admiringly. I felt sexier than ever before. He pulled me close again and whispered, "Come with me." As he lifted me up, I wrapped my legs around his hips and he carried me into the room that was my bedroom, setting me down on the canopy bed with the white baldachin. "Get undressed," he commanded. By now I was trembling so much with excitement that I quickly obeyed. My bra and panties fell to the floor. Nicholas freed himself from his shirt and pants. "Lie down." Another curt command. I hated to admit it, but this tone aroused me even more than usual. Obediently, I lay down on the canopy bed. Nicholas stood in front of me. He grasped my legs and pulled me slightly forward until my knees hung bent over the edge of the bed. He spread my legs and knelt in front of me. Just the prospect of what was about to come made me gasp with lust. When Nicholas began to run his tongue along my labia, I sank back into the pillows in delight and closed my eyes. I gave myself completely to the arousal and enjoyed the feeling of being pampered. When Nicholas's tongue reached my pearl and began to gently play with it, lust completely took possession of my body. I moaned loudly. "More!" I begged. "Please don't stop." Nicholas continued to caress me, giving me emotions I didn't even know existed. I moaned loudly and was glad that we were now in the penthouse where no one could hear me. My lust rose and rose, and when I reached my climax, I felt like I was floating on cloud 9. That was... I looked at Nicholas. My body was glowing, but despite the orgasm I had just experienced, I was still hungry for Nicholas. He lay down naked beside me. With a deep kiss, he sealed my mouth and pulled me on top of him, so that I was straddling him. I loved this position because it allowed Nicholas to penetrate me fully, and I could feel his cock in its full size. I leaned back in pleasure and began to move my body rhythmically back and forth. My movements became faster and faster. I rode Nicholas, who looked at me admiringly and finally grasped my hips. "Oh, Kaylee, my princess, you're so beautiful. How I've missed you all these years," he moaned before he came inside me. Chapter 23. Kaylee. The sun tickled my nose and I slowly opened my eyes. Where was I? I saw the canopy bed, the curtains. Yes, I was in Nicholas's penthouse. In the bed where I had spent every night lately, because even after having sex with Nicholas in the hot tub and in the office, I hadn't allowed myself to sleep next to him. That was a kind of intimacy I didn't want. Or rather, I wasn't ready for it because it put my heart at risk. But now a figure stirred beside me. Nicholas. Yesterday he had made love to me here in this bed. In my bed. Yes, we were in his penthouse, but this was my bed, where we had fallen asleep tightly entwined last night. Made love. Yes, yesterday Nicholas had made love to me. We hadn't just had sex. It had been more. It had felt that way. Or at least I had felt that way. And Nicholas? I had no idea. I knew even less about what I should do now. Get up? But how should I greet Nicholas then? Up until now, we had only seen each other briefly in the morning and had interacted rather formally. For now, I closed my eyes again and pretended to still be asleep. Nicholas moved again beside me, and after a few minutes, I heard him quietly get up, collect his clothes, and leave my room. I opened my eyes again. Maybe it was time for a fresh start? Time for me to take more initiative, like yesterday? If Nicholas called me princess, and we fell asleep tightly entwined, then that meant something. It meant that we would clarify everything that had happened in the past, just as Nicholas had promised me. It also meant that I didn't have to be afraid of it. So the moment had come to stop hiding in the penthouse and show myself to the world outside, right? My ankle could no longer serve as an excuse anyway. I would go to the office at Wilson & Smith with Nicholas today. Determined, I sat up and swung my feet over the edge of the bed. The temperature inside was pleasant, but it was going to be another oppressively hot summer day. According to the weather forecast, a thunderstorm was supposed to bring cooling today, but so far there was no sign of it. The sun was shining from a cloudless blue sky. From the bags where I had packed my things yesterday, I pulled out a light gray suit, a matching blouse, and fresh underwear, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. I would have loved to turn the cascading water to very hot, as I could think best during a long, hot shower. But I knew I would regret the hot shower at the latest when I stepped out into the oppressive New York summer heat. So I settled for a short, refreshing shower under lukewarm water. When I stepped out of my room dressed, Nicholas was already ready to leave for the office. He had never had breakfast with me all these days, but had always left immediately. "I'm feeling very good, and I'm going to accompany you to the office today," I announced. "It's time I finally get to know the law firm better and look around there. I just need to quickly grab my laptop from next door." I didn't give Nicholas time to answer me, hurried into the room that had served as my office until now, and hastily stuffed everything I would need for a day at the law firm into my bag. Would Allison be at the law firm too? And how would she behave if Nicholas and I showed up there together? I shrugged. I would find out soon enough. Today I felt prepared for an encounter with Allison. Nicholas would talk to his mother today, and then explain to me what had happened back then and what his secrets were about. As I hurried back down the hallway to the large living room, I nodded with satisfaction. I could barely feel my ankle anymore. Today could only be a good day. Nicholas hadn't let me leave the penthouse yesterday when I wanted to go. Our sex had been more intimate than ever before, and I felt wonderful. Actually, I felt so good that I could have moved mountains. Wait a minute. I stopped dead in my tracks. Was I in love? Nicholas had made love to me yesterday, but that wasn't the same thing. Was I also in love with the man who had once broken my heart? The thought made me smile. I was in love, and today it felt completely right. The battle for my heart that I had fought in recent days was over. It had found its place with Nicholas, against my will. Thankfully. I was sure our story would have a happy ending this time. "Yes, no problem. You can come over anytime. I'm here," I heard Nicholas say. As I turned the corner to the large living room, I saw that he was on the phone. I lightly touched his elbow. He spun around. "I have to go now," he said to his conversation partner. "Come over as soon as you know more." He ended the call and looked at me with a frown. His ice-blue eyes looked grim. "Kaylee?" "Yes," I said cautiously. "It's me, remember?" It was meant to be a joke, but Nicholas didn't respond to it. "I'm afraid I can't accompany you to the law firm because I have an urgent appointment here. he said without really looking at me. You can take a taxi downstairs. There are always some waiting. Worried, I looked at him and asked, Is everything all right? There's nothing you need to worry about, he replied. If you'll excuse me now, I need to go to the back office to make some calls. This appointment is throwing everything off. I need to reschedule my day. With these words, he disappeared to the back. There's nothing you need to worry about, Nicholas said, only to then practically ignore me, and this after our hottest, most tender, most passionate night of lovemaking. Just when I had allowed myself to fall in love with him again and feel all those wonderful emotions. Of course, I was worried now. However, I knew Nicholas well enough to know that asking questions at such a moment would be pointless. I wouldn't get anything more out of him. The best thing I could do now was to drive to the law firm and get my work done. With any luck, Nicholas would be ready to talk to me tonight. I decided not to dwell too much on his strange behavior and to focus only on myself. I couldn't influence other things anyway, and men were just different. They talked less about what was going on inside them. I resolutely shouldered my bag and made my way downstairs. As I stepped out of the building, the hot, blinding New York air hit me like a drumbeat. I tried to breathe as shallowly and little as possible to avoid absorbing too much heat. A ridiculous idea, but it made me feel a little better. On the horizon, I now spotted the first clouds. The weather forecast would probably be right, and there would be a heat storm today. Relieved at this prospect, I hailed a taxi to drive to the law firm. 2 hours later, I looked around my office with satisfaction. After discovering that Allison wasn't here today, I had introduced myself to all my colleagues on my floor as the new head of accounting. I had been welcomed just as warmly as on the first day by Melina down at the reception, and now I was looking forward even more to my task and to coming to work here every day. The decision to return to New York had definitely been the right one. Professionally and personally. I allowed myself a small smile at this thought. I had just set up the laptop in my office and was ready to delve further into the intricate money flows at Wilson & Smith when the phone on my desk rang. Hello? I asked. Ms. Davis, Kaylee? This is Melina. From reception. Melina's voice didn't sound exuberant as usual, but rather anxious? What's the matter? Mr. Wilson just passed by here. I couldn't stop him. He's on his way up. I closed my eyes briefly. Not again. I'd really had enough of Wayne Wilson and his accusations. He would just be in my ear again about how Nicholas had wronged him and how the law firm actually belonged to him. Ms. Davis? Should I call the police? Or maybe notify Mr. Wright? No, Melina, that's not necessary at the moment, thank you. I'll receive Mr. Wilson up here and take care of him. We'll be rid of him in a few minutes. I sounded more optimistic than I felt. Let me know if you need anything, Melina only said. Thank you. With that, I hung up and hurried out of my office, down the hallway to the elevator. I arrived just in time, because at that very moment the doors opened and Wayne Wilson entered the corridor. Hello, Kaylee. Hello, Wayne, I said cautiously, trying to gauge Wayne Wilson's mood. He seemed more composed than during our phone call. Good that I find you here, because I wanted to talk to you. That almost sounded like an offer of cooperation. At least Wayne's tone wasn't threatening or aggressive, which I took as a good sign. Was he finally coming to his senses? Let's go to my office, I suggested and motioned for Wayne to go ahead. Despite Wayne's changed behavior, it was better to remain cautious. I didn't know what he was up to today and why he had shown up at the law firm again, even though he was banned from the premises. Once we were in my office, Wayne Wilson closed the door behind him and sat down on one of the chairs in front of my desk. I took a seat behind it. I've found something out, he blurted out, his eyes flashing with excitement. Oh, really? I remained reserved. I know where Nicholas Wright got the money. The money he used to start his company and make his first investments. I see, I said. I didn't want to appear too curious or look like I was in cahoots with Wayne. In truth, I was burning to hear what he had discovered, and for one simple reason. I wanted to know more about the man I had fallen in love with for the second time in my life. It comes from James Carter, Allison Carter's father, Wayne announced triumphantly. What? I exclaimed. He transferred a huge chunk of money to Nicholas right after high school graduation. Nicholas has never paid any of it back to this day. With that money, Allison and he started the company and built a fortune. I didn't know what to say. Allison's father had given Nicholas money? The thought was too much for me. I had no idea what this could mean. So there's only one question left, Wayne continued, seemingly not noticing my silence. What did Nicholas do to get so much money from a schoolmate's father at that age? Gifted to him. If it had been a loan, he could have easily paid it back by now. But he hasn't done that. Yes, what had Nicholas done for this money? He must have helped Allison and her father with something. Wayne's conclusion sounded logical. Helped. Perhaps the money had helped Nicholas too. Maybe the prospect of money had helped him exchange tenderness with Allison on the night of the school prom and turn his back on me forever. Was that how it had been? The explanation seemed obvious. Is that certain? I asked in a weak voice, grateful that I was sitting in my chair and not standing. This morning I had been sure I could put the past behind me, but suddenly that certainty abandoned me. If Nicholas had left me for money, then, well, that called into question everything I had ever believed I knew about him. What? Wayne asked, bringing my thoughts back to the present. That Nicholas got the money from Allison's father. How do you know something like that? Isn't that protected by bank secrecy? I said, regaining some courage. Maybe none of this was true, and Wayne just wanted to drive a wedge between Nicholas and me. I have my sources, Kaylee. A former client whom I've done many favors for got me the information. I said skeptically. Wayne reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. He unfolded it somewhat theatrically and placed it on the desk in front of me. It was a printout from a bank's computer system. Now I had it in black and white. James Carter had transferred a considerable sum of money to Nicholas, exactly 2 weeks after the graduation prom. Although I was sitting, my knees felt weak. What did this mean? Why had Nicholas received the money? What had happened between him and Allison back then? And how did he really feel about her now? Had he been telling the truth when he claimed he needed to ask his mother before he could explain anything to me? Or was that just an excuse? Had I made a mistake in giving him my heart and trust for a second time? My head was spinning with all these questions, and I wanted nothing more than to hide away for a while to think in peace. Wayne didn't seem to notice my confusion. We need to find out more, Kaylee. Something's fishy here. I nodded weakly. Something was fishy, and I needed to talk to Nicholas immediately to clear this up. Kaylee, you really should have known better. There were simply too many unanswered questions, but you closed your eyes and buried your head in the sand. You didn't want to see what wasn't right anymore. The mention of Nicholas's mother and a single evening of football and champagne were enough to make you abandon your resolutions. You didn't protect your heart. You have to help me. Wayne looked at me intently. I had no intention whatsoever of letting Wayne Wilson use me for his purposes. He had signed a contract at the notary's office, and if he wanted to back out now, that was his problem. But I absolutely had to find out why Nicholas had received money from Allison's father. For myself, and right away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a moment's peace. I was certain that the answer to this question held the explanation for everything that had happened back then. I'll take care of it, Wayne. Right now. I'll walk you downstairs, and then I'll deal with this matter.
Chapter 24. Nicholas. It's so terrible, she sobbed. I looked at her as she stood in the middle of the living room, dissolved in tears, with wet cheeks, quivering lips, and a runny nose. Her makeup was slowly dissolving, and her hairstyle no longer looked as neat as it had this morning. I could clearly see that she wasn't doing well. "It'll be all right," I said comfortingly, and handed her a pack of tissues. I couldn't stand it when a woman cried, no matter the reason. Crying didn't solve problems. I wanted to order her to stop immediately, but I knew from experience that this usually only led to more intense and prolonged crying. She reached for the pack of tissues, pulled one out, and blew her nose. "Do you think so?" she asked timidly. "Of course," I lied. In truth, I had no idea how the situation would turn out, or if it would sort itself out, but saying that certainly wouldn't help her calm down. After my lie, a spark of hope flashed in her eyes, but it extinguished almost immediately. "I don't know. What if it doesn't get better?" Her crying returned, more intense than ever. Her entire body was shaken by sobs, and her face developed ugly red blotches. "Shh. Everything will be all right. You're just saying that so I'll stop crying. I know you. You hate it." The words were barely understandable through her sobs. Sighing, I walked over to her and put my hand on her shoulder. "You have to believe that everything will be all right. You need to be strong now." I tried to comfort her again. "I can't," she continued crying and placed her hand on mine. She clung to my hand as if she were about to drown, and I was the only rescuer for miles. She really wasn't doing well. The news had affected her more than I thought. I pulled her into my arms. "Allison, it'll be okay," I murmured softly as I rocked her like a baby and rubbed her back. Gradually, she began to calm down. Her sobs were no longer as intense, and her body slowly relaxed. I felt her firm breasts pressing against my muscular chest. This wasn't the kind of closeness I had imagined here, but at the moment, I couldn't change the situation. I continued to gently stroke her back and held her in my arms. "Thank you, Nicholas," Allison murmured and hugged me tightly. At that moment, there was a ding, and the elevator door opened. I hadn't even noticed that someone was on their way up. Usually, no one entered the elevator without the concierge notifying me. I had full control over access to my penthouse. So, who could it be? I looked over Allison's shoulder towards the elevator. The opening doors revealed Kaylee. Kaylee, of course. She had been living here for the past few days, so I had instructed the concierge that she could use the elevator to come up at any time. In the past few days, Kaylee hadn't left the penthouse because of her ankle, so I had forgotten about this instruction. But now I remembered. The concierge hadn't called me just now, exactly as I had ordered. Kaylee was still standing in the cabin, staring at me with her mouth open, or rather, at me and Allison. Kaylee's eyes were wide open, and I could almost feel how shocked she was. Damn it. This was the last thing I needed. What was she doing here anyway? She had assured me this morning that she wanted to work at the law firm. Only a few hours had passed since then. She couldn't possibly be wanting to call it a day already. Or did she want to check up on me? I wouldn't allow that. Yesterday we had spent a wonderful night that had made me want more. Much more. Much, much more. I had also promised her to explain everything, but that didn't mean I owed her an account, did it? The elevator doors closed again. At least now I didn't have to endure Kaylee's gaze anymore, as she was still standing in the elevator. Was she just going back down now? That would be like her, because that's exactly how she had disappeared back then, years ago, after the graduation ball, just running away without even waiting until I was ready to explain what had happened. If she thought I would leave Allison standing here and run after her, she was mistaken. Allison needed me now. "What's wrong?" asked Allison, who must have felt my body tense slightly in her arms. However, she didn't seem to have heard the elevator's ding. "Everything's fine," I murmured soothingly and rocked her back and forth. She broke away from me. "Thank you, Nicholas," she said, and gently stroked my cheek. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "That's what I'm here for," I replied. Allison smiled, and life slowly returned to her green eyes. "Shall we go together?" she asked. "We probably should," I said, and took her hand. I was glad that Allison had stopped crying so much. I would deal with the Kaylee situation later. That had to wait now. There were more urgent matters. Allison and I turned towards the elevator, which at that moment gave another ding. I sighed. Apparently Kaylee was coming back after all, but there was nothing to be done. She would have to wait a while longer until I could explain everything to her. The elevator doors opened. Kaylee and Wayne? Why the hell had she brought that damn idiot along? What was he even doing here? How dare she bring him into my penthouse, my private apartment, where I had kindly let her have a room? As these thoughts raced through my mind, I felt the vein at my temple start to throb. In the last 2 hours, threatening storm clouds had gathered outside the window front, promising to end the oppressive heat. A similarly threatening storm was brewing inside me. "Hello, Nicholas," Kaylee said, in an expressionless voice. The horror had vanished from her eyes, but she was deathly pale. Wayne pushed past her into the apartment. I let him, confident I could throw him out at any time. But first, I wanted to find out why he and Kaylee had shown up here together, and quickly, since Allison and I urgently needed to get going. Not bad, Wayne grumbled as he saw the penthouse. "I've got to say, you're living pretty well here. Well, no wonder. With the money you got for screwing this little one here, you can afford quite a bit." He pointed at Allison as he spoke. I was boiling with rage. "Screwing this little one? Watch what you say," I threatened. "Are you denying that it was her father who gave you the seed money for your company?" Wayne asked with a malicious grin on his face. "You can deny it all you want. I have proof, irrefutable proof." "Why would I deny it?" I asked. "I have nothing to hide." Kaylee turned away and walked to the window front. She stared out into the dark storm clouds. Her back wasn't shaking, so she wasn't crying. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. "Oh, really? Nothing to hide? Something's fishy here, I'm telling you. How many companies have you acquired the same way you did my law firm? Just keep putting pressure on the owner until he can't hold out anymore?" "I didn't put pressure on you. I increased the offer, which is perfectly legitimate. The fact that you couldn't keep your finances under control at the same time is not my problem. From everything Kaylee has found out so far, I'd say you're the one who's fishy, not me." As I spoke, I watched Wayne closely. "Me? Fishy? I think you've lost your marbles. What could be fishy about me?" Wayne looked like he wanted to lunge at my throat, but he held back. The memory of the kick to the kneecap I'd given him in the office when he attacked Kaylee was probably still fresh. Inwardly, I nodded with satisfaction. I had hit the mark well. "Where did all the money go that the firm earned over the years? Perhaps you'd be so kind as to explain that to us now. After all, Allison and I are the new owners of the firm, and we'd really be very interested in the answer." "I don't owe you any explanation," Wayne hissed. "Where did the money from California flow to?" I persisted. Wayne changed color, turning a bit pale under his redness. "Yes, we know about the account in California," I continued, rubbing salt into the wound I had just inflicted. "And from there? To a tax haven in the Caribbean. And how did you manage to keep your partners from noticing any of it?" "You better watch what you say." Wayne's tone became so aggressive that it was clear to me I had probably hit the bullseye. I made a mental note to set Anthony on the case. He had the right connections to uncover acts like siphoning off funds and tax evasion, and to ensure that the perpetrator received his just punishment. "Mind your own business," Wayne shouted. "You two," he pointed at Allison and me, "are using James Carter's fortune to secretly buy up companies in the firm's name that he would never be allowed to incorporate into his empire otherwise. The antitrust authorities would never have approved him buying my law firm. But you were allowed to. With his money. And all the while you're screwing his daughter and fooling around with my accountant. You'll see where that leads you." Red with anger, Wayne pressed the button next to the elevator. The doors opened immediately and he got in. "He who laughs last, laughs best," I called after him as he went down.
Chapter 25. Kaylee. As the elevator doors closed behind Wayne, I was finally able to turn around. Before that, I couldn't bring myself to look at Nicholas and Allison. The sight of the two cut right into my heart. It was just like back then, at the graduation ball. I had been looking for Nicholas and found him in the arms of another. And it was the same other woman, Allison. Having your heart broken once probably happens to everyone in life. But twice with the same man? That probably only happened to me. I was desperate and at the same time cursed myself for my own stupidity. I had actually wanted to run away, but downstairs in the lobby, I had bumped into Wayne. He had followed me from the law firm and wanted to confront Nicholas. I had quickly gone back upstairs with him. Why shouldn't I use Wayne for my own purposes for a change? Maybe he would get more out of Nicholas than I could. Nicholas had just admitted to taking money from Allison's father, but I still didn't know exactly what connected him to Allison. I had to find out now, no matter the cost. What's going on here? I wanted to know. I didn't recognize my own voice. Behind me, the sky was gradually darkening. The summer storm wouldn't be long in coming. It didn't look much better inside me. Allison came here. Something happened to her, Nicholas said. Did he even realize how lame that sounded? What happened? I asked, barely holding back my tears. Nicholas made no attempt to explain things clearly and responded evasively when I asked a question. Couldn't he imagine how much his behavior must hurt me? Had I spent the most passionate hours of my life with an insensitive block? A person who didn't know what emotions were? Who had no heart? I can't explain it to you right now, Nicholas replied. Later. I need to take care of some things here first. He couldn't have told me more clearly that I was in the way and that he wanted to be alone with Allison. Something was rumbling inside me. I felt a budding anger beginning to displace my sadness. Oh, really? Just like back then. I started, hearing my voice nearly crack. I didn't care. Just last night I had felt loved. Nicholas had whispered in my ear how much he had missed me. He had promised to explain everything to me today. And what was he doing now? He was shutting me out of his life more than ever. Had it all been a lie yesterday? Please calm down, Kaylee, I heard Nicholas say. Calm down? I don't want to calm down. How do you think I feel? My voice was somewhere between shouting and screaming. It's just like back then. I'm looking for you because I need you. And there you are standing with Allison in your arms. This isn't... Nicholas paused briefly. The same as back then? I finished Nicholas's sentence. What was it back then? Can you finally explain it to me? Why did you leave me hanging? Why were you outside with Allison while I, your girlfriend, was alone inside? Why didn't you stand by me? You didn't care about me. That's why you never contacted me again. That's not true, Nicholas defended himself. I called you a few months later, but you never got back to me. A few months later, I laughed scornfully. Don't you realize how empty that sounds? What happened in the months in between? Was it not so hot with Allison anymore? Did you finally have the money in your pocket that Wayne just mentioned? How I felt in the meantime obviously didn't matter to you. Of course, I didn't want to talk to you anymore. Kaylee, please, this really isn't a good time. It's never a good time, is it? I said. My voice had lost all its edge and I just sounded sad now. Back then wasn't a good time. Now isn't a good time. Actually, in the past few days, the time has only been right when you needed sex. I looked helplessly at Nicholas. Didn't he realize how I felt? Weak. I felt weak and wished for nothing more than for him to come over to me, take me in his arms, and send Allison to hell. At the same time, I hated myself for feeling this way. Good God, Kaylee, the man has betrayed you twice, and you're only thinking about how much you'd like to be in his arms. You can't say it like that, Nicola began, but didn't continue. I can't, I continued after a pause. I forced myself to look into his ice blue eyes, but couldn't read any feelings in them. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Had I ever been able to? I decided to try again. Maybe Nicholas would be more open to an explanation if I spoke more calmly. Nicholas, I'm sorry I got so upset. Maybe you can imagine what's going on inside me. I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about us. I come from the law firm and find you in Allison's arms. It looks like you have an intimate relationship. Or what else is going on here? Can you explain that to me? And what about the money you got from James Carter? Nicholas's gaze darkened and his brow furrowed. Kaylee, really, this isn't the time. There are things you don't understand. I told you that yesterday. His voice sounded dark, Not with lust, but because he was barely controlling himself. Nicholas. Allison had been quiet until now. She now put her hand on Nicholas's arm from behind. At that moment, however, her phone buzzed and she moved away again. She answered the call in the hallway. I couldn't hear who she was talking to or what it was about. Are you and Allison secretly a couple? Was I just a little interlude you allowed yourself? And what about the money Wayne mentioned? I looked at Nicholas as I asked the question, trying to appear as composed as possible. But I was on tenterhooks, and my heart was pounding as if it wanted to leap out of my chest. Nicholas had the power to destroy me with an answer, or to make me the happiest woman in the world. Kaylee, I can't explain this to you right now. I have more important things to do. I have to ask you not to interfere in my affairs. Faced with this response, I was left breathless. Could a rejection be any clearer? Now I truly had nothing left to lose. Your affairs? I asked sharply. Whether or not you're with another woman is my business too. After all, we had sex, and not just once. I wouldn't let myself be brushed off so easily this time, like I had as a lovesick teenager many years ago. Tell me it's not true! Allison screamed into the phone at that moment. Nicholas spun around to see what she was doing. She held the phone at arm's length. Her face was red and blotchy and contorted with pain. Had she heard what I'd just said? Did the thought that Nicholas and I had sex cause her such pain? Did she love Nicholas? Allie? Nicholas called out and rushed over to her. She threw herself into his arms and began to cry loudly. Shh, shh. It can't be that bad. I'm sure everything will be all right, I heard Nicholas say, while I had to watch him hold Allison in his arms, rocking and comforting her like a small child. While he hadn't had a single word of comfort to spare for me. He hadn't even had an explanation to spare for me. In the end, he had nothing to spare for me. It was like back then. I had to face the bitter truth. Nicholas hadn't changed one bit. He loved Allison. Or at least he didn't love me, because he had more important things to do than explain to me what was happening here. He had to take care of Allison. How could I have been such an idiot? I had wanted to leave before the football match, but Nicholas had stopped me and given me the most beautiful night of my life. He had promised to explain everything to me, but probably only to avoid getting a reputation as the one who'd been left. He had just needed to polish his ego. He couldn't bear that I was leaving, but he could very well bear to leave me alone now. I felt sick. I had to get out of here. Behind me, the first lightning flashed across the sky. Chapter 26. Kaylee. I ran to the elevator and frantically pressed the button. The doors opened almost immediately, but it felt like an eternity to me. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. That was all that was going through my mind. I hated myself a little for how quickly I rushed into the elevator cab, but I couldn't help it. The seconds I waited for the doors to close again seemed like an eternity. I pressed my thumb on the button labeled ground floor and closed my eyes to avoid seeing Allison in Nicholas's arms. In vain. The image had burned itself onto my retina. I couldn't forget it. Not now. And maybe I wouldn't be able to forget it later either, because I was now seeing it for the second time in my life. Finally, the doors closed and the elevator started moving downward. My knees went weak and I leaned against the wall. I didn't know when I had last felt so weak and desperate. Anger and pain were battling inside me. Yes, I wanted to be angry at Nicholas, but at the same time, it just hurt so incredibly much to have been betrayed like this. In the lobby, the elevator doors opened again. Strangely enough, Wayne was standing right in front of the elevator. What did he want here? I thought he had already left to spin his intrigues elsewhere. Kaylee, he began. I can't right now, I managed to choke out. As I spoke, my lower lip began to tremble. Soon I would lose control and start crying, and I certainly wasn't going to show that vulnerability in front of my former boss. In my desperation, I mobilized unexpected strength and shoved the massive Wayne aside, something I wouldn't have been capable of under normal circumstances. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Wayne looking after me, somewhat perplexed before entering the elevator cab. I ran past the concierge, who looked up in surprise at my appearance. I probably looked terrible. As I exited the building, the first raindrops hit me. They were thick and heavy, falling from dense gray clouds. Although it was the middle of the day, it was as dark as if night was about to fall. Thunder rumbled through the narrow street canyons, and lightning flashed from the sky, illuminating the surreal scene. I involuntarily stopped and looked desperately from left to right. I didn't know this area of New York. To be honest, after all these years in London, I didn't know any area of New York. Behind me, the door of the building opened. "Ms. Davis, since you're staying with Mr. Wright," I heard the concierge's voice say. The mention of Nicholas's name was too much for me. I wasn't staying with him. Not anymore. Blindly, I ran down the last few steps into the intensifying rain. I didn't want to hear anything more about Nicholas, didn't want to see him anymore, and above all, didn't want to feel anything that had any connection to him. But that didn't work. At that moment, an overwhelming pain took possession of me, and I began to sob uncontrollably. As I walked down the street in the increasingly heavy rain, my body was shaken by a fit of crying like I had never experienced before. Tears ran down my cheeks, but I barely felt them as they were immediately washed away by the rain. The summer storm now broke out with full force. Rain, thunder, and lightning became a mixture that caused people to disappear from the sidewalks. They sought refuge in shops, in subway stations to get to their next destination dry. They hailed taxis and opened large umbrellas. Obviously, New Yorkers had sensed this morning that a summer storm was approaching. Or they had simply believed the weather forecast. I hadn't done anything like that. I wasn't prepared for such a storm, and so I didn't know where to go. Of course, I didn't have an umbrella with me, not even a jacket. Within seconds, I was soaked to the skin. The light gray suit literally clung to my skin. Desperately, I stared down the street. What should I do? Where should I go? My apartment was completely empty. There, I wouldn't find a cozy armchair to retreat to with a warm cup of tea, but only a mattress in a corner. A mattress full of memories, because that's where Nicholas and I had spent passionate hours when he had driven me home with my sprained ankle. No, I was sure. I didn't want to return to my apartment now. I wanted to go to a place where no memories of Nicholas lurked. The rain poured relentlessly from the dark clouds, but I didn't care at all. I couldn't get any wetter than I already was. I continued to wander aimlessly through the New York streets. By now, I didn't even know where I was anymore. But that didn't matter either. When you had nowhere to go, you didn't need to know where you were. I couldn't go to work either. On top of everything else, I had probably just lost my job, for which I had moved from London to New York. I had had an affair with my boss. More than that, I had lost my heart to him, while he obviously not only cared nothing for me, but also had a long-standing relationship with his business partner. What's more, his business partner was also my boss. No, I would never set foot in the building that housed the offices of Wilson and Smith again. Kaylee, how could you? Falling for the same guy twice. Living out your passion with him, that might be excusable, but believing his lies and then letting him break your heart? With these thoughts, I sought refuge under the awning of a store. By now, my outfit was so damp that individual drops were falling from the hem of my skirt onto my shoes. I shivered. The warmth of the summer day was gone. I urgently needed to change clothes, or I'd catch a cold. But my thoughts wouldn't let go of Nicholas. How unscrupulous could one be? What secret were he and Allison keeping? Had he really betrayed me back then for a bit of money? Well, more than a bit. Quite a lot of money. But obviously his financial well-being had been more important to him than our relationship. Money and power. That was all that mattered to him. Perhaps Wayne was right, and Nicholas had committed other frauds. I should actually be glad to be rid of him. Yet even these thoughts didn't ease my heart. Gloomily, I stared into the rain that fell like a curtain from the store's awning. At one corner, the curtain transformed into a rivulet, the sight of which sent a chill down my spine. I urgently needed to put on something dry, but where would I get the clothes? All my things were in 2 bags in the bedroom of Nicholas's penthouse, where I had been staying for the past few days, and I certainly wouldn't go back there now. As they say, wild horses couldn't drag me there. Wild horses? Not even 1,000,000 horses could manage that. But in my hasty escape, I had also left my handbag in the penthouse. I literally had only what I was wearing, a soaked light gray suit. Nervously, I began rummaging in the pocket of my blazer. Maybe I had put my credit card in there this morning? But unfortunately, I didn't find a credit card. First, I pulled out my passport from the pocket. What was that doing here? I must have been quite absent-minded this morning when I pocketed it. My hand felt another object. My phone. Relieved, I pulled it out of the pocket. That was almost as good as a credit card, as I could also buy and pay for things with it. But when I pressed the button on the side of the device, the screen remained dark. I stared at the black rectangle and could have burst into tears again. Maybe the battery was just dead, but after this downpour, it could also be that the device was damaged. Desperately, I lifted my face to the sky. It kept raining. Didn't fate want to show any mercy on me at all? When I had fled London, I had believed in a new beginning. In the few days in New York, I had experienced more ups and downs than in all the years since high school. Subconsciously, I had hoped for a happy ending with Nicholas. I realize that now. But by what right? None. Nicholas had never promised me anything. Not even that I was the only woman in his life. No love, no job, no money, nothing. New York wasn't the right place for me. Life had just made that painfully clear. But where should I go, with no prospects? The image of Tower Bridge appeared in my mind's eye.
Chapter 27. Nicholas. I rocked Allison back and forth, hoping she would calm down soon. I'd had enough emotional turmoil in this apartment for today. I sighed inwardly. Women. They tended to get more worked up than necessary. As different as Kaylee and Allison were, they were very similar in this regard. Or, why else had Kaylee simply disappeared? I definitely needed to look for her later, but she couldn't have gone far. She was either at work or in her apartment. I pushed the thought away. I had just explained to Kaylee that I didn't have time for her right now, and that was the truth. I had to take care of Allison. There, I murmured soothingly as I continued to stroke Allison's back. It can't be that bad. What did they say? That it got worse at first, she sobbed. Then it slowly got better. See, that's a good sign. Nothing really bad happened, I said, patting her back. If she kept crying like this, my suit would soon be as soaked as if I had been standing in the summer thunderstorm that was raging outside. Over Allison's shoulder, I watched the eerie spectacle. Lightning flashed across the dark sky, rain lashed against the windows, and thunder rumbled ominously. The sky over New York hadn't looked this gloomy in a long time. At that moment, there was a ping, and the elevator doors opened again. With this sudden storm, Kaylee must have come to her senses and returned. She had left without an umbrella or jacket and had probably realized that she wouldn't get anywhere dry-footed and was better off waiting here. I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't been aware of how much I had feared that Kaylee was seriously upset and might not want to speak to me anymore. At that instant, Wayne burst out of the elevator like an angry bull. Kaylee was nowhere to be seen. What did Wayne want here, and how did he even get into the elevator? I needed to have a serious word with the concierge. The man was well paid to ensure that no unauthorized person entered the elevator that led directly to my apartment. How could he fail so miserably? As I continued to stroke Allison's back, the vein at my temple began to throb. Good. Looking at Wayne, a good dose of cold, controlled anger couldn't hurt to finally throw him out of the penthouse. He had no business being here. "I want my law firm back," Wayne bellowed at a volume that easily overshadowed the rumbling thunder from outside. "It's not your law firm anymore," I countered sharply as I led Allison to the couch. This was going to be a tough conversation, but I wanted to keep it as short as possible. Besides, I was prepared for the possibility that I might have to teach Wayne another physical lesson, and I didn't want Allison anywhere near if that happened. Nothing could happen to her. What had happened to Kaylee's ankle because of Wayne was enough once and for all. The bastard had caused enough damage. "If you don't give me back what rightfully belongs to me, I'll destroy you," Wayne screamed, his face bright red. "Now I'm really scared," I retorted, while boredly examining the rain lashing against the windows. However, I kept an eye on Wayne, aware that in his mood, he could launch a surprise attack on me at any moment. "You should be. If you don't do what I say, you'll regret it bitterly. Or, rather, she'll regret it bitterly." Wayne laughed mockingly, moved with unexpected speed through the living room, and quickly threw himself onto the couch where Allison was sitting. She went down with him, letting out a stifled cry of pain. Now, anger really gripped me. What a cowardly asshole this guy was. I had expected an attack on me, but not really that he would drag innocence into our dispute. What was this idiot thinking? Did he have no shred of honor in his body? With a cry of rage, I shot across the living room and pulled Wayne up by his shirt collar until he was on all fours. The guy was even fatter and heavier than he looked, and I had to use a lot of energy accordingly. Inwardly, I dreamed of seeing him dangling from my hand and whimpering for mercy, but unfortunately, he was too big and too strong for that. "That's enough! You shouldn't have done that! You're going to regret this bitterly. No one does anything to Allison. No one." I was boiling with rage and shook him back and forth by the collar. Allison had meanwhile wriggled out from under Wayne's body, gotten up again, and was sitting on the couch. "Everything okay, Allie?" I asked worriedly without taking my attention off Wayne. If that piece of shit had hurt her, he would pay for it. Yes, I think so," Allison said hesitantly and somewhat dazed. She shook her head. "What a day. Nothing else can possibly go wrong today, with all the things that have already happened," she murmured in disbelief. I didn't think much of these kinds of statements, but this time I hoped Allison would be right. Wayne made attempts to stand up, but I pressed my knee into his back and pushed him back to the floor. "You're not getting away with this so easily," I growled. At that moment, my phone vibrated. "Kaylee?" That was the first thought that shot through my mind. I pinned Wayne even more firmly to the ground with my knee, allowing me to risk letting go of his shirt collar. Wayne made a brief movement when he felt me release him, but he remained motionless and unresistant as I dug my knee deeper into his back. That must be hurting quite a bit by now. The thought gave me a certain satisfaction, because the guy deserved nothing less. I fished my phone out of my jacket pocket. Unfortunately, the call wasn't from Kaylee. Anthony was displayed on the screen. "Buddy, everything okay?" Anthony asked. "Well, that depends," I replied. "And how should I take that?" Anthony joked. "I don't know. I'm standing here in my living room, holding down a guy who attacked Allison and threatened me," I said casually, but in a tone that showed Anthony I wasn't kidding. "How?" Anthony started to ask, then stopped himself. "Buddy, sounds like you could use the support of an FBI agent. As luck would have it, I'm only a block away from your apartment. Should I come over?" "I'd love that," I accepted Anthony's offer. "He's become quite docile since I pinned him down, but something needs to be done with him now." "I'll be right there," Anthony announced, and ended the call without further questions. That was a friend I could rely on 100%. When things got dicey, Anthony came and stood by my side. I pressed my knee a little harder into Wayne's back. "If you want to get up and move into a more comfortable position, I can allow that, provided you behave," I said menacingly. Wayne groaned. I grabbed his shirt collar again. "Sorry, I didn't understand that answer." "Yes, I won't do anything." Despite this assurance, I didn't trust Wayne one bit. The guy must have a few screws loose upstairs. He couldn't have seriously believed that he could achieve anything here and get his law firm back. I pulled Wayne up by his shirt collar and shoved him towards an elegant leather armchair that stood in a corner as far away from Allison as possible. "Sit down!" I commanded and pulled up a footstool. I sat on it and watched Wayne vigilantly. At that second, there was a ping and the elevator doors opened again. I automatically turned around. The comings and goings here today were distracting me from Wayne. He saw a favorable opportunity to escape, jumped out of the armchair with surprising agility, and ran towards the elevator. I chased after him. Don't let the opponent escape even after a moment of inattention. This bastard had actually managed to surprise me for the second time today and slip away. He was craftier than I thought. But he suddenly stopped at the elevator door. He wasn't quite as crafty after all, because of course the elevator hadn't come up empty. Anthony stepped out of the cabin. At least that was in order, as the concierge knew that two people always had access here, Anthony and Allison, and Kaylee. I pushed the thought of her aside again. I would deal with her later. First, I had to sort out this situation and show Wayne once and for all who was in charge here. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" Anthony inquired calmly. "Let me through!" Wayne yelled and tried to throw himself at Anthony, but Anthony swiftly drew his service weapon from its holster and pointed it at Wayne. Now, you surely don't want to be guilty of assaulting an FBI agent, do you?" he asked in a tone that made it clear the fun stopped here. Wayne stared down the barrel of the gun and didn't move anymore. "Well," Anthony repeated. No, I was just about to leave," Wayne stuttered. "Where were you rushing off to?" Wayne stammered. "Sit down in the armchair." Anthony pointed at the leather armchair Wayne had just fled from with his gun. Obediently, Wayne marched back to his seat. Faced with the weapon, he had suddenly become as meek as a lamb. The whole situation had something unreal about it. "What's going on, Nicholas?" I reported, about Wayne's position at Wilson & Smith, his repeated accusations regarding the origin of my wealth, and the physical attack on Allison just minutes ago. "Can you confirm this?" Anthony's question was directed at Allison. "He attacked me," she nodded, "and I'm not the first to fall victim to a scuffle with him. A few days ago, there was an altercation at the law firm. Kaylee sprained her ankle in the process." "That was an accident," Wayne flared up. "Quiet!" Anthony snapped at him. "You only answer questions. That wasn't a question." He turned to me. "If I understood you correctly, there are also dubious money flows within the law firm." "What do you mean, dubious?" Wayne complained. The guy just wouldn't get it. Anthony approached the armchair. He still had his weapon in hand. I said, "Quiet. I'm going to have a quick chat with Mr. Wright now. After that, you and I are going to take a little ride to my office, and there you can put everything on record that you wish. You can talk for days if you still want to then." Anthony paused. "Oddly enough, though, I have a feeling that you'll suddenly fall silent on the way to my office." He looked at Wayne critically. He turned to me again, without taking his eyes off Wayne. "Backup is coming soon, then we'll take him in. Tell me quickly what's the deal with this money." "Well, the law firm has been generating solid profits for years. Only the best clients with lots of money and excellent payment records, many prestigious cases. It brought in considerable revenue." "But," Anthony asked, still keeping his eyes on Wayne. "Well, after paying all outstanding bills and bonuses, the remaining money disappeared. To an account in California, that's as much as Kaylee could find out. We don't know what happened to the money after that. The firm is practically bankrupt today. No cash flow, meaning the coffers are empty. We currently have to pump money into the company, even though it's generating large revenues." Wayne had turned bright red during this speech, but he didn't move anymore. Anthony must have intimidated him enough. "Do you have any idea where the money might have gone and why? And who could have orchestrated all this?" Anthony asked. "I'd start by asking Wayne Wilson," I said slowly. "I'm not sure if he could afford his luxury trips to the Maldives, Hong Kong, and Las Vegas on his salary alone. And who knows what other extras he might have indulged in there. Wayne had bragged about his travels during our notary appointment to show Allison and me how profitable the firm was. I didn't know if the missing money had played a role in this. But Anthony had been an FBI agent long enough to know what a luxurious lifestyle could mean, and where he might need to look for further clues. "Well then, let's go, buddy. Move it," Anthony said to Wayne, gesturing with the gun from the armchair to the elevator. "Your private taxi with backup is already waiting downstairs. It's a car from the FBI pool. Ever ridden in one of those?" When Wayne didn't respond, Anthony added, "And remember, Once you've stepped out, you can talk as much as you want, but be careful. Swear words count as insulting federal officers. As Wayne struggled to get out of the armchair, Anthony looked at me. "Where's Kaylee, by the way?" he asked.
Chapter 28. Kaylee. Disheartened, I took a few steps forward. London. I wanted to go back to London. I was absolutely certain of that. But how would I get there? I had a passport with me, but otherwise not even spare change for a coffee to warm my chilly limbs. Exhausted, I looked down the row of shops. Suddenly, something caught my eye. A turquoise sign with the words, "All Things Beautiful." Rachel's Boutique. Instantly, a glimmer of hope sparked within me. Rachel's employee, Anna, who had brought me a selection of clothes a few days ago, including the light gray suit that now clung to my body, soaked, would surely be there and would remember me. Dry clothes, a coffee, an outlet to charge my phone. And with that, I could do anything. Buy a plane ticket to London. Yes, that's what I would do. It was the only thing I could think of at that moment. With a pounding heart, I hurried down the street. The summer thunderstorm had passed by now, and only a fine, persistent rain was still falling from the sky. Finally, I reached Rachel's Boutique. By now, I could hardly wait to get out of the rain. The display windows of All Things Beautiful were beautifully decorated. I noticed that despite my haste. Until now, I had never seen the boutique, as I had still been in London when Rachel fulfilled her long-held dream of opening her own store after finishing her fashion design studies. I yanked the door open and breathed a sigh of relief. At last, I was out of the rain. Behind the counter, Anna looked up. "Rachel!" she called out loudly. "I thought you weren't landing until today and coming here tomorrow." She came out from behind the counter. Damn! I had completely forgotten about that. Rachel would be returning from her visit to Washington today. Just yesterday, she had assured me how much she was looking forward to our reunion. Finally, we would be together here in New York, the city where we had grown up. Over the past few years, Rachel had visited me regularly in London, but it wasn't the same. I pushed the thought aside. I couldn't afford to indulge in such nostalgic tendencies now. New York wasn't a place where I wanted to live. I would be reminded of my broken heart every day. Of my failure. "I'm not Rachel," I said slowly. "I'm Kaylee." Rachel and I had often been mistaken for each other as children and teenagers. Even today, we still looked very similar, despite our physical separation over the past few years. "Kaylee?" Anna's eyes widened as she took a closer look at me. "But what happened to you? What's going on?" "I got caught in the rain," I said curtly. I wasn't in the mood for lengthy explanations right now. Anna was a nice girl, but I barely knew her, and therefore wouldn't pour my heart out to her. If she could help me with the essentials in this situation, that would be more than enough. "Do you have some dry clothes for me?" I inquired. Oh yes, of course." Anna sprang into action. "Why don't you go to the changing room? I'll bring you a towel and some clothes. What would you like?" "Nothing too formal. A pair of pants and a top," I replied. As I drew the curtain of the changing room closed, I thought bitterly about how ironic life could be sometimes. Rachel had told me a year ago about how our friend Megan had met her husband Trevor. She too had fled to Rachel's boutique with a broken heart. Trevor had tracked her down, however, and for Megan and Trevor there had been a happy ending. There would be no happy ending for Nicholas and me. I swallowed back the tears that were welling up. "Here." Anna's hand appeared at the side of the curtain with a towel and some clothes. Gratefully, I reached for everything, undressed, and began to towel myself dry. "Anna?" I asked. "Yes?" My phone got very wet, so I'm not sure if it still works. Maybe the battery is just dead. Can you plug it in and see if it charges? "Here." With these words, I stretched my hand with the mobile phone out of the changing room. Of course. Anna hurried over and took the phone. Through the curtain, I heard her go into the small storage room and take a charging cable from a drawer. I hoped that the phone hadn't been permanently damaged by the moisture. Please work, please work. While I was saying this quietly to myself, I put on the dry clothes Anna had picked out for me. Fashionable, but not too elegant. Comfortable. Just right for a flight to London. My decision was made. I would go to the airport. There I would greet Rachel on her arrival, and I would also buy a ticket for the next flight to London right away. Or better yet, I would take care of that here in the store. Then I could greet Rachel at the airport in peace before leaving again. Your phone is charging, Anna reported. I let out a sigh of relief. Only now did I realize how tense I had been. Would you like a coffee, Kaylee? That would be wonderful, I replied gratefully. I looked at myself critically in the mirror. The state of my hair left much to be desired, but otherwise I no longer looked like a drowned rat, but rather presentable again. Only upon closer inspection could one tell that I had just been under extreme stress. My eyes were slightly reddened from crying, my eyelids were swollen, and my gaze was restless. I shrugged. Here in New York, I didn't need to impress anyone anymore. I would go back to London, and I would do it today, because I had nothing left to lose. Everything I had secretly hoped for, I had already lost. I felt an unpleasant pang in my chest at this thought. I pushed aside the pain that came with thoughts of Nicholas and pulled back the curtain of the changing room. As I entered the small storage room with its tiny kitchenette, a warm coffee was already waiting for me. Anna had also set out a hairbrush. I thought you might need this, she said. I smiled gratefully and took a sip of coffee to avoid her questioning gaze. At that moment, the doorbell chimed. A customer had entered the boutique. I have to go to the front, Anna apologized. Go ahead, I said, secretly grateful to be alone here. I reached for my phone. It was charging, just as Anna had said. No new messages, no missed calls. Kaylee, how could you be so stupid and secretly expect Nicholas to contact you to clear everything up? He didn't do it back then, so why would he do it now? If he does reach out, you'd do well not to respond. 2 heartbreaks are enough. Think about your plans. Think about London. I opened the browser on my phone and searched for flights to London. Relieved, I found that there was a suitable flight leaving that very afternoon. I knew my credit card details by heart, so I quickly booked a ticket. While I had wondered earlier why I had put my passport in my bag this morning, I was now grateful for my absent-mindedness. This way, I could travel to London without any issues. Everything had its silver lining, even if you couldn't see it right away. I finished my coffee and waited until Anna had served the customer. Afterward, she came back to me. Is there anything else I can do to help? I smiled at her gratefully. No, don't worry. I just had an extremely rough start to the day. Anna smiled with relief. That happens. I'm glad you're feeling better. Should I call you a taxi home? A taxi would be great, I replied. But not home. I'm going to the airport. I'm going to surprise Rachel and pick her up. What a wonderful idea! Anna's face lit up. She'll be so happy. I wasn't so sure about that, because while I would pick up Rachel, it would be to tell her that I would be boarding a flight to London in 2 hours, and that I had no intention of ever returning to New York.
Chapter 29. Nicholas. When the elevator doors closed behind Anthony and Wayne, I breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly, I had to admit that I had quite enjoyed the confrontation with Wayne. The situation had felt a bit like a football game. The opponent tried to bulldoze me and my team by any means necessary, but without employing a particularly good strategy, so I could calmly plan my moves and counter him. There had also been some good moments of surprise where Wayne challenged me. But as soon as he attacked Allison, the fun was over for me. I never wanted to see Allison in danger, not for a moment. And so I was glad that Wayne was in custody and the threat was finally eliminated. Allison was now sitting back on the sofa and looked quite composed. She neither seemed as distraught as she had been this morning, nor did Wayne's attack seem to have affected her greatly. "Everything okay, Allie?" I asked cautiously. Allison wasn't one to easily show her feelings, so with her, you could never be quite sure how she was doing or what she was thinking. "Yes, everything's fine, thanks," she replied. Her voice sounded almost normal, which was a good sign. Allison was okay, I was fine. Anthony and Wayne were on their way to the FBI office. On the surface, everything was great, but there was an uneasy feeling gnawing at my stomach, and the cause of it was Kaylee. I had answered Anthony's question about her with an evasive on her way, and for once had been glad that we weren't alone, because in that case, I would certainly have been subjected to Anthony's famous cross-examination. But since Allison was sitting on the sofa and Anthony also had his job to do, he just gave me a disbelieving look and pushed Wayne into the elevator. Anthony's question had triggered something in me. I had to admit that I had treated Kaylee badly, so badly that I would probably be lucky if she ever spoke to me again. At this thought, I felt as if a cold hand was gripping my heart. Yes, what did I want? Ideally, sex with Kaylee every day. I wanted my life to always be like it had been in the past week. That became clear to me in this moment. I wanted Kaylee permanently in my life. The last week had been the best in a long time, maybe since high school. I hated having to admit it to myself, but that's how it was. Linda with her long legs, all the others. They had never meant anything to me, at least not what Kaylee meant to me. I could only hope that I hadn't lost her for good. I would have to find out now. But first, I still had to talk to my mother. Allison sat on the couch and looked at me scrutinizingly. "Is everything all right with you?" she asked at that moment, returning the question I had just asked her. "Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Do you think an untrained guy like Wayne can rattle me?" I asked back. "I'm not talking about Wayne. You've been different somehow since Anthony asked you where Kaylee is." Allison spoke without reproach. The statement was simply an observation. "Well, I wasn't particularly nice to Kaylee," I grumbled. The conversation was a bit uncomfortable for me, so I left it at this vague statement. I didn't like admitting mistakes, but I knew Allison wouldn't let up, and secretly, I didn't want her to let up. This matter had to be cleared up once and for all now. "That hasn't bothered you in the past, or at least not so much that it would have distracted you from other things," Allison said. I made. Of course Allison was right, but I was reluctant to admit it. Until a few minutes ago, I had hardly been willing to admit to myself that Kaylee actually meant something to me. It was all the more uncomfortable now to admit it to Allison. "What does Kaylee mean to you today? Do you still love her? Or, again?" Bang, there it was, the uncomfortable question. If Allison ever wanted to take a completely different professional direction, she could confidently join the FBI and become Anthony's colleague. The two would make a good team. Allison would certainly quickly outshine even experienced interrogation specialists in such a position. Allison looked at me seriously. I held her gaze and read in her green eyes, "This is about your future, Nick. Don't screw it up. And above all, tell me the truth now. Even more important, be honest with yourself." I took a deep breath. Allison was right. I had already screwed up my future once, many years ago, on prom night. Of course, I had to stand by Allison then, just as I did today. Had to? I had felt obligated to. But that had been no reason to ignore Kaylee, neither then nor today. No real reason anyway. I hoped Kaylee would forgive me. "Well, you know, Allie," I began hesitantly. "So, for God's sake, I was stammering here as if I were still in high school. This wouldn't do at all." I pulled myself together. Kaylee was my great love back then. I thought I had forgotten her over the years. Even when I saw her again here, I still thought that. I told myself it was just a purely sexual thing, but it's more. I took a deep breath, having finally gotten my confession off my chest. It felt as if someone had lifted a huge boulder from my chest. I looked at Allison again. She was smiling. "I'm glad, Nick. It's about time you give your heart away again." "Really?" I asked incredulously. "I mean, you never could stand Kaylee." Allison now laughed out loud. It felt good to see her like this, after she had been so distraught this morning. "Oh, Nick, honestly, that was in high school. She had everything, and I had nothing. I was simply jealous. A few years have passed since then, and we've all grown up a bit. I have my own life, just as Kaylee has hers, and I don't need to envy her anymore. And not liking her? I don't even know her anymore, after all these years. Allison looked at me, amused. Besides, since when do you care what I think about your women? I didn't think much of Linda either. She was more interested in your money than in other things. Your opinion is important to me, of course, I replied. You know I value your judgment. I didn't add that Allison's opinion still had no influence on my decisions. So, you're really serious about Kaylee, Allison observed. I took a deep breath. Yes I am. I don't want to lose her again, if I haven't already lost her. I pushed the last thought aside, went to the couch, sat down next to Allison, and took her hand. You know that you're a very special person to me, Allie. In a way, the most important person in my life. I owe my entire professional success to you. Now, don't exaggerate, Allison corrected me. The money came from Dad to both of us. And then, we both worked very hard. That's true. But without the seed money and encouragement from both of you, I would never have had the courage to start the company so early. You know, Nick, it's nice that I'm the most important person in your life in some ways, but if you're really serious about Kaylee, then she should get that place. That doesn't mean I'll become less important to you from now on, just that someone else takes the place as the most important person. Allison's words meant infinitely much to me. All these years, I had felt as if I was indebted to her, even though objectively that wasn't really true. And what she was saying now felt somehow right, as if everything was finally falling into place after so many years. That's wonderful that you say that, Allie, I murmured. And Nick, what applies to me also applies to your mother. What do you mean? You promised her back then to keep silent, for her, for us. That's good and right, but don't let such a promise ruin your future. Allison was right. I thought only of Kaylee, of how her eyes looked when she concentrated on work, and how her gaze suddenly changed when arousal came into play. I thought of her body, which promised so many sensual hours. Could she forgive me for how I had treated her? I had to find her and explain everything to her, immediately. Contrary to what I had thought just a few minutes ago, it didn't matter at all whether my mother released me from my promise or not. I wanted Kaylee to belong to me, just as much as my mother did. Nevertheless, I also felt a strong obligation towards Allison. You know I'm always there for you when you need me, even now. If you want me to come with you now, I'll do that, of course. I promised you earlier, and in a way, I should be there, I explained. I was a man who stood by his word, always. Nonsense, Nick. I'll be fine. This morning was just the shock. Are you sure? I wanted to make certain. Didn't you listen to me just now? Allison now sounded almost a little impatient. I'm okay. You should take care of Kaylee now. I think she's much worse off than I am. She ran into this storm and hasn't reappeared. Do you at least have any idea where she might be? Well, I think in her apartment. She probably wouldn't have gone to work. She was far too upset for that. I hope she forgives you, said Allison. I wasn't at all sure about that either, but I'd rather not think about that possibility at this moment. I simply had to try. Allison looked at me intently. Find her, Nicholas, and then make sure you finally get your happy ending. It's long overdue.
Chapter 30. Kaylee. I entered New York's John F. Kennedy Airport through the large glass doors. Airports always fascinated me. There was so much to observe. So many people from various countries whose paths crossed here for moments, sometimes just for the blink of an eye. Families embracing a member returning from a trip or saying goodbye to one about to depart. Hurried business travelers in suits, stress visible on their faces, barking instructions into their phones despite jet lag. Couples looking forward to a vacation or returning tanned from one. People returning to their homeland after a long absence, like I had a few days ago. People leaving their homeland forever, like I was today. Was it really just a few days ago that I had stepped onto American soil for the first time in years, full of optimism and anticipation? It felt like an eternity. More had happened in the last few days than in the last few years combined. I followed the signs marked "Arrivals" to the area where passengers from various flights were arriving. I checked the information boards to see which gate Rachel's flight was expected at. It would arrive on time. I breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly, I had feared that I might miss Rachel if her flight was delayed. I didn't have much time left before I had to check in for the flight to London. That would be quick, though, since I had no luggage. I would organize the return shipment of my container with furniture from London. Mitchell & Sons would end up making a good deal with me. Although I hadn't wanted to give this shipping company another order, Jason Mitchell had made a real effort with my things in the end, and hiring another company seemed too complicated at this point. I just hoped the transport from New York to London would go smoothly. Thoughts about what else needed to be done and organized distracted me from the fact that my heart felt as heavy as a boulder. I simply didn't want to think about Nicholas right now, because my pain was too great. When I arrived in London, the first thing I would do was look for an apartment. As soon as I found a place to stay, I would go to the countryside for 2 weeks and rent a small cottage there. Cornwall, perhaps, or Scotland. I liked the sea. On long beach walks, I would be able to grieve in peace, without anyone seeing me. The doors to the gate for the flight from Washington, D.C. opened, and the first passengers entered the arrival hall. I craned my neck attentively. Rachel wasn't among them yet. Only now did I realize what a strange, welcoming committee I must have made. I had no flowers, no chocolates, nothing. Just barely enough that I had brought myself. Kaylee. The cry of joy was so loud that it could almost be heard across the arrival hall. I had not been paying attention for a second, and suddenly Rachel was standing in front of me. What a surprise! Rachel! I was glad and relieved to see my twin sister again, even if I couldn't show it with a shout of joy. Too much had happened today for me to really be happy about anything. Rachel threw her arms around me and hugged me tightly. I enjoyed feeling her arms around me and felt safe and protected for the first time since this morning. I hugged Rachel back and said, "I'm so glad you're here. How was Washington?" Rachel moved away from me a little and gushed, "Oh, Kaylee, it was so incredible. You must come with me next time. Megan will be so happy to see you. Or you must go alone. Now it's just a stone's throw away for you from New York." Not from London, though. How was I supposed to tell Rachel that I would be flying back to England in 2 hours and had no intention of coming back here? I had made the mistake of coming back here once. I certainly wouldn't make it a second time. New York was history for me. Past. I said. Rachel felt encouraged to keep talking. I mean, being a guest at the White House, KK, you have to experience it. Who can say they've stayed there as a personal guest of the First Lady? Hardly anyone, I admitted. It was really like a fairy tale, the whole decor and all the staff taking care of everything. But Megan is the same as always. She hasn't changed through her marriage to Trevor. The two of them are really sweet together. And the baby, Kaylee, I'm telling you. The little one is just so cute. Rachel talked herself into more and more excitement. Trevor is busy, of course, naturally. He's the president. But he tries to have dinner with Megan and the baby every day. He never goes out. Who would have thought that about him? He used to be the ultimate playboy. Yes, some people change. Others don't. At these words, my heart felt heavy again. Our friend Megan had really been lucky and landed a good man with Trevor, who loved her wholeheartedly, even if it hadn't looked that way at first. Trevor had also had the courage to stand by Megan and change for her. Unfortunately, I hadn't been blessed with such luck. I smiled bitterly. Rachel looked at me critically. As identical twins, we looked exactly alike, and Rachel could read my face as well as I could read hers. "What's wrong, Kaylee? Something happened. I can see it on the tip of your nose." "Well?" I said and swallowed hard. Rachel's concerned words had caused the lump that had been sitting in my throat for several hours to move up a bit. But I didn't want to be overwhelmed by my emotions. I had suffered enough because of Nicholas and didn't want to shed any more tears. especially not here in the terminal where I wasn't alone. Why are you even here? Don't you have to work? Not today, I answered and took a deep breath. You see, Rachel, it's like this. I looked at her miserably. I didn't need to say another word. Rachel instinctively knew what was bothering me so much. Oh dear, she said sympathetically. Nicholas. I nodded and felt tears welling up in my eyes. In vain, I tried to hold them back. I couldn't manage it. Silently, I began to cry, and 2 wet streaks ran down my cheeks. Rachel pulled me into her arms and began to rock me like a child. Shh. Shh. KK. Everything will be all right. She gently stroked my back and continuously murmured terms of endearment meant to calm me. I clung to Rachel and let my tears flow freely. Suddenly, I didn't care that we were standing in the middle of the airport terminal. My poor silly Kaylee. I knew you'd give your heart away again. What happened? The gentle rocking calmed me. Rachel pulled a pack of tissues from her handbag and gave them to me. I dried my eyes and blew my nose. Although nothing had changed about the situation in the last few minutes, I felt a little better than before, thanks to Rachel's encouragement. Well, it was like this. I began my story and told Rachel about Nicholas's promise to explain everything to me. About the football match, our magical night, this morning, how Wayne had sought me out at the law firm, and how I had caught Nicholas and Allison in an intimate embrace in the penthouse. Oh no, Kaylee, I'm so sorry for you. Rachel's eyes were large and dark with sympathy. Back then, after the prom, she had been there for me every day with advice and support, and even answered the phone in the middle of the night when I suddenly felt the need to talk to her for hours and cry my heart out in London. Rachel was my twin sister. Not only had she witnessed my pain over Nicholas firsthand, but she also knew how I felt when I had a broken heart, just as she felt when her own heart was broken. Twins shared everything and always knew how the other was doing. I couldn't say how glad I was that Rachel existed, and that's why the part of the news that I now had to break to her broke my heart for the second time that day. I cleared my throat. I'm going back to London, Rachel. There, it was out. What? Rachel stared at me in horror. You can't do that, Kaylee. You've only just arrived here. I just have to get away from here. I can't stand it. Heartache passes, Kaylee. You know that from experience. Unfortunately, you might feel bad now, but it will get better. You don't need to travel to London for that. It was a mistake to come back here. Nonsense. It wasn't a mistake. It was a decision you made after long and careful consideration. There was nothing holding you in London anymore. It was over with Jeffrey, and if I understood correctly, it was for the best. Your job was boring and unfulfilling, and your friends gradually mutated into people who only thought about their careers or their children and weren't there for you when you needed them. Well, yes, but London has become my home over the last few years. I tried to excuse myself. Rachel didn't give up so easily. New York has always been your home, more than London. You were born and raised here, and you'll feel at home here again soon, if you just give yourself a little time. Don't let someone like Nicholas ruin your plans. He's influenced your life enough already. That hit home. Rachel wasn't wrong with that last sentence. She sensed that I was becoming thoughtful and pushed a little further. There are plenty of men in New York, better ones than Nicholas. And there are plenty of interesting jobs. You'll easily find something else, and in a few months, when you're over all this, you'll meet someone else too. Life can be beautiful here too, Kaylee. I'm not denying that, but... Rachel didn't let me finish. I was so looking forward to having you here, KK. And I was looking forward to being with you, Rachel, I said honestly. I took another deep breath. But I just can't stay here right now. So much has happened. I need some distance. Then fly to Florida. have a nice time on a warm beach, stay for 2 or 3 weeks, distract yourself, and come back to New York with fresh courage. That sounded tempting, but I was certain that 2 weeks in Florida wouldn't be enough to give me the strength for a new start in New York, in a city where Nicholas was omnipresent for me. I took a deep breath. "I've already bought a ticket to London," I confessed to Rachel. "The flight leaves in 2 hours."
Chapter 31. Nicholas. Tensely, I steered the red Ferrari through the streets of New York. The heavy downpour had since transformed into a fine drizzle, refreshing the dry grass, trees, and bushes in the parks. The oppressive heat from this morning had dissipated, and the people on the streets seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at the long-awaited cooling. A call to Wilson & Smith revealed that Kaylee hadn't returned to the firm. Melina, the friendly receptionist, sounded slightly concerned as she told me. "She left the building with Mr. Wilson. Neither of them has come back. You don't think something's happened to her, do you?" I reassured Melina with a small lie. "Everything's fine. Mr. Wilson was with me. Ms. Davis was here too and left to get something from the office and check on her apartment. I need to discuss something urgent with her, but I can't reach her." To tell the truth, I hadn't tried to reach Kaylee. I was certain she wouldn't take my call. Besides, what I wanted to tell her couldn't be discussed over the phone. I needed to see her. I turned left onto the street where Kaylee lived, or rather, where Kaylee's apartment was located. She hadn't really lived here since her arrival in New York. My cock stirred in my pants as I thought about the sex Kaylee and I had on the mattress, on the day when everything began. Or had it all started at the class reunion? Had everything begun there? In any case, I was sure I didn't want today to be the day when all of this ended. Kaylee and I had surprisingly gotten a second chance through our reunion, and I wanted to make the most of it. There was no parking spot available in front of the building where Kaylee lived. On impulse, I parked the Ferrari directly in front of a moving company's truck, which was double parked almost right in front of the entrance. 2 burly men in blue overalls were busy at the truck's rear loading gate. It looked like they were delivering something large, so the truck would probably be there for a while. If I parked here, no one would complain too quickly. Besides, a red Ferrari doesn't get towed away that fast, even in New York. And if it did, honestly, I didn't care at that moment. I wanted to talk to Kaylee now. I quickly got out and entered the building. There was no one in the lobby who could have been interested in me, so I reached Kaylee's apartment door without any trouble. I rang the bell. No answer. I knocked on the door. Again, no answer. Kaylee didn't seem to be home. Frowning, I stared at the locked door. I didn't like this at all. I loved having things under control and being able to plan my moves accordingly. But now, Kaylee had disappeared, and I had to fear that she didn't want to see me anymore. And then I would have to call Kaylee after all and ask her where she was. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed her number. It rang. I waited a few seconds, but Kaylee didn't answer the phone. Had she simply not heard it ringing? Was she unable to take the call right now? Or did she not want to take a call from me? Just like back then, when I had called her after she fled to London, she hadn't answered my call and simply never contacted me again. I couldn't really blame her for that, but I didn't want her to do the same thing now. I opened WhatsApp and sent a message. "Need to talk to you urgently. Where are you?" I stayed online to make sure the message was delivered. After 2 seconds, I saw at the top of the chat window that Kaylee was online. A second later, the 2 gray check marks next to the message turned blue. Kaylee had read my question. I waited. Nothing happened. No response. After another second, Kaylee was offline again. This woman was driving me crazy. Of course, I had to admit that my message didn't explain anything, but why didn't Kaylee answer at least? Even if it was to tell me she never wanted to see me again. At that moment, however, I realized that I wouldn't have been satisfied with that answer either. I had to see Kaylee and explain everything to her. I just had to. For years, I hadn't truly wanted any other woman but her. I had finally recognized that today. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. Just as I was considering whether to ask Melina to call Kaylee to find out where she was, I heard men's voices on the floor. The 2 moving company employees I had seen earlier at the truck came around the corner. "This must be the apartment," one of them said, pointing to Kaylee's door. "Ring the bell, Sam. If she didn't hear the one downstairs, maybe she'll hear this one up here," said the second. Sam pressed his finger on the button while his colleague looked me up and down. "Are you also looking for Ms. Davis?" he finally asked me when Sam's ringing produced no response. "She's not here, it seems," I replied. "Sam, call her. We need to know what to do with her stuff from London. She was supposed to be here to receive everything. Kaylee's furniture and the rest of her belongings had finally arrived. Sam pulled out a phone and dialed a number. On the second ring, someone answered on the other end. "Hello, Ms. Davis. My name is Sam. I work for Mitchell & Sons, and I'm right outside your front door, with your things. Sorry again that it all took so long, but we really couldn't have foreseen this. When will you be home so we can carry everything into your apartment?" I couldn't help but notice two things. First, Kaylee was perfectly capable of taking a call. She just didn't want to talk to me right now. Second, Sam was exceptionally polite. A moving company employee who was kept waiting normally wouldn't take the time to call a customer, let alone apologize. Kaylee must have paid a hefty sum for the transport, and Mitchell & Sons must have royally screwed things up. They didn't want to upset Kaylee any further. The second point didn't matter to me. The first one did. Furniture was unimportant. Kaylee wasn't. And the less Kaylee wanted to talk to me, the more I wanted to talk to her. She didn't have all the information to properly assess the situation and draw the correct conclusions about the relationship between Allison and me. Until recently, I hadn't been able to give her this information. The promise I had once made to my mother had prevented me from doing so. But now I would break that promise, for something that was much more important, for someone who was even more important than my mother. "What do you mean you don't want the things here anymore?" Sam's incredulous voice brought me back to the present. What was that supposed to mean? What had Kaylee just told him? I continued to listen, because Sam obviously had as little idea of what was going on here as I did. "Back to London?" Sam's voice sounded increasingly confused. He made an apologetic gesture towards his colleague. "Now, let me get this straight so I understand it correctly. You want us to send your things back to London, where we picked them up not too long ago. Is that right?" Sam waited for the answer, which seemed to consist of only one word. He nodded slowly. "Okay. Should we deliver it to the same address in London?" The answer was a bit longer. Sam looked confused again. Inside me, it was raging. This could only mean one thing. Kaylee had decided to go back to London. I had to stop her at all costs. I had to see her. Now. Today. Here. Don't be so silly, Nicholas. You can't see her now and here because she's obviously somewhere else. Better focus on the conversation to find out where Kaylee is. "I don't understand," I heard Sam say. "So you're not back in London yet?" At least that much had been clear to me, since Kaylee had left my penthouse only a few hours ago. She couldn't possibly be in London already, but where was she? Again, it became clear to me that I didn't want to lose her under any circumstances. I could only hope that I hadn't lost her already. Again, an old football wisdom helped me through the moment. When the situation seems hopeless, just keep going. In the end, the one who doesn't give up wins. Sam ended the conversation and looked at me and his colleague, shaking his head. "The good lady seems to be a bit confused," he said. "Do you know her?" he asked me. Without waiting for an answer, he grumbled, "Now she's at the airport and wants to fly back to London today, where she just came from a few days ago. She wants us to send her things there too, to some warehouse. She could have thought of that earlier. It would have been much cheaper not to send the things to New York, but to leave them in London? The woman seems to have money to burn. Or she's desperate," I added silently, but didn't say it out loud. I wished for nothing more than to take Kaylee in my arms right now, to explain everything to her and finally wipe away her pain and doubts. I should have done that years ago. "Do we have a contact person in New York if she's not here anymore?" Sam's colleague inquired. "Yes, a sister, Rachel Davis." I cleared my throat. "She's at John F. Kennedy Airport?" I asked. "Seems so," said Sam. Turning to his colleague, he said, "Come on, let's go. The boss doesn't pay us to stand around here." John F. Kennedy Airport. I now knew my next destination and could only hope that I would arrive in time before the flight to London left. I knew Kaylee. Once she was in London, wild horses wouldn't bring her back here. Either I found her now and could persuade her to stay, or I had lost her forever.
Chapter 32. Kaylee. Rachel rolled her eyes. "Really, Kaylee? As bad as the situation is now? Did you have to do that?" She looked at me questioningly. "What else was I supposed to do?" I asked in return. My desperation grew even more. If that was even possible in the current situation. If not even Rachel wanted to understand me anymore. Who else would? Was there anyone left I could rely on? At that moment, I felt more alone than ever before in my life. Rachel was the rock I could always build on. The anchor in my life. As always, my twin sister could read on my face what was going on inside me. She lightly touched my arm. "Hey, KK, look at me." I hadn't even been aware that I had lowered my gaze and was staring at my toes until Rachel pointed it out. "I just don't want you to run away senselessly, to throw away everything you've dreamed of, everything you've planned, and all because of Nicholas. You've done that once before. Once is enough." "Yeah," I replied hesitantly. Once was enough. But the urge to leave New York was simply overwhelming. I could hardly wait to board the plane. I would have preferred to just start walking. Anywhere. "Don't you want to talk to Nicholas one more time? So you can at least find your peace? Maybe you don't have to go to London for that." The moment Rachel asked me this question, my phone rang. I pulled it out of my pocket. The display showed an incoming call from Nicholas. I stared motionless at the screen. Rachel peered at the phone. "Don't you want to answer it?" I shook my head. I simply didn't feel capable of talking to Nicholas. I didn't want to face another rejection. What could Nicholas possibly have to say to me? Nothing. Simply nothing. The situation had been clear. He preferred Allison. Any idiot would have understood that after the prom. Only I had been so stupid to want to have fun with him years later, and then even believe in a new chance. Really stupid. Allison had been around Nicholas the whole time. Maybe over time she had understood that she had to give him his freedoms to bind him to her forever. That he would stay with her if she didn't mind him taking another woman, or even several whenever it suited him. And one of those had been me. Once again. My phone stopped ringing. Seconds later, the beep announcing an incoming message sounded. I opened WhatsApp. Nicholas. He wanted to talk to me. Just that. Nothing more. No apology. No attempt at an explanation. And no emotion in his message. If I had doubted before whether I meant anything to him, there could be no doubt now. I closed WhatsApp and put the phone back in my blazer pocket. He doesn't think anything of me, Rachel. Nothing at all. I'm just another bedtime story to him, one of those he has from time to time and which Allison apparently tolerates. Strange relationship between those two, Rachel mused. She looked me in the eyes. Maybe everything is completely different? These are just your assumptions now. I shrugged. What else should I assume? Do you have any ideas? No, Rachel said. We looked at each other silently. I could barely hold back the tears. Once again, it was time to say goodbye. And this time I wouldn't return. Rachel apparently thought the same. My phone vibrated again. I looked at the display. This time it wasn't Nicholas. I answered. 2 employees from Mitchell & Sons were standing at my apartment door, wanting to deliver my furniture. Finally, my things had arrived, but I would leave again. I took a deep breath and asked them to send my furniture back to London. That was all I was capable of at the moment. As I ended the call, Rachel had tears in her eyes. Don't go away, Kaylee, she pleaded, looking at me intently. Find another job, here in New York. Talk to Nicholas and Allison to understand what really happened back then, and what happened today. I thought about it. Just now I hadn't taken Nicholas's call because I didn't think I could bear the sound of his voice. But for my twin sister, I would do anything. Anything but one thing. I wouldn't talk to Nicholas or Allison. No, Rachel, I said firmly. Those 2 have humiliated me enough. I never want to see them again, neither Nicholas nor Allison. You can't really blame Allison, Rachel said. You two couldn't stand each other back then because she was in love with Nicholas and didn't get the spot on the cheerleading team. But those were just teenage times. Today, everything is different. And if the relationship between her and Nicholas is really as you think, then she's actually to be pitied. Tolerating affairs to keep a man, it doesn't get much worse than that. Rachel, I looked at her seriously. Nicholas was and is my great love. Love with a capital L. I have never loved anyone else. Even the story with Jeffrey was really nothing more than a way to get over the emptiness in my heart. I really liked Jeffrey and was deeply hurt when he broke up with me, but not in the way I'm hurt now. Rachel stared at me wordlessly. I took a deep breath. If I was already confessing what had been going on inside me for the past few days and years, I might as well come clean entirely. I can understand Allison. If Nicholas means to her what he means to me, then there are only two options. Either you do everything to forget him, or you do everything to keep him. There's nothing else. As I spoke, tears had welled up in my eyes. I had done everything to forget Nicholas. I had almost succeeded. Almost. Oh, Kaylee, Rachel said softly. I had no idea. I mean, I knew you loved him back then, but I didn't realize how deep it really went. I think I've only just realized it myself, I said. With tears in my eyes, I smiled at Rachel. If I had known, you would have known too. We're twins, after all. What's going on in my heart can never be hidden from you. Rachel smiled back and pulled me into her arms. I hate to see you leave again, Kaylee, she whispered in my ear. But in this case, I prefer it. I hope you'll be happy in London this time. Truly happy. I don't want you to do everything to keep Nicholas. Someone who wants to stay with you will stay with you. You deserve someone who makes an effort for you and does everything to make you happy. I nodded and hugged Rachel tightly. I promise you that I'll be happy. If I don't see Nicholas anymore, I won't have to think about him either. Memories fade with time and broken hearts heal. You just said that yourself. I'll make sure my heart never gets broken again. Rachel moved away a bit and grabbed me by the shoulders. Don't lock it away, Kaylee. Don't lock your heart away. I'm sure there's a wonderful man waiting for you somewhere in London. I nodded and swallowed the lump in my throat. One who doesn't lie to me, I whispered. Exactly. Rachel smiled and stroked my cheek. I'll visit you as soon as I can, I promise. Too bad I won't be a guest at the White House now, I tried to joke. I just wanted the lump in my throat to disappear. Rachel helped me with that. Who knows, she said cheerfully. Washington isn't New York. Maybe one day you'll pay a visit there and we can all see each other again. Megan, you and me. Trevor still has a while left as president. I nodded again. I discreetly glanced at the clock hanging in the terminal building. I have to go, Rachel. Otherwise I'll be late for boarding. I'll walk you to the security check. We walked silently side by side, moving from the arrivals to the departures area. I printed my boarding pass at one of the self-service machines. When I held it in my hand, I looked at Rachel. Rachel. Kaylee. There wasn't much more to say. As twins, we understood each other without words. Call me as soon as you arrive. I will, I promised, swallowing one last time, blinking away the rising tears, and turned away to make my way to the security check. Don't turn around again, Kaylee. Just don't turn around again. Internally, I repeated these words over and over as I took the steps that would lead me away from New York and my past forever.
Chapter 33. Nicholas. At the bustling John F. Kennedy Airport, I slipped behind a taxi driver through the barrier into the area right in front of the terminal, where I parked my Ferrari in a spot I wasn't supposed to use. Unlike earlier, when I had double parked in front of Kaylee's apartment, I was far from certain that I would still find my car when I came out of the terminal. But again, I didn't care. I could only think of one thing. I had to find Kaylee. She couldn't fly to London without talking to me. She shouldn't fly to London at all. I wanted to explain everything to her. Then, hopefully, she would forgive me. I preferred not to think about the possibility that she might listen to my explanation, only to tell me it was too late for us anyway. I jumped out of the Ferrari and ran as fast as I could towards the terminal building. A flood of people streamed into the airport with me. Tourists, business travelers, people who looked like they were traveling to visit family, attend a sporting event, or go to a concert. I hoped I could find Kaylee in this crowd. Inside the terminal, I first looked at one of the information boards. There were at least 4 flights to London today, with 4 different airlines. The first one would take off in just 90 minutes. I let out a quiet internal groan. How was I supposed to find Kaylee like this? There was no point in asking the individual airlines if Kaylee had booked with them. For privacy reasons, they probably wouldn't give me any information even if I claimed to be Kaylee's husband. Perhaps then, especially not. After all, more than one woman had fled from her husband before. I suppressed the uneasy feeling that it was now the same with Kaylee and me. She was fleeing from me. Only we weren't married. Suddenly I spotted a familiar face amidst the crowd moving towards the exit. My heart nearly stopped. That blonde hair. Those brown eyes. It was her. I suppressed the impulse to call out her name loudly. She might notice me too early and try to escape again. Approach the opponent unobserved and strike at the decisive moment. Kaylee wasn't my opponent, but I thought of this saying from my former football coach as I deftly wove through the crowd. Kaylee noticed nothing as her gaze was fixed on the exit. That relieved me. If she was heading for the exit, it could only mean that she had changed her mind and wouldn't be flying to London. So, I still had a chance. A big chance. Kaylee! I stood in front of her, said her name, and pulled her into my arms. All with a speed that didn't allow her to realize what was actually happening. I held her tightly. I'm so glad I found you. You can't leave. Kaylee tried to wriggle out of my embrace, but I was so happy to have her here in my arms that I couldn't let her go so easily. Let me go, you damn idiot, she hissed at me and pushed her arms between me and her body. Listen, I can explain everything, I began, without letting her go. You've got the wrong person. I know it sounds a bit unbelievable, but I made another attempt. I'm not Kaylee. I froze. Not Kaylee? I pushed the woman in front of me a few inches away and examined her. Rachel? She rolled her eyes. Genius. What are you doing here? I asked. As far as I knew, Rachel was in Washington to visit our former classmate Megan, who now lived in the White House as the First Lady. Hello, Nicholas, said Rachel. She had recognized me immediately. Yes, what am I doing here? What does it look like? Her voice sounded ironic, and she examined me sternly. I looked at Rachel again. She looked good, and still remarkably similar to Kaylee, just like before. If you looked closely, though, you noticed that the look in her brown eyes wasn't quite the same as Kaylee's. Rachel had always been a bit more mischievous. Kaylee, on the other hand, possessed a unique kind of sex appeal that Rachel lacked. Rachel was wearing light linen pants and a summery shirt, while Kaylee had gone to work this morning in a light gray suit. Also, Rachel was pulling a turquoise rolling suitcase beside her. Kaylee couldn't have any luggage with her, because all her things were still in my penthouse. Rachel sighed. I was in Washington, and I'm just coming back. Satisfied? Her voice no longer sounded ironic, but resigned. No, I said. I didn't want to meet you, but Kaylee. Yes, I figured that. Rachel said nothing more. You don't know where she is? The airport was big, and I desperately needed to find out where to look for Kaylee. I do. With this one word, Rachel clearly showed that she was unwilling to tell me more than necessary. I need to find her. I learned from the moving company that was supposed to bring her furniture here to New York that she's at the airport and wants to go back to London. Rachel looked at me impassively. After what felt like an eternity, she said, That's correct. I felt a strange sensation in my chest area. Where's Kaylee? I blurted out. Has she already flown? I hoped I had arrived at the airport in time. I calmed myself with the thought that none of the flights to London had taken off yet. I still had a chance to find Kaylee and talk to her. Then I would hopefully soon hold her in my arms, just as I had held Rachel moments ago. You don't seriously expect me to tell you that? Rachel sounded irritated now, almost aggressive. You've already caused enough trouble for Kaylee. I know, and I'm sorry about that, I assured her. That's why I'm here. I want to explain it to her. Explain? Rachel sounded beside herself. Because of you, I had to say goodbye to my twin sister again, just minutes after I finally got to hold her in my arms. Who do you think you are? I took a deep breath. I absolutely had to calm Rachel down. If Kaylee was taking the first flight to London, time was slowly running out for me. You've broken her heart twice, Nicholas Wright. Twice. That's enough. It's better if you never see Kaylee again. I love her. This confession burst out of me spontaneously and surprised even myself. I listened to the words echo. They sounded good. Right. I nodded emphatically. I was an idiot, Rachel. Back then, and again today. A really, truly big idiot. Rachel examined me closely. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity to me, she nodded. All right, I'm not sure if I actually believe you, but in the end, Kaylee decides. Of course, I said breathlessly. You're probably the only chance I have left. I want Kaylee to stay here. She shouldn't go to London, Rachel said. If you can convince her to stay, great. Rachel scrutinized me sharply and continued. Kaylee is taking the next flight to London and just went through security. Thank you, I blurted out. I'm warning you, if your explanation isn't credible and you break Kaylee's heart again, then... Rachel left the sentence unfinished, but I understood what she meant. If I made Kaylee unhappy, Rachel would make me pay for it. I nodded to Rachel and raced towards security. In the area before it, I saw a long line, which relieved me somewhat. Kaylee wouldn't have gotten through so quickly. I scanned the heads of the travelers. Brown, black, red, blonde, wildly dyed hair. Nearly everything was represented. But no one had exactly the right blonde, that hair color that existed only once in the world. Twice, I corrected myself, thinking of Rachel. Finally, my gaze settled on the person who was just packing her phone into a box and preparing to go through security. Kaylee! My call was loud enough for her to hear. All heads in the line turned towards me. Only Kaylee didn't move. She stood still for a moment. I stared intently at her back. How would she decide? Would she turn around? When she took a step forward, my heart skipped a beat. I had to get to her. Right now. Sir, your boarding pass, please. Excuse me? Confused, I blinked at the man in an airport employee uniform who had addressed me. Your boarding pass, he repeated patiently. You can only access this area if you can show a boarding pass. I don't have a ticket, I said, slightly dazed, as I watched Kaylee pass through security and disappear from my sight. Gone. She was gone. Then I'm afraid I can't let you through here. If you could please make way, other people have boarding passes and need to catch their flights. Automatically, I followed the request and took 2 steps to the side. Had I lost Kaylee forever? Again, I thought of my football coach. When you think you can't go on, you've actually only used 30% of your reserves. There's always a way to turn the game around. I checked my phone. Still an hour until Kaylee's plane would take off. I needed an idea. And fast. Helplessly, I watched as one passenger after another showed their boarding pass and was let through security. Of course, the employee had actually given me the solution himself. I just needed a boarding pass, I thought feverishly. At the ticket counter, they probably wouldn't sell me a ticket to London since I didn't have my passport with me. But I knew my passport number by heart, and that was enough to buy a ticket and check in online. I would only need the passport again when I boarded the plane. I didn't have to show it at security. And I didn't want to board the plane anyway. I wanted to stay here in New York with Kaylee. Hurriedly, I pulled up the website of a major online travel agency and found a flight from New York to London for today. I entered the data as quickly as I could and waited impatiently for the payment process to complete. After a few minutes, I had a ticket. Now I just had to check in online. The process seemed to take forever. No, I didn't want to pay extra to choose my seat freely. Yes, I really had no luggage. No, I didn't want travel cancellation insurance. I would never take the flight, but the money didn't matter to me. I only wanted Kaylee. Finally, I had the boarding pass as a QR code on my phone. The employee at security looked at me suspiciously as I approached him again. He scanned my boarding pass on the phone display. The control light turned green. Have a good trip. A slightly dubious undertone mixed into the man's voice. I probably seemed a bit suspicious after all. I had claimed to have no flight ticket just a few minutes ago. I shrugged. The man didn't matter to me. Now I had to overcome the next hurdle. The line in front of security was still endless. If I wanted to catch Kaylee before she boarded the plane, I had to hurry. Without hesitation, I pushed my way past the waiting people. "Excuse me, my flight is about to leave." "Excuse me, my flight is about to leave." Most passengers let me pass without much grumbling. I cursed my short-sightedness. Next time, I'd buy a first-class ticket, as that always gave me priority at security. Normally, I only flew first class, but normally my secretary bought the tickets. I didn't bother with travel arrangements. Finally, I reached the front of the line. I placed my phone in one of the bins and prepared to go through security. Everything seemed to take an eternity. I hoped I'd make it in time. I hoped boarding hadn't started yet. Because if Kaylee was already on the plane, I wouldn't be able to reach her. Without a passport, they wouldn't let me on the aircraft. At last, I cleared security. I hurriedly searched one of the information screens for the gate for the London flight. There. My eyes found the right line, and then I ran. I sprinted through the endless corridors of the terminal as fast as I could. I literally got into a rush. It was like being on the football field. I weaved around people, jumped over suitcases, and raced along moving walkways. Finally, I reached the right gate, and there she was. Kaylee sat on one of the benches in the waiting area, staring absently into space. She hadn't noticed me yet, but at that moment, she looked up. Our eyes met. I cleared my throat, and then I did something I had never done before. I got down on my knees in front of her. "Forgive me."
Chapter 34. Kaylee. Nicholas. There was Nicholas. I stared at him. Feelings and thoughts whirled wildly inside me. Nicholas was kneeling on the airport floor, a floor that showed signs of having been polished early this morning. Since then, many feet from all countries had walked over it. At this moment, Nicholas obviously didn't care what his tailored suit came into contact with. "Forgive me," he repeated. After a short pause, he added, "Please." I fixed my gaze on my toes. What was happening here? I wanted to go to London, away from all the pain, away from my broken heart, away from Nicholas. And now he was here, wanting me to forgive him. What did that mean? Did he want me to grant him absolution before I flew to London so he could continue to enjoy himself with a clear conscience here in New York, with Allison and other women? "Kaylee," Nicholas's voice sounded pleading. I didn't know this tone from him. He was the quarterback of the football team and gave orders. He didn't beg, like he had just done. Finally, I looked up. Nicholas's ice-blue eyes seemed to see into the depths of my heart. "It means nothing, Kaylee. It means nothing. What's happening right now means nothing. Remember that you need to keep your broken heart safe. He lied to you twice." Some passengers on their way to other gates curiously stopped to see what was happening here. The passengers waiting with me for the flight to London were also curious, and even the staff behind the boarding counter stared openly at us. I felt uncomfortable drawing so much attention. I wanted nothing more than to get away from here. But I had no idea what would happen if I simply stood up and left. Would Nicholas stop me? And even if he didn't, I couldn't leave anyway. After all, I wanted to fly to London. Boarding would begin in half an hour, as the ground staff had announced earlier. I was as good as in the air. I had almost managed to leave New York without having to see Nicholas again. But now he was kneeling here in the middle of the airport in front of me, looking at me intently. I cleared my throat. I had to do or say something now to get things moving. "Why?" I finally asked. "Why should I forgive you, Nicholas?" "Because I love you," he answered simply. I stared at him. What was that supposed to mean? He loved me. The expression in his ice-blue eyes looked honest, but that didn't mean much, as I had learned in the last few days. The passengers who were close enough to hear Nicholas's words began to whisper and murmur. I still wanted to run away more than ever. Why couldn't boarding just start now? Then I would be gone forever, and Nicholas could never break my heart again. That's what it meant, right? If he loved me, then he could break my heart. Or no. If I loved him, he could break my heart. Did I love him? I fixed my gaze on my toes again. I was searching for an answer I already knew. I loved him. I had always loved him. I would always love him. But I wouldn't allow him to break my heart even once more. I looked up again. You also love Allison, I said, not an accusation, a mere statement. Nicholas sighed. It's not like you think, Kaylee. I saw this morning what she means to you. Even a blind person would have recognized that. Now some emotion crept into my voice. I was comforting Allison. She received terrible news. What news? This time I wouldn't be so easily satisfied with half-baked explanations. Her father had a heart attack. He's in the hospital. He's doing better now, but this morning she was afraid she might lose him. I said. The explanation sounded believable, but I couldn't believe that was all. The situation this morning hadn't escalated just because of a heart attack, had it? And why couldn't you tell me that earlier? Where's the problem in that? You know, Kaylee, Allison and I... Yeah, exactly, Allison and you, I interrupted Nicholas angrily. I suddenly didn't care at all what emotions he could hear in my voice. Allison and you. Allison and you. Today. Back then. Always Allison and you. Where am I in all of this if you love me, or at least claim to? Nicholas flinched. I had hit a sensitive spot with that remark. I'm not just claiming it, Kaylee. It's true. I love you. Always have. His voice was calm as he said it. Sincere. He was still kneeling right in front of me, but we hadn't touched yet. Weren't his knees starting to hurt by now? I pushed the thought aside. I couldn't think about Nicholas's well-being and his wishes now. I had done that for long enough, and it had brought nothing but pain. More than that, the wounds his behavior had inflicted on me back then had never really healed. Being left alone without explanation was humiliating. Always, I replied, thinking about our high school days. Oh, really? Then what about back then? Did Allison's father also have a heart attack on the night of the prom? And did it last for several days, so you couldn't contact me? And why did you comfort her then, when you hardly had anything to do with each other before? The questions just tumbled out of me. Now Nicholas looked at the ground. No, he said quietly. No, Allison's father didn't have a heart attack back then. Nicholas looked up again and gazed at me steadily. On the night of the prom, I found out that Allison's father is also my father. I stared at Nicholas with my mouth open, not knowing what to say. Had I misheard him? Throughout high school, everyone, and I mean everyone, knew that Nicholas's father had left his mother before Nicholas was born. Nicholas didn't even have a picture of him. And this man had actually been Allison's father? What? I finally stammered. James Carter is my father, Nicholas repeated. Or let's say my biological father. Allison accidentally found out when she overheard an argument between her parents on the day of the prom. Her father had been unfaithful several times and actually wanted to divorce his wife for my mother. But then both women got pregnant almost simultaneously, and he stayed with his wife, Allison's mother. I stared at Nicholas, speechless. What a revelation. Allison was devastated. Not only had she discovered that she had been secretly in love with her half-brother throughout high school, but her parents' marriage, her happy family, was all a lie. She stood there feeling like she had no one left in the world. Except me. Her half-brother. Wow, I said softly. I was still at a loss for words. I comforted her. And then you came and saw us. I didn't know what to do anymore. After all, I had just found out that my mother had been lying to me for years. I murmured. That sounded plausible too. Surely Nicholas hadn't just made up this story on the spot. Why would he have done that? My mother confessed to me that she had been receiving money from James Carter all these years, which she invested in my education. In return, she had to promise him never to tell me who my father was. Since she couldn't afford much on her own salary, she agreed to the deal. Understandable, I said quietly. I remembered Nicholas's mother, an attractive, quiet, and always hard-working woman. The day after prom, when I wanted to visit you and explain everything, Allison's father, my father, unexpectedly stopped by my mother's and my place. He wanted to talk to me. Allison had told him that she knew everything and had told me. And then? I asked eagerly. Without realizing it, Nicholas had captivated me with his story. It was like a real crime thriller, and I had played a supporting role in it without even knowing. He offered me a similar deal to the one he had with my mother. He would pay for my college if I kept quiet and didn't tell anyone that he was my father. Not even you. I refused. We had a heated argument. My mother begged me to agree to the deal so I wouldn't ruin my future. Finally, I gave in, on the condition that he would not only give me money for college, but also the startup capital for my business. I nodded silently. I still didn't know what to say. Nicholas and Allison had never been a couple. They would never become one either, because they were half-siblings. Nicholas had accepted money from his father and had therefore been forced to keep this whole story from me. He had promised his mother, who meant everything to him. I've always kept that promise, Nicholas continued, as if he had read my thoughts. It was just as I told you the evening before the football match. I wanted to ask my mother to release me from the promise I had made to her so that I could explain everything to you. I didn't want to repeat the mistake I had made back then. At that time, I couldn't explain anything to you. I was so confused by all the things I had just learned. I had to come to terms with it myself first. What could I have told you? You wouldn't have believed me, and rightly so. I nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that was true. I had been so hurt. Without a reasonable explanation, I would never have believed Nicholas that nothing had happened between him and Allison. But because of his promise, he hadn't been able to give me that explanation. Back then, it took me 6 months to work up the courage to call you. You didn't answer the phone and never called back. That quickly made me lose my courage again, Nicholas admitted with a bitter smile. Tears welled up in my eyes as I thought about how Nicholas must have felt back then. I had believed he was rolling around between the sheets with Allison, having hot sex. Instead, he had been thinking about how to explain what had happened to me. He had been afraid that I would reject him. That must have been pretty tough for you, I finally said. Yes, Nicholas admitted. His blue eyes shimmered warmly. But not as bad as it was for you. I knew that you loved me. You, on the other hand, had to doubt my love, and rightly so. I thought you had been lying to me the whole time, I blurted out. I did, Nicholas sighed, just differently than you thought. He was silent for a moment, and then looked into my eyes. Sometimes life gives you a second chance, Kaylee. For me, that chance came the day I saw you at the class reunion. And sometimes you make the same mistake twice. That's what happened to me earlier when I left you standing there for Allison. But I promise you, it won't happen again. I love you, and you're the woman of my life. Will you give me another chance? I stared at Nicholas. He was still kneeling in front of me. Everything was whirling wildly inside me, but suddenly I saw clearly. Here was Nicholas, the only man I had ever wanted. I had believed he had betrayed me terribly, but in reality, everything had been completely different. He had felt bound by his promise to his mother, a promise he had now broken to be able to explain everything to me. I knew Nicholas well enough to know how difficult that must have been for him. Yes, I said and reached for his hand. I'll give you another chance. We stood up almost simultaneously. Nicola pulled me into his arms and held me as if he never wanted to let me go again. "I love you too," I whispered in his ear, breathing in his masculine, tangy scent. He pulled me even closer. Our bodies pressed against each other. I closed my eyes and surrendered completely to the feeling of security. Nicholas tilted my head back slightly and kissed me softly on the lips. At that moment, all the tension I had felt since this morning dissolved. The corners of my mouth lifted into a smile and I kissed Nicholas back with pleasure. Once again, I felt transported back to the grand ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria. Numerous people stood around us, but in a way, it was just the two of us. I placed my lips gently on Nicholas's mouth once more. His hand moved to the back of my head. He pressed me against him and tickled my mouth with the tip of his tongue. I parted my lips. Our tongues met. In that moment, I knew I never wanted to let Nicholas go again. My hands moved to his hips. I pressed him against me and felt his erection. "Oh yes, baby." Nicholas finally pulled away from me. "Boarding for the flight to London is beginning," he said. An unspoken question lingered in his eyes. "Did anyone want to go to London?" I asked, smiling at him. "I thought you did," he said. "Not anymore." "And where should we go instead?" "To the hot tub with you as quickly as possible," I replied and kissed him again. Chapter 35, Kaylee. A few months later. "You look absolutely gorgeous," Rachel said as she adjusted my veil. "A true fairy tale princess." "I can hardly believe I'm actually getting married," I said, adding, "I mean, of course I want to get married, nothing more than that. It's just, it feels so good. Too good to be true. Maybe I'm just dreaming?" "Nonsense," Rachel laughed, affectionately pinching my upper arm. "Here, do you now realize that what's happening here is reality?" "I can hardly believe that Nicholas is getting married," Allison chimed in mischievously before I could answer Rachel's question. In the past few months, events had unfolded at a dizzying pace. As if in a dream, I remembered the day Nicholas had confessed his love to me in the airport terminal. I hadn't flown to London. Instead, I had returned with Nicholas to his penthouse. Fortunately, Mitchell & Sons hadn't yet scheduled my furniture for return transport to London, and had sent it once again by truck to my apartment. I had made a few half-hearted attempts to make everything cozy and nicely decorated there, but after a month, not all of my boxes were unpacked. I worked a lot and enjoyed it, spending most evenings in Nicholas's penthouse. When I complained to Nicholas that my apartment looked like I wasn't really living there, he just grinned. "Why don't you move in here completely?" had been his response. And so Mitchell & Sons got another job through me. I wanted the move to happen quickly and had no desire to hire another company. The boxes with my things traveled in one of Mitchell & Sons' trucks from my apartment to Nicholas's penthouse without any incidents. I didn't need my furniture in the penthouse, so I donated it to a charity organization, wanting to support people who weren't as fortunate as I was. Thanks to my work and Nicholas's wealth, I would want for nothing for the rest of my life. "Look at yourself," Rachel commanded after she had fixed the last hairpin. I obediently went to the mirror. My dress was simple yet elegant, just as I had wished. Lace trims accentuated my figure without the dress looking overloaded. A stylist had applied subtle makeup, and Rachel had personally taken care of my updo. Besides studying fashion design, she had also completed hairdressing training years ago. My dress was, of course, a unique piece, designed by my twin sister. I wouldn't settle for anything else, and Nicholas had been only too happy to comply with my wishes. A month after I had moved in, he had asked for my hand in marriage. On that day, he had gotten down on one knee in front of me for the second time. Tears of emotion welled up in my eyes as I thought of that moment. "I don't want you to ever run away again. I want to know you by my side every day, and I want to be by your side every day." he had told me. Well? Rachel's expectant question pulled me from my thoughts. It's beautiful, Rachel. Even more beautiful than I had dreamed. In the mirror, I saw how the white fabric gently draped around my body. I felt like the most beautiful woman in the world. I turned to Allison. Why didn't you think Nicholas would ever get married? She shrugged. I can't say exactly. It was just... She thought for a moment. He never seemed particularly interested in a woman. As a person, if you understand what I mean, his life consisted of work and football. It was as if he had locked away or forgotten his heart somewhere. I nodded thoughtfully. All that changed only when you reappeared on the scene. That you two are getting married now. I can absolutely imagine. Allison grinned at me. Her green eyes sparkled mischievously. Over the past few months, Nicholas' half-sister and I had become friends. Our former enmity was now completely forgotten. Sometimes I still had to remind myself that Nicholas and Allison had never been more than siblings to each other, but I was getting better at overcoming this hurdle too. Allison and I had talked at length before I moved into the penthouse, settled all old disputes, and even had a boozy evening shortly after that had driven Nicholas out of the penthouse. He had preferred to spend the night at his friend Antony's place. I grinned at the memory of that evening. To show Allison how much I cared about having a good relationship, I had asked her to be my bridesmaid. I would be walked down the aisle by a total of 3 bridesmaids. Allison, my twin sister Rachel, and my friend Megan. Megan would only join us at the church. As she was the First Lady of the United States, and her husband Trevor was our president, the Secret Service had taken charge of the security arrangements during the wedding ceremony. Securing the church had proved challenging enough, so Megan would forego a prior visit to the penthouse. Her dress had been delivered directly to the hotel where she and Trevor were staying under Secret Service supervision. Naturally, Rachel had also designed and custom-tailored the dresses for the bridesmaids. I had insisted on paying the full price for them, as I could easily afford it now. I still felt a bit unaccustomed to the role of a woman who no longer had to worry about money. However, even though Nicholas's fortune was enough to last forever, I was determined to continue earning my own money. I still thoroughly enjoyed my job at Wright & Carter, and there was no sensible reason why I should have given it up. Yes, by now the firm was no longer called Wilson & Smith, but Wright & Carter. I looked at Rachel and Allison. The light green dresses I had chosen for the bridesmaids looked great on both of them, and I knew that Megan would look absolutely stunning too. I'm glad our wedding doesn't seem completely unimaginable to you, I said jokingly to Allison. Unlike my own, she replied with a laugh. Who knows? Take a good look around in the church and at the reception later. Maybe there's a dream prince waiting for you, I replied, laughing. For now, I'm content if you two are happy, Allison said. Her joking tone had vanished. I knew her good wishes came from the heart. Thank you, I said sincerely. I think I'm happier right now than I've ever been in my life.
Chapter 36. Nicholas. That's truly an incredible story, Antony said, shaking his head. What exactly do you mean? I asked. We were sitting comfortably in one of my favorite bars in the Wall Street district, each with a drink in front of us. This would be my last drink as a bachelor, as a limousine would pick us up in less than an hour and take us to the nearby St. Paul's Chapel. There, Kaylee and I would exchange our vows. It had been my suggestion. St. Paul's Chapel belonged to Columbia University, where I had graduated a few years ago. Kaylee had been thrilled with the idea, because besides the connection to the past, the church offered a beautiful and elegant setting for the wedding ceremony. Together with Rachel and Allison, Kaylee had taken charge of all further planning after my suggestion. I had wisely stayed out of everything, and only added a few names to the guest list. Actually, 2 incredible stories, Antony said thoughtfully, contemplating his drink. A whiskey, nothing more than that for me and Antony before the ceremony. Which are, for one, you're getting married. Haha. And the other? No, seriously, Nicholas. If someone had told me this a year ago, I would have laughed at them. I would have bet more on us starting to colonize Mars in the next few years than on you ever committing yourself eternally to a woman. Despite myself, I had to grin a little. Well, you're not wrong. It took a long time for me to finally realize that everything that had happened in my personal life since high school was basically just detours. But once that became clear to me and I found Kaylee again, there was no reason for me to wait for anything anymore. My voice was uncharacteristically serious. As your best man, I'll tell you just one thing. Stay as happy as you've been these past few months. Let's drink to that now. Anthony and I toasted each other. The ice cubes clinked in our glasses of golden shimmering whiskey. Although, I have to confess now that Kaylee probably wouldn't be thrilled if she knew I was drinking a whiskey before the ceremony. Oh, I don't think so. She'd probably understand, Anthony waved it off. But she won't hear it from me. It'll be our secret. Of course, I also have a menthol candy for you, so she won't notice anything later. You're a true friend, I said. After a short pause, I added, I'll tell her tonight. I don't want to keep any more secrets from Kaylee. Anthony grinned. She'd say yes, even if you told her now. She loves you. Even a blind man with a crutch can see that. I stared into my glass and told myself once again what incredible luck I had. More luck than I deserved. I didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if I had arrived at the airport too late and Kaylee had already been on her way to London. And what's the second incredible story? I asked Anthony. James Carter is your father, he said. I don't think anyone in high school would have ever suspected that. Me neither, I replied dryly. And neither did Allison, otherwise it wouldn't have surprised us so much on the day of the graduation ball. You've kept that secret well all these years. Yes, I answered thoughtfully. I think I secretly hoped that James Carter would still acknowledge me. I always imagined that one day he would talk, come clean, and tell the world that I'm his son. That's why I kept quiet all these years. I can understand that. I know how much you sometimes missed having a father in high school. Still, I should have told Kaylee everything. It would have made a lot of things easier. Hindsight is always 20/20, buddy, Anthony said wisely. Don't beat yourself up about it. Certainly not today, I laughed. That would be a bad omen. It is my wedding day after all. Exactly. I also have a very special wedding gift for you. Now, I'm curious. Well, it's not a gift in the traditional sense. It's basically a piece of news that you'll be happy about. And I just happened to hear about it earlier. Okay, I'm curious though. Maybe even a bit more curious than before. I grinned. Anthony took another sip of whiskey and looked somewhat regretfully at the almost empty glass. Like me, he had never turned down a good drink. Of course, he didn't drink on duty. As a connoisseur, it was no problem for him to control himself and wait for the right moment. The court has convicted Wayne Wilson of embezzling funds from the law firm and tax evasion. Wow, I haven't heard anything about that yet, and I've been following all the news about the case closely. How could I have missed that? I furrowed my brow, because normally I was always well informed about such matters. But it wasn't just me who hadn't read anything. None of my assistants had provided me with this information either. You didn't miss anything. Don't worry, Anthony reassured me. The verdict was handed down about an hour ago and is just now being made public. The judge informed me immediately because I've known him for a long time, and he knows I have a personal interest in the case. That's when you realize again how much it can pay off to know an FBI agent, I said appreciatively. Thanks for this information. Now, my day is about to get even better. The court has largely followed the prosecution's argument. Wayne Wilson transferred the income from his law firm to California, and from there to various tax havens in the Caribbean. This is how he financed his luxurious lifestyle that he led away from the law firm. Several trips a year to high-class resorts, Caribbean, Maldives, Seychelles, whatever you can imagine. Of course, always accompanied by beautiful young women who were well paid for their services. He was also a regular guest in Las Vegas, although he didn't win anything there. At least, nothing could be found. Do you think he's a gambling addict? Hard to say, Anthony said. Maybe right on the edge, but that doesn't matter anymore. In any case, our purchase of Wilson and Smith was legal, or rather, the purchase of Wright and Carter, I said. It was legal anyway. True, but now we finally have peace from Wayne. Probably for the next few years, Anthony grinned. When he's served his sentence, he'll have to find a job. Paying off his debts to the state will take a long time. We should toast to that too. Cheers, I said. Our glasses clinked again. We let the very last sip of whiskey run down our throats. I savored the feeling. Unfortunately, there's nothing left for you financially, Anthony added regretfully. Wright and Carter probably won't see any of the money that was taken. I don't care about that, buddy. I didn't buy the law firm to get money back from Wayne. I bought it to make money. Thankfully, it's been doing that for a month now. Kaylee and Allison have really done a great job there. I'm very proud of them both. You should be, Anthony affirmed. They've got your back so you could focus on new acquisitions. Exactly. And now I should take care of the most important acquisition of the last few months. Which would be? Kaylee, of course. Come on, buddy. The car's waiting outside. Let's go. I have a bride waiting for me. Chapter 37. Kaylee and Nicholas. Nicholas. I stood at the altar in the festively decorated church, waiting for my bride. Kaylee, Rachel, and Allison had really outdone themselves. I had seen photos of decorated churches in the news when covering celebrity weddings. St. Paul's Chapel was a popular venue for high society New York weddings. But never had the church appeared as beautiful to me as it did today. Festive arrangements with roses adorned each pew, matching the flowers that Anthony and I wore as boutonnieres on our suit lapels. Candles were distributed everywhere, illuminating the interior of the church. While waiting for Kaylee, I discreetly observed the guests. My mother was dabbing her eyes with a white handkerchief. She had never explicitly said it, but I knew that my wedding was fulfilling a dream for her. James Carter, my biological father, was also present, though he wasn't sitting next to my mother, but on the other side of the church next to his wife, who looked particularly sour-faced today. I couldn't blame her. Although no one outside our family still knew that James Carter was my biological father, and he was officially invited due to his connection with my company, Allison's mother had to watch her husband's illegitimate son get married. That certainly wasn't easy for her. However, I wouldn't let such old stories spoil my day. That was the past. Today marked the beginning of my future. My gaze swept over Kaylee's mother, Anthony's girlfriend Maya, and paused at U.S. President Trevor Dean. Secret Service bodyguards surrounded him. Our wedding was taking place under the highest security measures, but that didn't dampen the mood. Of course, we had to submit a guest list to the Secret Service, and all invitees had undergone a security check in the past few days. But no one had objected to that, as all our friends were curious to meet the president in person. I turned to Anthony, who was waiting next to me at the altar. "It's about to happen." "Nervous, buddy?" he asked me. "No." I felt like I did before an important football game, a bit tense but eager for it to finally start. "If you need anything, I have a small flask in my pocket," Anthony whispered. "What?" I hissed. "Well, I'm your best man. It's my job to make sure you survive the ceremony. So I brought not only the rings, but also an emergency ration, just in case," he grinned. "You're really incorrigible. We have the U.S. president as a guest. Every single movement in this church is being watched with eagle eyes, and you're smuggling alcohol in here, and you want to be an FBI agent?" "Those are sometimes the worst," Anthony said mischievously. I just shook my head. But secretly I was grateful to Anthony for the distraction his remark had provided. I felt much less tense immediately. Suddenly the organ began to play and the wedding march sounded. The church door opened and Kaylee appeared on her father's arm, followed by her bridesmaids Rachel, Allison, and Megan. I blinked. Kaylee looked beautiful. Of course, I hadn't been allowed to see the dress beforehand. Kaylee, Rachel, and Allison had made a big secret out of it, and I had willingly played along. Rachel, who had designed the dress, had outdone herself. The white fabric gracefully hugged Kaylee's body. At this sight, I immediately had thoughts that had no place in a church. I sternly reprimanded myself. The wedding night would come later. Now, we had to get through the ceremony first, and then we would celebrate a lavish party with all our friends. Of course, in the grand ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria. Exactly where Kaylee and I had unexpectedly reunited a few months ago at the class reunion. And of course, we would open the dance with Bruno Mars. "Girl, you are amazing. Just the way you are. Yeah."
Kaylee. Slowly, I walked down the aisle of St. Paul's Chapel on my father's arm. Above our heads, the organ played the wedding march. For some inexplicable reason, I hadn't expected to cry at my wedding. But now everything was blurring before my eyes. I blinked hard to hold back the rising tears and was glad that we were walking slowly down the aisle. "Everything okay?" whispered Rachel, who was walking down the red wedding carpet to the altar on my other side and seemed to guess my feelings as always. Everything's fine. I nodded and glanced down briefly. The rose petals scattered on the carpet by the flower children in front of me emitted a faint fragrance that lulled me into a dreamy state. At that moment, everything truly felt like a dream. Just a few months ago, I had come to New York to make a fresh start. Everything and everyone had been unfamiliar to me. I hadn't been to the city in years and didn't know anyone except Rachel. Since then, my life had completely changed. I was about to marry the man I had always loved, and the church was filled with our family members, friends, and acquaintances. I had managed to swallow the tears of emotion welling up, and as I continued down the aisle, I caught sight of John from the corner of my eye. A few rows ahead sat Maya, whom I had only met through Antony, and who had become a good friend. My gaze drifted to my mother, who was smiling proudly and dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, just like Nicholas's mother. I focused my eyes forward. Antony and Nicholas stood at the altar. Nicholas looked at me admiringly, and I returned his gaze with a smile. Over the past few months, our love had grown steadily. The old wounds had healed, and we were as close as if we had never been apart. During this time, New York had once again become my home in every sense. I knew I never wanted to leave here again, and could hardly imagine that I had once believed I would find my happiness in London. In truth, my happiness had been waiting for me here in New York all these years. Finally, we reached the altar. My father squeezed my arm, lifted my veil to kiss me on the cheek, and then placed my hand in Nicholas's. I swallowed with emotion again as the hands of the two men I loved most in the world briefly touched. I first looked at my father, who nodded to me with a quick smile. He had never been one to show much emotion, but I knew he wished me all the happiness in the world. Then I turned my gaze to Nicholas, who took my hand and intertwined his fingers with mine. His eyes sparkled suspiciously, and in them I read exactly what I was thinking. The best second chance life has ever given me. Together, we turned to the altar to finally officially say, "I do," to each other. The end.
You listened to Unexpected Reunion. Reunion with Consequences. Written by Rebecca Baker. Voiced by Maya Black and Michael Vincent. Produced by Heartbeat Publishing.